Day 6 at the main event starred players across the poker spectrum. 7-time bracelet winner Michael Mizrachi.
There it is. Oh, yeah, let's go.
I got my confidence back. I won a big one.
Businessman Afriat.
Yes, yes, yes.
And the always polarizing Will Kassouf.
Calling already.
Hand is dead.
Clock.
No way, I've been counting. I've got a Rolex. My Rolex is definitely not wrong. You got it, you got it. It's a cooler. I'm all in. Put that in your GTO pipe and smoke it. Like a boss.
Day 7, with 57 players left, brings us the sequel.
Now it's getting a bit spicy.
Grab your popcorn. Let's run it back.
You can't make it up.
And with that, we welcome you back to Las Vegas, Nevada. This is the World Series of Poker main event. We have reached Day 7. Come join us inside the Horseshoe Event Center. Jeff Platt alongside Brent Hanks, Natalie Bodie on the floor for us throughout the day. Day 7 with 7 tables left. A look at the headlines. Former final table is Kenny Hallaert, our chip leader. The grinder looks for bracelet number 8, but Brent, the talk throughout this tournament and throughout the poker world has come from and has been about Will Kassouf.
I'm glad you said all the talk, Jeff. And don't forget the tanking as well. Kassouf, without question, the most polarizing figure in the entire industry. There's a method to his madness. And unfortunately for Kassouf, some of those methods were met with serious consequences.
From 9,735 down to our final 57. Still in the hunt for that $10 million first place prize. They all look up at this man on the leaderboard. Brent is the PokerStars ambassador, Kenny Hallaert, who knows what to expect in a deep run.
Oh, he sure does. Kenny finished in 6th place back in 2016 in the main event. Worth noting, same year Kassouf bowed out in 17.
Emotions ran high then. They will run high today with this man, Afriat.
Afriat, he is Sammy Farhad 2.0. The only thing missing from Afriat's illustrious resume, a main event final table, and perhaps a cigarette dangling from his mouth.
All right, let's head up to the main stage, and quite a star-studded table fills out that stage. We start with Greg Merson, the 2012 champ, the milkman here on Day 7.
Well, we touched on experience with Hallaert, but it's Greg Merson, the milkman, who truly has been there and done that. He has his hands full today, one of the shorter stacks to begin playing.
One of our bigger stacks, Michael Mizrachi, always a dangerous player, but even more so with an absolute pile in front of him.
They're somehow coming into the 2025 WSOP, the poker world wrote off Mizrachi. He's never been nominated for the Hall of Fame, shout out Showman. And as a direct result, Mizrachi ships to 50K. Now, a chance to final table the main event for the 2nd time in his career and a shot to become our world champion.
3rd on the leaderboard, presented by PokerStars. Only Afriat and Hallaert are above him. Day 7, 100K, 200K, a 200K big blind ante, and here we go.
You play about 3?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Kyle Grupp,
400.
starting the day with about 11 million in chips, going to work early. Jared McGinney, the 9-8 off.
You're playing like 11?
Mm-hmm. Comes 7-5-4.
Nice texture for McGinney. Typically going to be all him out of the big blind. Alex, the check lead would have been all right.
Goes check, check, turn is a king.
And then let's flip the script now. That king is going to be all Grupp.
Check.
But nobody has anything.
Grupp fires 400K.
Yeah, my favorite part about Kyle Grupp, he's from Buffalo, New York.
Well done, McGinney here with the check raise against Mr. Buffalo. Well, you must hate to see that.
But I like this Mangini
Yeah.
a lot. Good friends with some of my inner circle, if you will. Berkey, Dan O'Brien out there. They're cheering their guy on, Mangini.
Payouts presented by GTO Wizard. We are in that $165,000 zone right now. The next pay jump is worth $35K. That's when we get down to 53
It
players.
says like GTO, but then after the T, it has a middle finger and it says F.
Yeah. Wait, someone's selling them, right?
It's my buddy from Sacramento that started it, yeah.
Yeah, I've got one too. It's a picture of kids like rolling some balls, like they're playing.
Sure, he was butthurt that I wasn't giving the shirt coverage on stream, but I was like, I gotta rep gotta rep my company.
Not to rush you, but I'm just
Yeah, this came in like a day before I flew out here, and it was like I didn't think in advance to make like different types of clothing for my company, so I just wear the same thing every day.
If we don't fan them out, are they not going to scan right?
Gibbons arrives, bit out of breath. Don't blame him. I mean, you realize you're late to the main. It's full-on sprint on day 7 to get there.
May have been intentional. Exercise,
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Get your workout in.
Tweak some other shit.
You're playing like 4?
Been getting 6s in the small blind against the Akashi Open. Akashi out of Japan. Just let's go with the 6s. Bekenstein with the ace-jack.
Bekenstein out of Austin, Texas. Caught the coverage last night. He forced Kasuf into folding a Broadway straight. Filthy bluff.
Also doubled up late last night, got it in kings versus ace-queen. Got the win and continues that momentum here.
What's your favorite variant?
Bekenstein here at the feature table with Merson and with Michael Mizrachi, the 7-time World Series of Poker bracelet winner, on the main stage once more. Before play started, he caught up with our Natalie Bodie.
With Michael Mizrachi, 4-time Poker Players Championship winner, how does playing in a format like that prepare you for the main event?
Well, it's just, at first it's a little different. This is no limit. We have 8 games in the Poker Players Championship. But, when you play at the highest levels, I guess I'm used to it and I do really good at it, and I just want to play my best.
Speaking of playing at the highest levels, usually it's players that are pretty well known, but this field, it's different. It's lesser known, more novice players. How do you shift your game?
Well, first, I wouldn't say they're novice players. As you get deeper in a tournament like this, you see the better players come out. So actually, it's been a really, really tough field, and I had to make a lot of adjustments according to my table. And this table should be a fun table. Obviously, I know Greg Merson, but I'm not sure about the other guys. But we'll figure them out. It won't take long.
On day 6, you made an incredible call when you had pocket 7s. What type of courage and experience does it take in that spot to make that decision?
Well, it was a play maybe he's never seen. I induced him to make the bluff. I talked him into bluffing it, and I put him in the tank. I said, if you're going to take this long, you better have it, because wait 5 minutes and take then Hollywood me. You shouldn't do that. Then he decided to go for the bluff. He thought it was going to work, but I was already planning on calling.
Good luck today. Day 7, still in the mix, Michael Mizrachi.
Oh, man.
Mizrachi facing a huge raise yesterday. 7 of hearts in hand for a small flush. Ended up making the call, and he did set that up really well. Bekenstein blind versus blind, rips it in there with the ace-10, and a decision for Lautaro.
Might have a customer.
Manure. Or Manure. Was it Manure? Manure. He was making a joke when he said that. Yeah. That guy was a riot.
King Queen is very close.
Playing the all-in music.
For more than 20 bigs.
This is really uncomfortable.
I got a good video of that, because
4.425. Legendary.
Guerra predominantly a PLO player and one of the best in the world at that game. Does make the call, and here we go. Play a 9 million chip pot. Pretty much right off the bat. Day 7.
Ace 10, King Queen. Blind versus blind.
could see the nerves and anxiety right there, and I could see his face.
Comes ace-jack 4. Good start for Bekenstein. Guerra looking to make a straight with the 10. Turn is the 8 of diamonds. Diamond or 10 does the trick. Anything else? Bekenstein stays alive. River Jack. Ooh, what a start to the day.
Sweaty.
Yeah.
Sweaty start to the day. Good way to put it.
These are
Josh Bekenstein.
In my head, I was prepping. Don't overreact. Graceful. Sacred.
We're getting to the point now where these all-ins, especially these river cards, it can be life-changing money on the line.
Let's get to an all-in on one of our secondary feature tables. Ben Jackson, very short stack. Rips it in there with the queen 8. Kenny Hallaert with 2 10s makes the call. Sturm with the ace jack. Starting the hand with about 35 big blinds.
All right. Not in great shape, not terrible. Jackson needs to find a lady.
Ben Jackson, the professional poker player out of the UK. Jack 7-7, no help thus far. Turn is a 4. We'll see how the chip leader starts off his day. It will indeed begin with a KO.
Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Jackson. I am for real. You've been eliminated.
$165,000, best career score.
It's a great score, 165,000.
I hate cheersing without something.
Back to our main feature table, and it is Greg Merson all in and at risk with 2 queens against Josh Bekenstein's ace king.
Which hand? Is that pocket queen?
Yeah, these are hands, I don't know, it's a setup.
What a collision.
These are feature table rigged hands right here.
Good TV hands.
One has queens.
Yeah.
10-6-4.
Not a bad way to start the day.
So far, it's clean for the 2012 champion. Turn is a 6. An ace or a king results in Greg Merson's elimination. Otherwise, he's up to more than 6.3 million. River 7. Merson starts his day with a double.
Can you imagine the modern era? Merson, having won this event in 2012, has a real chance.
So he gets
14 years later, 13 years later. Oh. Iconic behavior.
Now we go to war, Grinder. Huh? Now we're going to war.
Now we go to war, he says. I love it. Let's battle.
Letting you put your brownies on the.
It's right here.
We cool?
Oh, it's really good.
They're protein brownies? Yeah, I'll take one.
2 hour levels at the main. This one, 100K, 200K, 200K big blind ante.
Yeah. I almost did.
As long as you checked me in the river, I'll give you one.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. Wait, we might get banned for
Oh. Gosh. What happened?
I accidentally.
We got an injury? What was that?
Camera saw. It was right behind you when it happened.
What happened?
I was trying to spread the cards for the RFID reader, and they ran up onto my chest first.
You got to kiss JJ.
Why have you not brought it to my attention,
Tranquilo.
Jeff, that a member of the Bills Mafia was right here, deep in the main, 56 players remaining?
Told me he hates the Bills.
That can't be possible.
Okay, he didn't say that.
Nobody from Buffalo.
Are these yours? Or just our friends?
Frankie C. Go Frankie C.
Never mutter the
Is that
words.
Frankie C next to him?
No, it's Alan.
I know Alan.
You know Alan?
Yeah.
It's Alan.
Yeah.
Kashi, King 10 in the small blind.
Gotta keep your cards visible.
Where are you from originally, Mike?
Miami.
I wasn't even thinking about that. Yeah, I don't know what I was doing.
Oh, yeah.
I think they
I figured
gave me
I
the
live here
I
too.
didn't know what to do with it.
I used to be here a lot. No hotel for 9 months.
What did an adrenaline rush
Lived in
for
a
both
hotel
of
for
us
like 9
to
months.
start?
Year and a half or 2.
Double up
You
on
want
the
to
store.
get an apartment?
Gambling stuff.
Clearly, I'm not complaining.
With a
I'm
knife
saying
or
you're still
something?
up in chips. There. Yeah.
That's fine. I'm not complaining.
Yeah.
I lived back and forth
I mean,
every time.
I don't want someone with your caliber having more chips, but
Yeah. Sure. That's all right. I'm just
Yeah.
gonna.
Throw myself in a storage unit in Florida.
Nothing really doing for Gibbons in the big.
Is that,
had you lived, you would not have gotten
does this shirt say definitely not on drugs?
Yeah, he's not. He's
No, I'm not going to shove.
You're gonna raise.
I'm going to raise.
You're
Sure.
gonna shove.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, of course.
seen some interesting
Take
T-shirts
7.
Yeah, you're
throughout the main.
Just finally got
You see
7.
Jameson
matter
Painter's
how-
T-shirt
no matter what
yesterday?
he
I
does, you
did,
guys are
yeah.
Exactly.
In Las Vegas singles.
It's about if you want to find, no, never mind. If you want to make optimal decisions in high pressure spots, GTO Wizard AI has you covered. Study any situation and any bet size, making it the ultimate tool to prepare yourself for those critical moments at the table. Check it out now at gtowizard.com/PokerGo to get started for free. Save 10% off of your first purchase. Over to one of our secondary features.
Sorry.
Richard Freitas picking up that pot. You see Sergio Veloso up to 23 million in chips. He and Mitch Heinem involved in a huge flip. Veloso won that, becomes one of the biggest stacks in the room.
Veloso, very tricky player. Was watching him late last night. You can tell he's got serious game. Nicknamed Rich Spirit, only 74K in career earnings, by the way. So don't sleep on Veloso, I'm telling you. Kid from Portugal is very tough.
It's kind of like Grinder said at the beginning, right? It doesn't really matter the resumes here. A lot of the good players do end up getting through. The cream rises. Here it's Afriat with the ace-king. 3-betting to 1.1 million. Shows him.
Dressed to impress.
Indeed. He told Natalie the outfits would keep on coming. He's involved in the fashion world. He's owned a clothing line for more than 25 years. Splits his time in Canada and Florida, 3-time WPT champion. This, though, is first World Series of Poker main event cash. Making the most of it for sure. Playing that massive pot last night. Busting Bruno Firth in the process.
I had to read that hand history 5 times to fully understand how all the money went in. Bizarre, dry side pot. And next thing you know, you're playing a chip lead pot for the main event.
Zikowski with the Jack-10 suited. Rips it blind versus blind. Heinem nothing doing. Delivers the chips his way.
Zikowski, another one. Allegedly, he's been playing poker for 7 years professionally, but only $3,100 in career earnings. That's what we have down. Again,
maybe never plays tournaments.
Could be playing a ton online,
Sure.
which is where the majority of the international players spend their time, hone their skills.
Heinem might take a little time as we are 2 eliminations off of a 35K pay jump, but he's been very reasonable about it.
Yeah.
Unlike Ike Haxton.
Oh, man. Coming after Ike right away.
Oh, I don't think that's particularly good for the game.
Let me throw it back at you
Okay.
in another direction.
Okay, fair.
Okay, and I understand.
Maybe like 30.
What about everyone at the table that was okay with it?
Thank you, thank you.
Yeah.
Aren't all complicit?
Thank you.
Yeah, I think so, in some form, for sure. For sure.
Maybe if you're playing within the rules, everyone is fine and understanding what's happening at your table. They're all making money, by the way, too.
Absolutely, they are.
So let's not just point the finger at Hollywood Haxton, right? I mean, there's...
That's fair. I mean, I think I would point the finger at everybody involved, so yeah.
Now, would you give them the finger, or would you just be a little bit more polite?
That sounds a little much.
Yeah.
Top 2 for Afriat.
Carry on. Ponce de Leon. He's going to explore this a little bit further to the turn. Navigating treacherous waters. Check raise.
You understand why, but we can see in this case, Afriat has a good one. Makes the call. 2.7 million in the middle, as you see on the bottom right corner of your screen. Turn is the 6 of clubs. Ponce de Leon with the 8 of clubs in hand. The two-way straight draw.
Not the type of card you're looking for, of course, if you're Afriat. I think there are some small flush draws that would absolutely check raise this type of flop texture.
A lot of good hands working around that 8 of clubs that Ponce de Leon does have.
That is 1.7.
Recognizes that, leading for 1.7 million.
We know Afriat. I don't think he's going anywhere with top 2. Oh my God!
I can't believe what I have here.
Oh wow!
You have no clue what I have here. I could have shoved you all in on the 750. Yeah. You show I show? We're gonna see it anyway.
I have the goods.
Huh?
I have the goods. I have the goods.
I had Jack 9 of hearts. Top 2.
Wow.
Jack 9 into
You
the
want to see a club
muck.
on the turn, and then you would see fireworks.
Yeah, turn was very good for me.
But be careful, my friend. You're playing with fire.
I am fire.
Oh.
Be sure that you finish those. At least get to the cash, number 53.
We'll hear some banter throughout the course of the day at Afriat's table.
I am fire. And I'm they call
Go
me
Mexico.
Me, I'm the extinguisher. Well, nice.
That's fire in Spanish.
You got the best card you could have seen.
There's your nickname, buddy.
It's like no club.
Sorry?
It is.
Fuego.
Fuego.
Nickname.
Fuego.
450. You got the right card, my friend. You got the right card.
I do. You lay down.
Keep an eye on Afriat. If he loses a field,
Yeah.
Good catch.
he can get steamy.
And he's going to become aware, at least relatively soon, that Ponce de Leon, while telling the truth about it being a good turn card for him, was not telling the truth when he said he had the goods.
Live stream. People are watching. Even two. People are watching.
But are you allowed to
Right,
lie
guys?
to a man's face when you play poker?
I know you play. I roll.
You most certainly are.
Hey, don't call the clock on me.
Because it's like when they're when they're watching and it's stalling and stalling. It's
I'm
like
just saying that's going to
I don't
add to
think the clock's
the
been called on me in
emotions
my
on
life.
display.
Me neither.
Of course.
I accumulate the time chips usually, and then I use them all in one hand.
Yeah, same. And then I'll like go to the bathroom early or something.
Is that it? No action. Okay, gentlemen.
If I'm deep in the tank, there's a good chance I don't know the action's on me. I'm like spaced out, thinking I folded already.
Give me the over-under cost of the outfit for Afriat. I don't know anything about watches. It looks pricey.
Well, we know it's a free suit because it's from his own
Is that
line.
his line?
Yeah.
I need to have a suit for next week. Do you think that maybe
could get you hooked up?
He'd hook me up. Eric, when you tune in, please.
Custom fitting.
I need something.
Too good. I am fire.
I between I don't even know.
You're now one off a pay jump worth $35,000. Mitch Hynum busted Donnie Peters. Very rude.
That's the guy?
It's very, very disrespectful.
I
Ace
hope he
queen
doesn't-
against kings.
Yeah, I hope he
Got
doesn't
there.
get this page up. Just kidding.
Just
Hynum.
kidding.
Yeah.
Respect, I guess.
6.
Chad Power bumps it up to 600K.
No. Worse. This table is not nearly as bad. The right moment to eat the king. I don't think so.
You know, usually when you see a pair flop like that.
Yesterday it was like piping hot. Today, over here, these seats are the bad ones. Yeah, that's where you are. Yeah.
No.
No.
Yesterday was worse, I think.
We're down to 54. It means we're down to 6 tables left in the main.
There he is.
This man's table broke. Looks over to the open seat 3.
The shirt. Slitty dress. What is that?
Oh,
Is
straight in the big blind, huh? Obviously, straight in the big blind. Okay.
she dressed as a banana?
She's on the Kasuf rail. Oh my, some stretching.
Big blind special.
What is that outfit?
I don't know, but she's been on
Hopefully more
Kasuf's
to,
rail
yeah,
for a long
more
time.
to come there, I hope.
Do you? All right, let's move over to one of our secondary featured tables. Michael Garner versus Daniel Yashan. Yashan all in at risk with the ace-king suited versus ace-queen. Does flop a king as it comes king-jack-jack. Straight draw now there for Garner. Needing a 10 and not finding it on the turn.
Out
Takes
removal
away
as well, yeah.
the 10 of diamonds as an out. Sean on his feet. River 4, he can sit back down
Pause, verify.
with more than 12.3 million in chips.
Danny Sean from North Carolina. I believe now resides in Baltimore, Maryland. Went to Brown University. That's also where Ike Axton and I believe Scott Seaver.
Oh. Ivy.
Sugar-free in the
water. Sugar-free in the
Cocktails. I buy you guys want a cocktail?
Sugar-free in the water.
Give him a shot of water.
I have some Molly for the break. We're good.
Oh, nice.
What?
You want Molly?
Yeah, for the break. I mean, not when I'm playing though. But
All right.
I think Mizrachi's talking to Gibbons about a gal named Molly for break.
Black coffee, please.
$2. Do you guys have any goose milk or camel milk? Camel milk?
What do you want?
Camel milk? No. Like,
Anybody want a brownie?
I'm okay.
with the card.
I got
black coffee and
Oh, sorry. Thank you. Okay.
Goose milk or camel milk?
All sorts of milk for the milkman.
You got under the pressure and you're
Next
like,
time. Next time.
you buckled under the pressure.
Well, I just wanted to make sure I said it with a straight face.
Here's your guy.
don't even value mine,
Grep with the
but
9-8
maybe
suited.
get a-
Opens
literally,
here,
as
and
soon as I
Mizrachi
started
looks
talking,
down at two queens.
I was going to say, you just reminded me.
975.
Raise 975.
I think you got bad timing.
Take it easy on him, Mike. Got a soft spot for these Buffalo
Is Cody
guys.
on a feature table or no?
Notice the sizing. Mizrachi goes very small. I believe
He's
just
pretty deep,
pricing
yeah.
in this type of hand and holding.
Can't blame Grep for hanging around with a hand like this for that price.
Oh,
High
boy.
comes 8-7-6 with one club. Top pair of the open-ender, the backdoor flush draw. Queen's best at the moment.
Yeah, buckle up. Oh, an unorthodox lead.
625.
For 625,000.
Maybe a bit concerning for Mike. Wait, what would lead in a 3-bet pot?
2,100,000.
Maybe 5 of
No, he doesn't care.
Maybe not.
Shoot it up.
2.1 million.
a week or 10 days before the main.
So you came twice?
Well, this pot will inflate quickly.
You're close, like,
I mean, I played very few events. I don't play poker for a living. I just play the events that I really want to play.
play good.
Thank you.
I wouldn't make a guess that.
Appreciate it.
Grew up understanding. Well, even if Mizrachi has the overpair,
Played more past.
queens, kings, aces, we're flipping a coin. There's also a world in which Mike could be empty.
I mean, I have
And he's just pouncing on this lead as it is so unorthodox. Would he do this with a hand like ace, queen, ace, king? Unclear.
Well, I don't know what to do.
It's good. Like,
If he does move all in, I would imagine it is essentially snap fold or snap call. That's what's running through Grupp's mind.
Glances back. Eyes the clock, which shows that we're one away from a $35,000 pay jump.
Definitely sees that, right? Is he just calling? No.
Gonna go just
There it is,
about
yeah.
all of it.
Leaves a chip behind, by the way. Mike says all in.
And here comes perhaps a little bit of time used.
Yeah, watching the clock. But you saw Mizrachi, right? He was ready.
Yeah,
he had his mind made
he's
up.
going with it.
He had zero concern.
We're gonna play a big one,
Not
folks.
Not yet.
Suerte, man. Big spot. Cheers.
Cheers.
Oh.
The glance back to the
I don't
rail.
have it yet, but I think I'm gonna get lucky on him. I got a good hand.
I got the nuts. 9, 10 of hearts.
You're joking. You have 9, 10 of hearts.
Kidding.
I know. I remember. I was at the table. That was a crazy, crazy hand.
That was a good flex.
This did
right there.
happen
I like that.
late yesterday. Mizrachi did have the 9-10 on the 8-7-6, accidentally revealed his hand early. When his opponent left one chip back.
He might fold, though.
Grupp was breathless for a second, and it made sense too. When you've got 9 of the clubs, guy says 9, 10 of hearts so confidently.
I can't save the hand because you're not all in.
I know. Okay, sorry. Yeah.
I hope you have 10s.
I do not have 10s. Hope I have 10s. You got jacks? Oh.
Better. It's ready. He's all in anyway. It's not going to change anything.
Sorry, guys.
Don't care how long he takes.
8.3? 7.8.
You can see they're giving Grupp time. Again, this is a great example. You leave the one chip behind. We're doing it on camera. All the players understand what's happening.
Right.
It's not just Grupp,
I was like yesterday and that Jack.
right? It's everybody involved.
Hoping it's someone to call clock on that guy so badly. But
This is what Haxton did yesterday.
Yeah, I hope everybody at home saw my hand.
yeah, same.
What?
I said I hope everybody at home saw. I just scanned them right.
Pot's worth like
More than 18 million in the middle.
I don't know.
I think it's around.
But it was sick.
Like 18 million?
I thought it was crazy.
And I still,
I mean, the hand play itself.
he didn't call yet.
But I was,
He's got quarter more, 25,000 more.
how fine I was with it after. I'm like,
Yeah.
lost like a $400,000 hand. Like,
We might be here a while.
feeling fucking great.
Yeah.
Like,
I don't know, I'm not.
felt so happy with how
Hey, don't walk away from your hand.
Well, the hand would be dead.
Yeah, that one.
No
I was saying yesterday, the guy that you.
Lucky somebody just called you over there.
That dude was just like ravaging with 12 mil, and then he was just out.
You want to eat a brownie first before
He
you
just like
decide?
lost so many cooler pots or all in pots where he was like
Have a brownie.
Shameless brownie promotion.
Poker player.
that hand was
Good one. Very good poker.
I hated my life on the turn.
It's the best brownie.
Yeah, of
protein
course.
brownie.
Plus, just coming to the table and you have like a Russian check raising you, it's like you can't fold.
I know. Like,
You kept me in with the small
like,
3-bet again.
Forever,
You
I
did
was
this.
all right, you got me beat now. Good for you, buddy.
Yeah, you have like 8, 9.
You brought this on
I
yourself.
didn't take it all. I was like,
Huh?
It's funny how
8, 9?
like, those are the spots where like.
I don't think
I
I
heard
could
Grupp say it. It's the point you made
Well, you're
earlier.
already on it. It doesn't matter, right?
For that size, I'm in there with the 8-9 suited, and that created all this.
Obviously, I reversed that, so it doesn't matter. But
Either Grupp to 18 million or Mizrachi neck and neck with Hallaert for the chip lead.
I wonder if Grupp is thinking about the Bills wide receiver core. You know, Josh Allen's number one target.
Such a big spot.
Will James Cook be resigning
Don't think any of that is
any moment
running through
now?
his
Probably
mind.
running through his mind, right? Meanwhile,
Sorry, guys.
we'll be back.
Development at one of our outer tables. It will not surprise you who that development is surrounding.
750. Cost you 750. Congratulations.
There's Marshall, the floorman.
What's going on here?
Who's called a clock? Who's called a clock? Why? No one else has called a clock. I've just got a hand here. Blind on blind. Blind on blind. I'm going to shop. Okay, I fold. Blind on blind. I've got a hand. I've got queen jack. I've got queen jack suited. Queen high. Queen high. I'm not tanking with 7 deuce. I bet. I'm just making a point.
I understand, and I want to make a point too.
Okay, I don't miss his hand, all right? All right. I'm saying, how do I act? I'm going to see you next week.
Well, this has been building throughout the course of the last couple days.
One round penalty starts now.
And Kassouf has been handed a 1-round penalty.
1 round penalty?
How do you feel if he's talked to everyone else on the table and said, whenever you want for, hang on, let me finish, please. If he's telling everyone on the table,
That hand's dead now.
can I just say that? Why? Why's hand
This is one.
I thought I'm going to play this
round.
hand. What? No, surely it should be 1 round, 1 hand penalty or 3 hands. Why is it 1 round instant?
So, in your favor, you're going to serve your
Okay,
coach.
okay. Can you call Jack F all over, please?
I will.
No, I want to speak to Jack F now because I'm not having a 1 round penalty. If there's one in like 1 hand, 3 hands, fine. Normally it's one orbit. So when do I come back?
That button's back in the spot.
No, because the button was there.
This is the first hand.
Yeah, so I should come back when it's my small blind. If I miss 1 round, the button was C2, not C3. So I should come back when it's my small blind.
You get to play your button next one. You get to play your button. Yeah, you get to play your button. The whole round.
My button was C2.
We'll keep track of that. We move back to this. Still awaiting a 35K pay jump. Grupp is committed to waiting this one out. Seems the rest of the table is fine with it. So again, Kassouf and one of the tournament directors, Marshall, getting into it. We couldn't quite hear what was said that ended up with the 1 round penalty. We know that over the last couple days, tournament staff has been watching Kassouf closely.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, yeah. But then you're like, fucking.
And by the sounds of it, too, he will miss his big blind
Yeah,
and
he'll
small
miss
blind.
1 whole orbit. And he came into today as one of the shortest stacks.
You know the online PLO player guy, Benavidi? You know that guy, Dirk?
Meanwhile,
He does the thing
we've been
every
in
time,
the
he's, like, flipping. He
in the
just goes,
tank
"Today my
here
day."
About 8 minutes.
for 8 minutes and not,
Today my day.
not one word said.
Looks like Jason Mercier.
Who, he does?
Yeah.
I mean, somebody in the field's only got 13 blinds.
This is why arguments have started to form that this 1 chip behind movement will be no longer, that in a spot like this you would be ruled all in to prevent this kind of stalling and manipulation.
Call. Jesus, come on.
And that's why he gets the super quick clock once it is called,
I got
because
queens.
they
Gotta
know
eat
the
nine.
chip is going in.
Open
And here
end.
we go.
He's got a lot of outs. 5-9, 5-9, 8-10.
Let's get a club on the turn for fun.
Club would be a great sweat for TV. The outside call.
Already has 13
that's
outs.
really cool.
The 5 seconds, yeah.
Unbelievable. Whatever.
Not going to matter. Chip was going in regardless.
Very close. Yeah, Kassouf tanks 6 minutes a hand.
Oh, no, that's where he got you.
Unbelievable.
The turn is a deuce.
Get there.
10,
Get there.
9, 8, 5 for Grupp.
Is today my day?
Mizrachi can hardly watch. And the river is a queen. Michael Mizrachi becomes one of the main event chip leaders.
He might do it, man.
Outside calls the clock on a $35,000 vision. Thank you, appreciate it. That's crazy.
Feel for Grupp there. Frustration. Really wanted that pay jump.
Good game, guys. Fun run.
Classy kid. Of course he is. He's from Buffalo. feel for him. You know, that hurts.
And again, just for clarification on the clock call, usually floor will come over, give the player 30 seconds to act. In this situation, I believe they've been advised to give a very quick clock.
Tanks like 5 minutes a hand. I'm on 35.
It's almost like so much of this could be avoided if you had shot clocks in play or time. You know, call me crazy.
I would like shot clocks.
Yeah.
I would like shot clocks.
Get 2 waters, please.
Sir? I definitely.
You guys don't have any deer milk or goose milk?
So the
or
Buffalo
any of that,
guy
right?
misses
Okay.
turn and misses river. Wide right, you could say.
Oh, you son of. This is the year, Jeff.
I'm sure it is. Haven't heard that one from you before.
Oh, they got cranberry milk?
I got it in there. Snuck it in there.
Nice work. You're sucking back up to me.
Mizrachi right back to work with the ace-4, runs into it here. It's McGinney with the queens this time.
5.
How much?
5.
5 of them?
So it's 2.5.
Yeah.
Oh fuck, you're in a hand. Play your hand. Play your hand.
I can multitask.
I didn't realize you were in your hand.
This hand's gonna be over really soon, don't worry.
1.2.
I believe him. Oh, but does Hamachi believe it? With the king-queen suited. Starting the hand around 3 million.
Might be having some devious intentions. Or just tanking because, again, we're are we still on?
Well, we hit the pay jump because he got eliminated.
We hit it. So these are some devious thoughts.
Not much fold equity once McGinney puts in the 1.2.
It's not, and I don't think McGinney's, you know,
super light versus
type of guy
Mizrachi.
that's going to be crazy out of line. Putting in the 3-bet against Mizrachi, who just doesn't fold, and he has infinite chips.
I'm not good with that stuff, but maybe 600 or something. I don't know. What do you think about that?
Yeah.
There is that
Let's see
fold.
how much this one's gonna be worth. We got 7 million.
Like 7.
8 million. You don't look so comfortable.
Big spot.
Well, then he's giving up the right vibes.
Nobody's comfortable against you, Grinder.
Stack work right now.
I'm fucking rich.
You are? Fuck, I folded. Yeah.
That felt like an ace-queen statement.
Okay, receiving word that WSOP Vice President Jack Effel
If I gotta die, I gotta die.
Yeah, I know.
has
I'm
made
too
his
ready
way
to
here
fuck
after Kasuf
Oh, boy.
asked to speak with him.
Listen, this
He's
is
checking
over,
on this
and
conference.
I'm getting ready to get security, and you're going to get thrown out, and you're going to get disqualified. No, you've talked too much. You've talked too much. No, you're not explaining anymore. You've already talked too much. Nope. Shut up. You're done. Nope. Nobody's going to listen. Are you on penalty right now?
Yeah.
Okay. Go on the outside of the rail.
to speak to you, please.
We're done.
Because why am I
If you follow me, I will get security to take you
why
out.
not one handle, 3 rounds first? Why not instant 1 round?
Listen
I
to
didn't
me.
get a warning.
Go over here to the corner.
I understand.
Take
I'm not
your
trying to argue.
penalty.
Okay, I'm
Keep
trying to
your
argue.
mouth shut,
Okay.
and you can go back
But
and
why
play.
can't I give him 1 hand or 3 hand? I'm asking you that.
I'm not gonna-
Why not 1 or 3? Why instant 1 round?
Nothing you're going to say, I'm going to listen
I'm
to.
trying to explain myself.
Nobody wants to listen to you. You've already talked
You're
too
the top
much.
director. I want to speak to you, please. If you want to walk away, I'm trying to be reasonable. That's all. I'm trying to explain
There's
myself.
no reasonable with you.
I'm trying to explain myself. That's all. I've been too heavy-handed. Same, it's like 2016 all over again. Can't make it up. 2016 all over again. Tournament officials just losing their rag, don't understand the situation. Just like, that's it, 1 round penalty. It's like, what? Trying to explain myself. Done explain, just go to the rail. I'm surprised he didn't do the same rule in 2016. You got 1 round penalty, you keep arguing, I'm gonna give you 2 rounds. Okay, so that's how they do it. This is how they do it. Welcome to Vegas. Welcome to the World Series of Poker. So you got 1 round penalty, you keep arguing, you're gonna have 2 rounds. I'm surprised he didn't say that, because he said that in 2016, so maybe he's learned from that, but 1 round penalty, they don't even give me a warning. Not even 1 hand, not even 3 hands, instant 1 round penalty when I'm just having banter with Morel. I wasn't speaking to any of the players directly. And I was describing the situation from last night, and I was just giving my honest opinion. So you probably heard that, or you didn't know the situation. But I was put instantly from going from the same shot clock that everyone else said, 2 minutes stacked on their hand, call the floor, call the the clock's called, and they got 30 seconds to act. Fair enough. Then they put me down to the next level, dropped me down to the next level when they said, right, you've got like 1 minute to act, someone else can call the floor, and floor will come over, you got 5 seconds to act in your hand. At least then, I thought that was harsh, but at least then I had 35, 40 seconds by the time they called the floor, to call the clock, guy came over, and then I got 5 second count, that's fine. Then we got to dinner break. Dennis, one of the officials here, officially said, when you come back from dinner break, you're going to be on a 10-second shot clock from every decision. I said, excuse me? I've already been subject to a position where I've only got a few seconds to act, and they're calling the clock whenever they want.
Well, Brent, have I told you about Play Poker Go lately?
You know what? You haven't, Jeff. I'd love to hear. What do you have to say?
It's where the action never stops, and now you can chase your share of $1 million in gold every single hour. Jump into free online poker with real players and zero risk. The gold free roll runs every hour on the half hour. No buy-in, no catch, just your shot at gold. Play now. PlayPokerGo.com, available on web, iOS, and Android.
Maybe Kasuf is on there right now during his penalties on Play Poker Go, getting some reps in.
Again, this is the culmination of what's been going on over these last few days. Kasuf handed a 1 round penalty, appealed, got threatened with disqualification from WSOP Vice President Jack Effel. And he just, you keep pushing that boundary.
Said it at the top of the show, eventually actions have consequences.
Yeah.
And they've given him a lot of rope. They really have.
I mean, how many times do we see Bob come up on stage yesterday and give him the full 30 seconds? But he just pushed and pushed and pushed.
All that being said, I want to see more.
It's captivating.
Can we go back?
Right?
Yeah. Hallaert. Understandable bluff, although unfortunate to be stepping right into. Nut straight.
Held by Pedro Padilla.
Hallaert opened under the gun to 425, flatted by Padilla. Middle position. Hallaert continued for 550 on the flop. Check, check, turn, and here we are now on the river. Hallaert is fine. Still around 40 million.
Yeah, I'd say he's doing okay.
He'll be okay. Not a bad evening for him last night.
He and Mizrachi, the biggest stacks in the room. Telling you, Leon Sturm has just never had that many chips, but just hangs around.
Woodstock?
Woodstock, indeed.
You ever been to Woodstock, Jeff?
No, never have.
Made a comeback there in the mid-90s.
Yeah, that went well.
Yeah. It's awkward in here.
Most tables are quiet. Up on stage, they're just having an absolute blast, and then it's contentious.
Now these,
at one of our outer
they
tables.
must know what was happening, right? Is it within
You'd
sight?
be hearing
Can you
Kasut.
hear it?
Probably.
The developments?
Let's jump over to the main stage. We do have Hamachi all in with 2 7s against Greg Merson's ace queen.
Oh, the 7's all in. The 7's all in.
We have ace queen.
Oh.
We cover, but
My
not by
birthday
too much.
is 7/7.
Your what?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah? Like 7.
Birthday hand.
Birthday hand.
Your favorite hand?
Yeah.
I'm scared right now.
Oh, Jack 6-3, all clubs. Very good for those 7s.
Good.
Very bad for the milkman Merson.
Turn 9 of hearts. It's going to need to be a non-club ace or queen for Merson to score the KO. River is an ace, but it is the ace of clubs.
How do they do it?
2.5.
And the flush is there for Hamachi.
Well, I'm sure he's pleased he passed on the king, queen of hearts a moment ago.
Exactly.
Now Merson less than 10
That's not good, Matty.
big blinds.
Very short.
This World Series, the first time this man has played poker overseas. He's making it happen. Mentioned it a few times, quite the influx of Japanese players this summer.
You love to see it.
Yeah, they've been an absolute delight. Super classy, respectful.
Yeah, why? They're so
Enjoying the
polite
game, so
compared to
polite.
us idiot
Oh,
Americans.
God. Night and day.
Or I guess, you know, where's Kasut from?
Merson, the 8-6. It's been whittled down after the big blind ante to about 7 bigs.
He's facing the min raise. Yeah, he's going to play defense. Just call, say a little prayer, try to connect. Does.
On the queen 8-3. 950,000 behind,
Yeah, and
1.1 in the middle.
Maximizing potential value here. You can see if the money goes in, as it will.
It will.
75% of the time, the 8s hold.
Here we go, 3 million in the middle.
Good luck.
Our last remaining main event champion, all in and at risk. Does not want to see an ace or a jack. But the turn is a jack.
Oh.
And now it's Merson on the ropes.
It's heartbreaking for Merson. See the jack just slide home on the turn.
Needs an 8 or 6. Oh, it's a 9. We say good game to the milkman.
One hurts for Greggy.
Good game, bro. Good luck with it, man.
So much respect for this kid.
Good luck, guys.
Made history in 2012. I thought he was going to do it again.
Player.
Oh, nice.
I've listened to him for 6 weeks talk about you.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Nice.
Talk about what a boss you are.
Cool. I'll be rooting for you then.
Good to see
Good luck, man.
Love that. Is an absolute boss. Is an absolute class act. Represents the poker and sports cards worlds very well, I must say.
He represents this industry.
6 weeks. All I freaking heard about was
Very well.
Greg
What a
Merson. Oh, I was watching
story.
Greg Merson on the final table last year. Oh, I was watching Greg
Entire
Merson
life.
on the 5K. So, bad luck. Bad luck.
I believe his good friend Tony Gregg, though, remains in the field. Two of them have essentially come up together in poker. Tony, very dangerous.
Walk, huh?
No, I'm gonna add juice to it. I was gonna do it for charge you 400, charge you an extra quarter.
Just because he's a little bitch?
Just because it's a walk, yeah.
Just because
I already told you on
Yeah,
that.
I hear that. Yeah. It was going to be cheap, but you start trash talking, he's going to...
McGinney defends. Flops a 7, but Mizrachi flops
Definitely
top
don't have
2.
none of that.
Definitely what?
Definitely don't have any of that. Big blind doesn't have those cards. 425.
425 is the net.
McGinney check calls. Turn jack, perhaps clearing the way for Mingini's exit.
If Mizrachi is going to continue to just smash flops, river sets in 18 minutes,
just night-night.
Just call it a tournament here on day 7.
800.
800 is the bet. 800.
See?
There's the
Side
fold,
turn.
there's the pickup.
Yeah, for me.
All right, after his elimination, Greg Merson is standing by with our Natalie Bodie.
Good turn.
Good turn for you.
Eliminated.
Really just grateful to have had another shot at it, and I don't feel any like tilt or regret or anything like that. So I just had so much fun, just like the most fun I've ever had playing poker. Not even close. Just so much fun. So it was just, and my best friend in poker is still in, Tony Gregg, so I get to root for him. And yeah, just such a surreal experience to go deep again. It's just the best tournament.
Very special tournament, and especially for you in the context of your career. How do you describe what the main event means to you?
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously the sickest tournament in the world, but it's still just one tournament, so I don't ever put too much pressure on myself. And at this point in my career, I don't feel like I need to prove anything to anyone or myself. And I just try to play as well as I can. And I think this tournament I played the best I've ever played in this. I mean, I ran very hot to get here because everyone did, but I just feel like I played the best main event I've ever played. So that I feel like content with finishing where I did.
Great run. Thanks for the time.
Okay, thank you, Natalie. Thank you, Greg. Really respect the appreciation that he has for this tournament.
Words of wisdom, Greggy.
That has many interpretations. That's not the right one. But it's the most common one.
Another one for the grinder.
Are you inspired, by the way, Merson?
Absolutely.
Are you already thinking maybe next year it could be the two of us together this deep in the main, much like
Oh, no, I
Greg and
never
Tony
thought that, no.
Yeah. I think we've got what it takes, Jeff.
Let's tell you more about the grinder. The 4-time Poker Players Championship winner, the 7-time bracelet winner, has final tabled the main before. It came on a year in which he won the PPC. More than $10 million in earnings.
Legacy.
Yeah.
How has this guy never been nominated for the Hall?
That's outrageous.
Look at some of those names that,
It's okay
that
with me to
are
knock everybody else out.
and have. I mean,
You and me just
I will
add to
take
it
shots.
after that.
That-
Clearly.
ridiculous
We play some.
Put him in tomorrow.
compared to Mizrachi.
Yeah.
Crying out loud. I always thought he was already in. I learned seriously.
Right.
So I think it was last year. You and I were doing some other show. I said, "Wait, what?
I mean, it's different. I usually
How
play
is
the
Mizrachi?
$40
He's
green
won
out
the
at,
PPC
South Point,
3
so-
times. Now it's 4.
Yeah.
Final table, the main, just an all-around legend.
Did Rick talk you into it?
Huh?
Did Rick talk you into it?
No, I never played.
I'm kidding. But my buddy Rick that played with you.
Oh, really?
Ace King 10 with 2 diamonds.
Check.
Looks like Leo Margetts will be joining the
300,000.
feature table up on the main stage.
We got Margetts coming. Oh, wow. It's another storyline we've keeping our eyes on, looking to make history.
Nice hand.
Good.
Oh, you have a green chip stuck in your ear.
Back there.
Oh, thank you.
Kashi wins that one, back up to 4.5 million.
Sorry, I didn't mean to reach.
Look at the notable chip counts presented by PokerStars. The 2023 Monster Stack winner, Braxton Dunaway, more than 21 million. Iceman on the runway. Adam Hendricks, about 17 million. Mentioned Tony Gray, about 10.5. Will Kasuf back from that penalty, pretty short stack, less than 2.5 million. And Leo Margetts with about 4.9 million. She has made her way to the main stage. The last woman standing in the main for the second time in her career.
And Mike gets a lot of good hands.
¿Bien dormido?
Sí, hoy he dormido súper. Sorry, I slept very well.
Take you to our outer tables. As we mentioned, Kasuf back from serving a one-round penalty.
Yeah, he's a changed man.
Seems to have silenced him.
Oh, you think?
Please exit the tournament area once your hand is complete at your table.
Maybe it's a real spot, a real decision.
Well, it could be. You would think at this point, after all this, he wouldn't want to waste time.
Sorry, I'm not wasting time. My tournament live, and I got less than 10 guys. It's ridiculous. Absolute joke.
It's a little bit like the boy who cried wolf.
What, they're 10 million, 100 million? What difference? Who's counting second hand?
Kasuf kept crying for days. When the wolf finally appears, it's pretty hard to believe him.
Did you hear his line last night? Guy, Schultz was furious.
Yeah.
Said, please stop talking. I'm in a big spot.
That was more reasonable. He got it.
I'll stop talking. No problem. Said, I've got all day to eat this salad like a rabbit. He had this box of salad. And then he kept talking. It was classic.
Merson out, Carson Chan eliminated in 53rd. Albert Calderon enjoyed his presence at the main. That guy just had a blast throughout.
You know Albert?
Yeah.
Had you met him prior to this?
No, I didn't.
Oh, okay.
How'd you beat that? Nuts.
You have a new dealer coming in. Okay, thank you.
You remember Chan? He played that massive pot early day 5 against that King Deuce bluff.
Yeah, that's right.
Should that be allowed? I don't know if that counts. I mean, you can
I played yesterday with it, but
Okay.
do you want me to take it out?
I mean,
Shouldn't be, but I don't know.
He's got a good point.
Whatever.
do you want me to call the floor now? Sure.
What do we got here?
Just
It
seeing
has
if
half the
the
features of a phone.
Yeah, it is.
Apple Watch is allowed. No phones are allowed.
It's not one of those heart monitor watch things that you wear?
Thank you.
2 seconds.
A whoop.
No disrespect.
Agree. No.
No free ads.
Oh, you went
Look at the
Kasufa.
chip denomination.
Whoop, that is.
Presented
That
by
is.
True Classic.
Can you believe that?
Green chips worth 25,000 apiece. The blues 100Ks.
And the rings too?
Blacks half a milli.
That's right. It doesn't vibrate. It doesn't vibrate. There's no screen. I'll take it off if you want, but it's going to show my blood pressure rising.
Point of clarification, by the way, and this is our esteemed colleague, Mr. Norman Chad, who I'm shocked is actually tuning in to listen to a couple of, as he would put it, dingleberries like us.
He's got the sound on?
Well, Mizrachi was nominated for the Hall back in 2022.
You get a lot of good hints.
But still, put him in the Hall. What are we doing? I mean, if you win the PPC this year and the main event, it should be an auto in.
Right. I mean,
Make
it
an
should be an
exception.
auto in now.
Automatic rule. You know, they could do two things right away. Automatically induct Mizrachi.
Yeah.
And add shot clocks to the main.
Starting now.
Yeah, let's do it now.
Let's do it now.
Yeah.
Do you mind stacking on 20s so it's easier?
Oh.
Thank you.
Jack 9-7.
Okay.
Also, I Googled Dingleberry. That not a, you know, not a great thing to be called.
Really?
You and I. Yeah.
Very small.
Well, did he say, like, no offense? Or with all due respect?
No, none of that.
Oh, okay.
Three good?
Look at this from Hamachi continuing with the fives and turning a set.
How? And he jumped out of his chair.
Right,
Did
he
you see
did,
that?
yeah.
Oh, yeah. I mean, look at that.
Jumped out of mine as well.
I think Mizrachi, look at, did you see his eyes? He saw that. I mean, fortunately for Mizrachi, not much of a hand.
Right.
I don't think we're going nuts with the set. Oh, I take it.
No,
Here we
reaching,
go.
firing.
Here we go. He might. He's so sick that he thinks he can just start bluffing at what might be a 9.
Yeah.
Apply a ton of pressure. Also deny equity from various draws.
Makes Hamachi feel that a river jam could be on the way. We can see that it'd be fine with him.
And the best 7, right? We can also target that type of holding. I don't know what hands are there as played that Hamachi would have flatted the button with.
Yeah, good point.
75. Okay.
Probably not a lot of 7x, 9x.
Would be more like the Queen 10 clubs of the world.
Queen 10 clubs, King Queen that could be there. And if it is the Queen 10 of clubs, King Queen of clubs, even Jack X
Like the
of
river?
clubs, that gets there.
You like the river?
Deuce?
Yeah.
I think Mizrachi has an idea now of the situation.
Does, yeah.
Not saying he thinks it's 5s exactly, of course, because that is a hard conclusion to come to.
I think Mizrachi just believes that Hamachi has
good.
rivered clubs, right? The hands we pointed out.
Maybe 7s or 9s.
Could be. I mean, he is sick. He hates the fold.
He does.
It's a huge bet. If he had King Queen,
2.2.
would he do the same thing? He might. Is he really going to look him up?
Like the river.
Mizrachi, not a folder.
What are you
Hates to
thinking
do it.
about? What are you thinking about? Hope I call, right?
It's a genuine smile.
Yeah.
All right, Mike's good at picking this stuff up.
Does end up finding the fold.
I really think it was that sweetheart of a smile that in the end gave it away.
And to our secondary feature. And look at what we have here.
Oh, no.
Hold on. Wait a minute.
Freitas opened. Afriat.
What is this?
3-bet with the ace-10 off.
6?
Ponce de Leon. The 4-bet to 3.1 million in the big blind with the king-queen suited. And Afriat makes it 6.9 million.
We're just playing a 5-bet pot with ace-10 off, with 50 left in the main.
Taking it to the streets.
I mean, Afriat could have just chiseled his way to the final table. That's not his style. He loves big pots. He's put the Explorer in misery. We got an iceberg straight ahead. King, queen of diamonds. This thing's about to sink. No chance he's going to just 6-bet rip, right?
Does lay it down.
Told you, you're playing with fire.
Oh.
Big lay down.
Afriat back up to over
You're
32
not going to win the
million.
tournament today, my friend. Yeah. You're not going to win the tournament. You're playing like an amateur.
I'm playing like an amateur?
Yeah.
Why?
Why? Because you're not going to win the tournament today. Tranquilo, tranquilo. You go step by step.
Saying get off the track when the train's coming through, young gun.
Play like this guy, man. This guy you can tell is a poker player, man. It's smooth and collected. He knows he's got to maintain himself.
Back to our outer tables.
Please don't talk to me. No, I'm not talking to you. I've got another hand. It's not being reasonable.
Floor 636.
It's not being reasonable. I've got another hand here. Marshall, it's not being reasonable. He's calling the clock because action's on me.
40 seconds.
Not even 30 seconds. Not even
Plus
30
all the time right now that we're talking,
I've got
right?
8 big blinds.
So you're calling the clock on seat 3? Is that what I'm hearing?
After 20 seconds, like 30 seconds. It's ridiculous. It's got to be reasonable, Marshall. It's got to be reasonable.
Greg, how long's it been?
Like 30 seconds, or 40 seconds now.
50, 40.
It's not even been a minute, and they're calling the clock at me.
So now it's been a full minute.
What's on live
10-second
with
clock.
9 big blinds. What's that, sorry?
You're about to have 5 seconds left of your clock. 3, 2,
What do you mean 5 seconds
1,
left on my clock?
0. Hands dead.
You have to give me 30 seconds. What do you have, 5 seconds? It's like you're making up as you go along. The hand before you give him 10 seconds. Now you give me 5 seconds.
I said 10, and then I counted down the last 5.
Well, I'm meant to be on 30 seconds though. Who said I'm on 10? No one told me I'm on 10
Why
seconds.
does he still have this hand? That hand's dead.
It's ridiculous. I was going to shovel in with this hand. Come look at this hand. I'll
I
show you.
don't know.
Come look at this hand. I was going to shovel in. Marshall, I want to prove the point. I've got legit.
I've seen that combination before. Can you put that hand in the muck, please?
Have a look at my hand.
I don't.
To prove a point, I'm not taking with nothing. A legit decision. It's ridiculous. Absolute disgrace. Yeah, welcome to the World Series of Poker 2025.
Kasuf was told he had 10 seconds.
They make the rules up as they go along. I was told last night, I'm like a new player.
It's like he's
everyone else.
framing
You've got 2 minutes stacked on your hand. Someone calls the clock, you've got 30 seconds.
the World Series as, you know, the path to his demise.
Yeah, I know it was hard. It was
Blaming them.
I'd be very, very upset.
No, I know. I want.
No,
He's been the culprit.
He seemed pretty pleasant.
You know,
for a pot.
I'll tell you a secret. I'll tell you a secret about that hand. When you bet 3/4 pot on the flop, I thought this is fucking fishy, because you normally bet like 30%, 40%, 50% pot. So like, is that really? That looks like Ace Queen of Hearts to me. Maybe Ace King No Heart or something like that. Look. Yeah, anyway.
Talking strategy.
It wasn't a hard fold. It wasn't a hard fold. I don't think.
It's a lot easier to be like, hey, I knew you had the Ace Queen of Hearts in that hand when she had to show the Ace Queen of Hearts in that hand.
It's like a Mike Matisow type of read.
Yeah. Bekenstein with the aces just calls. Facing the Mizrachi Open.
Very slippery. What a trap by Bekenstein. Oh.
Or a trap in this way.
Yeah.
As Akashi has ripped it in with the 2 threes.
Mizrachi gets the memo.
Aces. Oh, good job.
Did he say aces?
He did,
before?
pretty
Yeah.
quickly.
Just knew it. Knew he was being trapped.
Akashi in some trouble.
I'm glad it was you.
8.8 million though if he finds a way.
Actually, the only thought I didn't play many hands, right? I was so.
Jack 10-8. Nothing really doing.
He wasn't behind me.
No.
I don't know, he's got me behind.
I mean, it's a
At King 10.
The last hour.
Oh my God.
The turn is a king.
Thank you. Hold on.
Meaning it's 2 outs for Akashi.
Can't catch a break.
Yeah.
That's unreal.
Needs a 3.
Go on. Oh my God.
But the river is a 4.
Good
And
game.
Akashi's day is done.
Nice on this.
I couldn't win that.
Biggest career score though, 200K.
Yep. Huh?
And greatest career memory thus far.
Absolutely.
Deep in the main TV table.
No, what do you mean? If you fold,
Well, you know you're right, because I'm going to slow play.
$200,000.
You saved me. I'm going to slow play all day.
Last handshake.
Yep.
Mizrachi as you walk off. Cherish it, Akashi.
Yeah.
Popping might be check called and turn his done. I raised, he just flattered me with aces.
What was the flop? Like Jack 10-8 or?
Jack 10-8, turn king. I'll get them this turn. So
It's true, that jam certainly saved Bekenstein.
No way, that's
some troubles.
Funny how this game works. The
Now,
little
did you know I had
things.
aces as soon as I flatted or as soon as I snapped off?
Aces face.
¿Hablas español bien?
NAPT Las Vegas is back at Resorts World for the 3rd year in a row. It runs November 3rd through the 12th. The highlights include the 50K Super High Roller, the 5K main event, plus there's a 1K PokerStars Open at the start of the series and a 1K Women's High Roller. PokerStars players in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Michigan, and Ontario have the chance to win their way to the NAPT.
What'd you got?
Ace 4.
I think I did. When you said it's going to be a quick hand to him, I was like, I like my spot here for sure.
So king?
No. I obviously have a good hand.
Looks like Mitch Heinem has gone just about all in our secondary featured table.
Yeah, we got
Ponce de
action.
Leon puts the rest in, and here we go with 49 players left. Heinem, the king 10 suited. Ponce de Leon, the 6s. About 3.2 in the middle. Queen 3-3-1 club. Couple backdoor draws available for Heinem, but for now looks for a king or 10. Doesn't find either on the turn. Six outs to stay alive in the main.
Good game, guys.
River 8.
Yeah, man.
Good game, Mitch Heinem. Nice run at it. Ends in 49th for $200,000.
Already had $1 million+ in earnings coming in to the main event. Pad 200,000 on top.
Give it to the mic, and you're good to go. You can collect anytime. Thank you. Thank you.
GG, Mitch.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah. I'd king 10. I'd king 10.
No, we're talking. You lost.
Swing it all the way over to our other secondary feature. What a jib cam setup this is, by the way. It is massive. With Sturm opening pre, Duenas defending.
You appreciate the fine arts of the jib cam, don't you?
I do indeed.
You ever operated one back in your boom mic era with the San Antonio Spurs?
No.
Never put you on the jib?
No.
A little too heavy
for everybody involved. Yes.
Is there a certain height
no,
required in order to operate such a large vessel?
Nope. If there was, I'm sure I would have passed.
Above average.
Above average in the States.
Woodstock. Drag a putt. Just always be aware of Sturm. Fundamentally speaking, probably from what I was picking up, at least last night, listening to Shulman and Najad, and you and I have talked about and covered Sturm many times. He might be the best all-around tournament player remaining in the main. Extremely talented young gun, the German. He had a great time with Kasuf last evening.
Oh, loved him. Really wanted to engage with him. There goes Yashan to balance tables, going up to the main stage.
Is this right, by the way? Is he really only 24?
Yeah.
Must be the youngest player remaining in the field.
Ozamak is 22.
22?
Yeah, it's his first main.
I mean, that's just not right. You have to earn your stripes.
Pay your dues a bit.
Yeah, 22 with 48 left in the main event. Yeah.
Duenas limps in. Chip leader perhaps thought about pouncing, does check. Duenas check calls, Queen of Spades in hand. Queen of High is the best hand, as we can see. Turn brings another deuce.
That is my kind of board.
A lot of ducks on that pond.
Be appropriate.
Mallards, yeah, sorry.
Thank you. Just get it right. I love it. Nobody has anything. Blind versus blind. And that being said, it is now all of a sudden an interesting river spot for Duenas with just queen high. If Kenny does bet, we beat bluffs.
Yeah.
Right? Could it be a 4 on the river? Sure. Now he's just going to check it down with jack high. It may have been a good check, by the way. I don't know if queen high was going to call, but it's never ace high, right, that Kenny's betting. That's showdown value, even king high.
Duenas finished third in a 3K at the WSOP last year for more than $326,000. Well, this man has made some incredible runs at the World Series of Poker main event. Hallaert, a 6th place finish in 2016. The year before he finished 123rd, the year after he finished in 64th. This year, he is the chip leader.
He knows a thing or two about the main event. Also, correct me if I'm wrong, and I don't know if he's still doing this, but didn't he at one point put together the best Excel doc for anyone coming to Las Vegas, all the tournaments happening, letting you know where to play? It's an ambassador for the game.
Everybody in the poker world likes this guy. Sturm opens here with the 4s. Padilla in there with the 2 8s.
I forgot sort of what poker is like without Kasuf. But this is what it's supposed to be, or usually is.
A little bit less lively.
A bit like a morgue.
I like the style here from Giovanni in the big blind with the A7.
Yeah. No, that is your look. Is that a Nike?
It's a Nike
Blazer?
Like, yeah, it's.
I've never
like
seen
a Blazer, but looks super comfortable.
Oh, you know what? When we do the break, that's what I'm gonna get.
That's what you're gonna get.
Yeah. Need to talk to that.
Gio played baseball at UNLV.
Yes, he did. Do we have the position?
Pitcher.
He was a really?
Yeah.
No curveballs here.
Nice.
Out of the way with A7 off.
So you can hear Kasuf, right?
Yeah, but I'd like it to be a little louder. More of that. Maybe I'm sick. You know, I talked to Shulman again last night. So I always do. We talk to each other as we go to bed. You know, it's one of those things where...
Do you call him, I'm guessing?
No, last night it was actually a back and forth of the... I don't do it, but he does the audio record, you know, the audio text.
Oh, yeah.
What do you call that, a voice note?
Yeah.
What is it called? Is that right?
Yeah, voice note.
I'm more of a text guy because mainly I don't know how to do it, what he does. But
you don't know how to do the voice note?
No, I don't.
I figure it out.
No.
Okay.
But yeah, we were just chatting about the whole experience, if you will, the Kasuf experience. Once you have sort of a little taste of what we've all endured, you can't help but continue.
Yeah, you do find yourself wondering.
You're locked in.
What's going on right now?
What next?
For those of you thinking about him, don't worry.
Oh, there's more.
I would assume so.
Okay.
Nicely done by Sturm. You can see him looking out into the outer tables.
We must be headed there.
We are indeed.
Yes.
5, 4,
Clock called again.
2, 1, 0. Hand is dead.
Hand is dead. In case you want to, hand is dead. Hand is dead.
Thank you.
Good luck, everybody.
Thank you.
How many chips? He's got
about 1.5.
1.5 million. A little short.
Funny joke. Everybody. So funny. Fist bump. Best joke of the day.
Kasuf is furious.
On my small blind?
Oh, man.
What are you playing? You playing a tournament or no?
Is that Blez on the rail?
Yeah, is that Blez? The backer in the building. On the rail. Me and Grinder are certainly good buddies.
Good to see you.
See you.
Yeah, for sure.
Just got busted in 777. I was sitting by Jed.
Oh, yeah?
He didn't bust me. We had a good chat.
Nice. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. I've had him for a while.
Just left this morning. He's staying with me.
Oh, okay. Nice.
So,
Machi bets here with aces.
No, that's my first name, though.
okay.
Yeah.
It said AKA. Well, I thought it was a typo. And then
No.
I saw AKA and I thought,
No, that's my first name, and like before yesterday, that's just what all the coverage was. But then yesterday, when I started making a run, then I told them like it's
well,
Jared.
now I can't follow.
Shit. I thought I was going to get to open a pot.
Heard a lot of conversations going on at once. I was trying to be nosy and listening to all of them. Are you rewinding
What
something?
is that?
Do you have a
hear
VCR
that? No,
next to you?
I don't, but you hear that, right?
Raised to 400,000.
Is that just on our end, or does the whole broadcast hear that?
Have the seat change button, please.
You want to sit here? You want to sit closer to me?
Makes so much difference. So much.
Yashan makes his way to the feature table. And 3 bets. Mizrachi with the ace-deuce suited, making his presence felt right off the bat.
Well, good luck, Yashan. Typically doesn't end well when you come after the grinder.
そっちからどう見えてるの?
You could hear the clock called from out on the floor.
What's your name? What's your name?
His name's Danny.
You don't have a name? What's your name?
Come on, Danny, you can give him that.
The boy has no name.
Okay.
He's allowed to talk?
Yeah.
Or no? Because yeah, but in other tables, you know, like people, they can't, they couldn't like talk.
Can't talk about the hand.
Of the hand. That's the stuff.
Just asking, like, I don't know.
trying to solicit a bet or induce action. That's not.
Does Mizrachi sense something's up here?
They're not banning talking, right?
Danny.
No.
And then, okay.
Nice to meet you, Danny.
That's good.
Nice to meet you.
There we go.
Why don't you say your name in the middle of a hand?
Because I'm in the middle
You
of a
can't-
hand.
You can't multitask?
Not everyone is like you.
You're too good. You think I'm going to talk to you in a pod? Come on.
That's fair.
I wasn't trying to get information. I just want to know your name.
Well, if you ask this man what his name is, he could go on for hours. As Will Kassouf is at the
Tell me when
clock.
I'm on the shot clock rather than tell me I've got 5 seconds, please, Marshall. Because I've got a genuine decision here.
Absolutely. You're on the shot clock now.
How long have I got? Well, in the words of Will Kassouf, if you got it, you got it. I'm on it.
Okay, here we go. Oh, dear.
How much was that?
You have 200. It should be 1, 3, 1, 450, like I said.
That's Theo Tran
Ace King. Right, one time or two times? Pocket nines against Ace King.
with Ace King, and it's Will
One time, two
Kassouf
times.
with
Once.
pocket
Okay.
nines.
Any bricks about? Keep it low, please, Hila. Keep it low. Oh, that'll do. Yeah,
9-8-4.
Wow. Top set.
Wow.
Pull out.
Oh, my
Draw dead,
goodness.
draw
The
dead.
Will
Send me money.
Kassouf show
Send me
will
the money.
continue.
Put a stamp on that. Put a stamp on that and send it. Put a stamp on that, send it this way. Now we've got a game. I'm coming for all of you.
Nines full like
I'm
a
coming for
boss.
every single one of you. I'm fearless, ruthless, and relentless. I will not stop until I get what I want. I will not rest until I've won. And God help any of you who dares to stand in my way. You have been warned. You laugh. This guy. Ha, this guy. Watch. I'll show you this guy. This guy. What's that? Yeah. Why, do you? Yeah. You have been warned. You have been warned. This is it. This is your final warning. I'm coming for all of you now. Every single one of you. You're all going to get it. Every hand. Every single hand, you're going to get it. Call the clock.
Ooh, Kassouf going off on his table mates.
He was just kidding around.
It didn't quite seem like
It's
it.
hard to get it tonight. I could probably pull it off.
250.
Believe Guerra defended his big blind, flopping 2 pair. McGinney, of course, going to bet the 5s. This type of texture, pre-flop razor from the cutoff.
Just check calls. Turn is a queen.
Very under-wrapped for Guerra. Have you ever seen him play a No Limit Hold'em tournament before? Usually only plays PLO.
Has outstanding results in PLO tournaments. And he does slow down. River makes Guerra a full house.
Rolling down the street in my 6 phone. A house. Closing in on nearly $8 million in earnings.
Check.
Yep, it's going to be good.
Not bad.
That's what I put him on.
look at the lay of the land on our main stage. Sean McGinney, Josh Beckenstein, Hamachi, Lautaro Guerra, Paul Gibbons, Leo Margetts, and the Grinder. Tournament format presented by Splash Sports, 10K buy-in. Play 2-hour levels. We'll play 5 full levels today. Tomorrow we get down to our final table and take a day off. And the final table is split into 2 days.
Raise 400. So, dealer, what's your name? Marcus.
Marcus, Dominic, Andrea doing for us on the main stage, doing a fantastic job.
Good.
Yashawn flops an ace. Danny Yashawn from North Carolina originally. Lives in Baltimore. Terrific chess player, by the way.
Chess?
Yeah.
That's neat.
Crossover between the chess and poker worlds.
Is there?
Yeah, probably a little bit. I
850.
feel like a decent amount of poker players play chess. Maybe I've just seen it on Negrani's vlog a bunch. The mind sports of the world.
Yeah. No, and I think chess. I definitely think some sort of sport.
Mind sport.
Right.
It's very different.
There are a ton of chess players, though, that love poker.
Yeah.
You know, Botez.
Botez, yeah.
Magnus, I believe. Didn't
Magnus,
Carlson
big
play
time.
the main event
Poker player, I think so.
a couple years ago? I believe Dan Smith,
Jen
high
Shahadi.
stakes player, is a great chess player. Yeah, Jen Shahadi. Our boy Nick Schulman.
Oh, really?
Loves chess, yeah. Victoria Lifshitz.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's not talk about chess ever
Okay.
again.
No problem.
Great time there. We got it out of the way.
Yes, we did. Machi one's in there with the 9-8 suited. Gibbons with an aggressive fold.
I don't know what it is about Gibbons. I really like the guy.
Margetts closes the action, defending with the 7-5 suited. King 8-3, 1 diamond, a couple backdoor draws from Margetts. 3s for Yashawn. And 8s for Hamachi.
$375. Call.
Turn 10.
Might be pretty difficult for Ishan to continue having been called find out. Second barrel. We know that Arai can be a little splashy, right? You saw the fives hand against Mizrachi. He calls wider, I think, pre than he should off of that stack. In there with 9-8 suited.
Pretty light.
48 left in the main. You know, you don't have a ton of chips.
Does have the best hand here.
Does. And there's a lot to be learned as you navigate deeper and deeper into the main. I don't know if these two have even played much together right at this point. It could be their first or second time. Very few hands. And now is the opportunity where you actually start to see the ranges. Okay, what was this guy calling me with pre?
He'll see the 9-8 suited.
Yeah. And all that information, when you go to showdown, you start to soak it up. And that will change your strategy moving forward.
I can't win. There's no fifth, fourth now. It's just.
Look at the payouts presented by GTO Wizard.
So I came in blasting.
We're in the 200K realm right now. Next pay jump is worth $40,000. Comes from 45 to 44. So still 4 eliminations off. Chad Power opens here. Richard Freitas.
We got our own heads-up game going, buddy.
Calls out of the small blind.
Yeah.
Let's flop an 8. Check, check, turn 9. 2 pair for Freitas. 2-way straight draw for Power. Power bets 500K, gets called. River 6.
Underrated skill here. White flag.
I have 2 pairs.
Very underrated skill. Sometimes you just gotta give it up.
Just the give up. Freitas wins the pot.
Check, flop.
Oh, check flop?
Yeah.
You say thank you for the.
I'd have liked a different river.
Feel like to.
Where do you think we'll go now?
Well, if I had to guess, it's time for the Kasuf cam.
So we do indeed have another developing situation.
Marshall, for the record, he talked to me first.
This gentleman caught my attention. I just want to hear what he has to say.
He talked to me first, I responded.
I think it's very unfair for players that are in the just screaming.
I'm not screaming. I'm responding to him. He was antagonizing me, he was provoking me, and I was responding to him, that's all. I said nothing to him. I said nothing, Marshall. He spoke to me first, I responded. I said nothing rude, I responded. And now, when I gave him my answer, he knows I'm right, he can't take it, so he calls the floor, like a little ago. Floor, tell him to stop talking, because I'm standing my ground. Not when he's been disrupted. I said nothing to him, Marshall. He said something to me, I responded, and now he can't take my answer, and now he calls the floor, I'm being disrupted. Do you understand? Yes, I'm explaining to you. I'm explaining to you what happened. That's what I'm saying. It's not about the pattern. I'm here to play my game. I can if I was quiet on day 4. The whole point of poker is taking opponents out of their comfort zone, so they don't play their A game, right? Any edge or advantage you have against your opponent on the table, you've got to use and exploit to the max. Why? Why? Yes, within the rules. Yes, we're allowed to talk. We're allowed to talk on the table. And the reason why I do it, not to be a nuisance, because it increases my chances of going deep in the tournament. Why? Because it's plus EV for me. It's dog eat dog out here at Marshall. You've played poker before. You're the hunter or the let me finish. You're the hunter or the hunted.
Well, the let me finish comment, you know, when it comes from Kasuf,
you're just not going to let him finish, are you, Jeff? You personally will not let him finish. You shut him right down.
He and Tomas Swartz were getting into it a little bit.
It's part of the plan.
Well, I genuinely believe that.
Yeah. I mean, he's open and honest about it.
Let me have this one. You take the next one.
That's a Helmuth line.
I'll take this one. You take the next one.
Mizrachi Magic.
Mizrachi raised out of the small blind to 600K. Yashan called. Mizrachi betting flop, betting turn, getting called. River another Mallard.
It's going to be a little bit tougher to pick up this pot, given the run out. Be great if he just hits him with the, if you got it, you got it line. Bet 4 million.
Rocking the bracelet.
Yeah, is that the one he just won?
It is indeed. Waves the white flag.
It's that underrated skill set that Chad Power just pointed out. Sometimes you just got to wave it. Don't give it away.
Tough run out the bluff.
Yeah. That would have been 10 million or check.
Last couple hands of this level. And we have some action at our outer tables.
What do we have here?
Over here, Ponce de Leon with tens, open,
man.
Power called behind with jacks. Veloso comes in with the 3-bet with the kings.
Look at how deep all three players are.
Tens into the muck.
Outstanding fold. I don't know if Chad Power is just going to muck 2 jacks.
He is not.
Call. Has position. This can get really dangerous on various flops.
This one, though, ace, queen, deuce.
Yeah, and flip side, this exact type of board can really slow it down. And this is a fortunate texture for Chad Power. Veloso hates it. Power hates it.
Peloso leads small.
You saw it too, like the sort of facial antics after leading small. It didn't look great, but he's trying to remain confident. Yeah. Oh God, I have to bet this board because of range. Oh.
Okay, here we go. An all-in and a call. Leon Sturm, 4-bet jammed with the ace-king up against Pedro Padilla's queens.
What is happening? It's chaos in here.
Sturm off to his rail. Nobody has any heart. Sturm down to his final 6 outs. Let's see what it means to him. The high roller regular is out of the World Series of Poker main event.
Young Leon, superstar. Day is done.
Here's a guy who has already been in so many big spots in his poker career, yet this one, it definitely hits different. Told Natalie the other day that he was just having a blast playing the main.
Have a feeling for years to come, we may see young Leon continue to make run after run in the main event. A deflating emotional exit, no doubt. Padilla, what an afternoon.
Yeah, he's up to 18 million.
Yeah.
Over to our secondary feature. This level wraps up. Veloso won a big flip to start the day. Freitas in his first World Series of Poker cash.
Yeah, have we confirmed if Freitas was a GG qualifier? I'm assuming so with the patch and also earnings, 40K. First cash, super young as well, only 23.
You'll love this on the road to going pro in soccer. You're a big soccer guy.
Yeah, how exciting. It's great. He's on the road to going pro?
Yeah.
What else do you need?
I guess it's still 23. Young. You're in your prime.
Let's say, yeah, the basic degree, and then I did my master's studies, and then
Boyevich and Afriat. They were just like, you know what? We're going to go on break early.
They're out.
Who cares about this hand?
I assume it's the last hand before break.
It is, but it's still,
okay.
they just decided.
They don't need to watch anything. It's all.
No. I mean, they just. They weren't even there to start. Yeah.
They're just dealt. Okay,
it's like,
now
you know what?
yeah.
Gonna miss a hand. I mean, it's a 20-minute break. Plenty of time.
It's kind of baller. Screw it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Main event.
Respect.
47 people left. $10 million up top. Yeah, deal me out.
I'll take an extra 2 minutes break.
Might be back in an hour.
Was Power even there?
No,
it was his big blind.
Right, I think they just said, we're out. They don't care.
Well, is that a Sam Cassell? You wouldn't call it a bobblehead. What would you call that thing?
Like a voodoo doll? What was that? You stick the little needles in them and it's supposed to hurt your opponent?
No, it didn't look like a voodoo doll.
No? I mean, it's a
Russian nesting doll.
Russian nesting
Producer
doll.
Jack
Why,
said- yeah,
why
yeah,
would you
yeah.
think that I am familiar with a Russian nesting doll?
Well, you've seen
it
those
does
kinds
sort of
of-
look like Houston Rockets.
Number 10, that's Cassell,
variety.
right?
What? We need more intel.
Yes, we do.
On the little Russian Sam
We need all
Cassell
producers
nesting doll.
right now to focus all of their efforts.
Put this thing
the
on
one
hold. Get out there
Sam
and
Cassell nesting Russian doll.
learn more.
Seems like we checked out early as well, as far as the break is concerned.
Yeah, you know what? I'll see you in a little
You're
while,
gone.
Jeff. I'm out.
I'll take a look at the chip counts. For the notables, presented by PokerStars, Padron and Dunaway, over 20 million in chips. Iceman still on that runway with about 15. Schultz at 11. Aishen and Kasuf. Some of the short stacks. Speaking of,
Break time, all right. Break time. You guys are so lucky you're on break. Because I'll ruin you. Sitting here another 10 minutes, you're finished. When you come back from break, you're finished. Done. Under it.
Got the Granny Banani back here.
Under it. Done and done. All lined out. All lined out. All of it. Your goal. You're playing for 20% of yourself. I'm playing for 100%.
well, that show
That's it. Exactly.
will continue.
I'll have a conversation.
Whether his opponents like it or not.
I'll play for 100%.
We're back soon at the World Series of Poker main event.
$10 million, tax-free from the UK.
Swifty was the victim.
Yeah.
Late last night, he almost busted himself with 2 nines
Can you
against
call me
Kasuf's
Duncan?
aces.
The song that I said yesterday. What? Vad sa du? Va? Varför då? Nej, men du är ju irländsk. Ja. Det är den där...
I've been waiting for a spot, by the way, to just read you a message that I received.
Surprised you found it.
I know. I'm going to get it out right here. This is from, of course, Maury Eskandani, our boss.
You can do it.
And
I think I can. And
they're
it's gonna be
playing the
very
Hall
embarrassing
of Fame tournament, which I believe is running today.
Okay, yes, decent
So
flop
you,
for next, by the
oh,
way.
Yeah, I see that. The nuts. The nizzles.
I guess it's worse to shit yourself, so.
What was that?
And this story will involve Nick Shulman.
Oh, good.
Which is
Okay.
where I'm
Okay.
headed.
Okay.
But let's
About
just see
that.
if
Wasn't that
anything
ages ago where they pissed the other
ridiculous
side of the table?
develops,
At
and I'll
least
get
a
back
little
to
bit
it.
will develop here.
Yeah.
What was the bet?
With Schultz betting big on the 8-high flop.
Right. That's it. That's.
Remember at the beginning of the day, we said with Nex, had the jacks versus the queens, had the ace-queen suited versus the ace-king suited. Still managed to leave himself with 25 bigs.
Insane.
Look where he's at now and look at the position he's in this hand.
The main often feels like, you're a fly, just up,
She has a good song. No, it's a queen.
headed the wrong direction down a highway.
Also gonna die.
You have to avoid
wants to live forever.
every single windshield.
You'll have to avoid another heart
Theme
as
song
well.
to Highlander. movie. There can only be one.
Oh, okay. I'm sure I've heard it.
Fitting for this. Exactly, because there can only be one.
Or Miley Cyrus.
The ability to thrive, survive.
He's multi. He knows more than one song.
And also, a good bit of luck must be on your side, making runs in the main. Here, must avoid a heart. Does Nix.
Oh, man.
720.
720,000. What route does Next take?
I'd like to see him put in the raise, considering the presence of the backdoor draws that have arrived. In a way, you need to protect your hand. To go bet, flop and turn from Schultz. He's showing us a great deal of strength. If he does get check raised with King 3 of Hearts, he'll be sick. had an opportunity to check back and recognize his equity. Maybe next we'll let him off the hook.
Does just check call. About 2.5 in the middle. Next with 3.5 million behind. River brings another jack.
Next fades the heart. Board does pair. But we're never folding.
How does Schultze proceed? Opportunity to put a lot of pressure on the 8s, the 5s, the 4s of the world.
If he thinks that's what he's targeting, which clearly that seems to be the case, then yes, that third shell.
You think he won? Sorry? You think he won?
And as played, I believe next just wins the max. Had he check raise turn,
Duncan.
Schultze may have had to fold. Disgusted, the king high flush draw.
It's 3 stacks of high society right there and a little extra. 3.15 million.
Overbet pot. Next looks really sick about it, but I mean, we're never folding, right? I mean, what?
Especially when you can have a couple bigs behind in case you
Is
run
he
into a
giving
better
Schultze
hand.
credit for just, you know, a house here? Oh my goodness. I thought he was quickly just going to flick in a chip and call. I mean, the only sensible story is that Schultze is triple barreling it off with a flop set turned into a house. Jack 8, of course, makes some sense.
And like you say, sometimes you just got to pay on the money. There are going to be hands that beat you just about all the time.
I really thought I mean, this is, he might be leveling himself here. Again, it's easier said
but
from us here in the booth and the viewers at home thinking, buddy, you flopped it straight, what are you doing?
It's an extremely narrow range that you lose to.
And I know we're saying the houses, but Schultze might even do this with aces. There's a chance that he would go bet.
You beat
with aces.
value here. And this can't possibly get through, can it?
No, I don't see how. I mean, Schultze, he just thinks he's up against like a pair of 8s.
Right.
You know, 2 pair. No way does he think he's trying to bluff a flop straight. I think he'll be shocked to see the hand if he does get called.
This is what they call a nit roll.
Next, from France, just about 100K in career earnings. You know, not one of your stone cold killers in the field. Oh my God! No way! I mean, no way. This might be one of the most absurd folds that we've seen in all the wrong ways.
Clock.
Clock has been called.
He knows he flopped the straight, right? Oh my goodness.
Time to call the flop. 8. And then it comes Jack and Chad. Pre-flop aggressive continue on the turn, and I will 3.5.
So you've got 30 seconds. In 25 seconds, we have 5-second countdown. If I say the word 0 and there's been no action, that hand will be dead. Clock's ticking.
Yeah, after this, don't do it.
Clock has started.
I cannot believe what's happening here.
Five, 4.
No way. No way. The 7-6 goes into the muck.
Goodness.
Are you kidding me?
Good. Maybe I'm totally wrong.
To unread.
Oh my
What's your call?
goodness.
What's the maximum you will call?
He had it.
Just asking. Okay.
What did you have?
He's saying that a full house.
We'll see. Yeah. Points, please.
Napkins.
He's one of the partners.
He
Like,
does.
how much would you?
Stone cold napkins.
Schultz was on the verge of tilting
Can I got a little more?
and just blasting his
Back at that exchange there, Nick, I thought, you know, even for the least empathetic among those who fall on the anti-Kasuf side of the fence, 10 seconds, sub 100 left in the main with 10 million up top. If suddenly a spot breaks out where 100 bigs are on request in a pot that's got several already in there, this is borderline insane.
Well, it's definitely the most extreme form of clock kind of management we've seen. But, you know, it's also an extreme situation.
Round 2, ding ding. Last time you had a set of jacks.
It's like if you spit your gum out on a Singaporean subway, you might think a slap on the wrist at worst would be what you're facing. However, the cane lashes are in play, you know.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking.
Deja vu here is the
Very bad
995
start for
2
Sturm,
diamond.
drawing almost dead.
780 in the middle. Trouble brewing. This was a pre-flop. Open from the suited connector.
You got it, you got it. Every time.
260 the follow through.
Same scenario every time. There's only 2 scenarios every time. If you have it, I don't have it. If I have it, you don't have it. And if we both have it, the second scenario, then it's a cooler. This could be the cooler. Almost like the last one with the 2 diamonds, when you had the pocket jacks, right? King, Jack 9, 2 diamonds, similar thing. Whoops, look out. Here we go, buckle up.
Sturm flats the 260. Quads on the turn. The upgrade from trips for Kasuf.
Now I was going to rep the 9 high like a boss. And now this silly card, how can you put that on the turn,
That's
dude?
a real problem.
How can I rep it now?
For Sturm. Sturm, by the way, under the gun, raised this one up and then deferred.
Germany's finest, right? I thought Swedish, she had a light hair, but you're German, huh? Björn Schiff, oder? Björn Schiff. Wunderbar. You like that turn? You improve? Schön, herrlich, wunderbar. Affe, Effe, los, los. Los, Affe, yeah, bet, why not? Yeah, take the donk lead. Now you turn your hand to a bluff. How much? 270? I don't believe you. Can't fold for 270, too cheap. You got it, you got it.
$270 ahead, bringing us to a river, which isn't going to leave nines full of fives particularly shy about calling some number. Sturm the covering stack.
The only way you can get me to fold is if you bluff. Because if you check, I've got showdown, I think I win. The only way you can win this pot is to bluff, especially if you dog-leg the turn.
This feels grimy.
Right, Leon? Oh, now you check. How can you win the pot if you check? Sorry, spare the pot, please. Just get rid of my change. If you got it, you got it. Commit myself. If you got it, you got it.
And you know, it's...
Maybe I'm bluffing with the best hand, who knows?
A rough spot for Sturm
I didn't even have
anyway.
dinner on dinner break, I swear. I didn't even have dinner on dinner break. Too busy chatting to Dennis, conferring with Jack Effel. Then the ruling was I'm on 10-second shot clock, then I had to confer again. It's not reasonable.
But it is even weirder.
I've eaten nothing all day.
With Kasuf only having the 10 seconds. Because now Sturm might be thinking...
I'm hungry for fish and chips, if you know what I mean.
This is bizarre.
And not the fried version.
Hungry for fish and chips has been declared.
Not the fried version, he said.
Fish and chips. All I want is fish and chips. Too many good players in this table. I just need more fish. I need more fish and I want more chips.
Sturm's no fish,
If you're
my
thinking
friend.
this long, maybe I'm bluffing with the best hand. You're gonna hero call me with ace queen high, really? Really? You'll be me a hero. If you call me with ace queen high, you will be my new hero. I'll follow you on Instagram, Facebook. I'll send you messages. I'll ask for your advice. I'll even ask for coaching. I'll pay for coaching. If you call me here, you deserve to win this spot. You'll be my new hero. GTO Lab, is that your website? GTO Lab? I might need to subscribe to that. GTO Lab. Never heard of it. Well, maybe bluffing with the best hand. I have to turn my hands and bluff. You got it, you got it. All these coolers, every hand. So you checked to induce a bluff, but I can't have committed myself. I got this much behind. I think the only way to win this hand is to put me to the test for my tournament life and to shove all in. Because if you call, you lose. If you fold, you lose. If you go all in, it's the only chance you have of winning this hand.
My word.
You might think differently. But can't you tell from the tone of my voice, I'm so confident? So I must have it, right? But now you think of reverse psychology on your GTO Lab website. Act strong when you're weak, act weak when you're strong. Remember that? Now we've got a game. I'm coming for all of you. I'm coming for every single one of you. I'm fearless, ruthless, and relentless. I will not stop until I get what I want. I will not rest until I've won. And God help any of you who dares to stand in my way. You have been warned.
The show must go on at the World Series of Poker main event as we welcome you back to day 7. Coverage from the Horseshoe Event Center. Jeff Platt alongside Brent Hanks. Natalie Bodie is out on the floor. She has our interviews covered throughout the course of the day from 9,735 down to 47. All guaranteed $200,000.
But you just got to just
back
hang
on
in
the
there. You're
main
gonna catch a
stage.
break.
Hamachi with 2 aces to kick things off
He'll get
at
some
this
good hands
100K,
eventually.
250K
Yeah.
level.
He's just patient, like he is.
The last woman standing, Leo Margette's on the stage. The 7-time bracelet winner, Michael Mizrachi, is up here.
I'm still trying to soak in that speech from Kasuf.
A warning, perhaps.
Perhaps. I mean, it sounded quite direct.
Beckenstein, 2 6s.
Call 500.
Goes 5-3-3.
Goes check, check. That's the worst card in the deck, believe it or not, for Harachi. Excuse me, Hamachi. And I say that, obviously it's nice when we have aces full, but it
improved the hand.
Just might kill all action.
$600,000 is the bet.
Let's go small. You know, Beckenstein already thinking, well, bluff catcher time. If we call here, we then have to decide on the river. If we face a second shell, can also just avoid all scenarios by bowing out. May feel that the 6 is live, as we can see, drawing dead. He's considering just throwing it into the muck. Remember, this is an under the gun open. What hands would just check back flop? It's a great fold.
Yeah. Buttons right.
Would have liked to have just seen a bet on the flop, real small. The 6s aren't going anywhere. You at least get some action.
Get some of those weird check raises.
Yeah.
My boy. Hey, bro, I love you.
Oh, well.
And
Nonetheless, up to about 9 million, about 35 bigs. As we do take a look at this current level. 100K, 250K, 250K big blind ante.
Moving on up.
You're good, you're good.
Kind of think we could just do 125K, 250K, but 100 it is.
Look at you going all structure.
Would you like to talk
happy,
tournament
you know?
structures for the next
I never want to
30
talk.
minutes or so?
In the history of my entire existence, if I wanted to talk tournament structures. What a way, by the way,
Careful when
that
you
big
flip
money
them,
jump,
it almost
$40,000 more.
Oh, right.
Jeff, correct me. Am I seeing things? Are we? We're 3 away.
3 away.
Well, we're 2 away from being 1 away.
Yes.
Whenever it comes up or whatever, I definitely want to know what both of them had the last hand before break.
Okay. Yeah, it's still like.
I know it is. I know it is. I'm just saying.
675.
Blind versus blind. Beckenstein 2 7s.
I defend a big blind with king 10 against 6-6-8.
Okay.
Check through, turn king. Yeah, small blind, and then this guy. Yeah.
Okay.
Nothing really doing here with the 10 deuce.
No, you nailed it, man. Not a good hand. Probably just fold or
there we go.
Once in a blue moon, a wild 3-bet with the napkins. Don't advise this deep in the main. Probably not necessary. Here's another one I need. Intel.
Okay.
The hat. It's,
Bleh.
Yeah, bleh every day.
Okay.
That's what he's been wearing. So similar to the Sam Cassell Russian nesting doll. I need more about that hat.
Need some deets.
Yeah.
Raise 550. 550,000 is
Hamachi Jack 9 suited. You'd like Bekenstein a lot, has a passion for making craft cocktails.
Oh. Cocktail of choice listed or just
old fashioned?
Really?
Old fashioned is the go-to.
Never got that one.
Respect.
Yeah.
You know who he is?
Smoked old fashioned is really.
That's your zone.
I get that all the time at poker tables.
If I have a choice, that'll probably be number one.
Check, check, 9 on the turn. Straight draws for both. $400K from Grinder. Guerra flips in the call.
Really want to see Grinder if he can pull it. He does not. I'm really surprised with the jack in hand that he doesn't apply more pressure. Queen Jack just never good at showdown, but he is sort of mastered the craft of waving the white flag. Just not going to give those chips away.
Excuse me.
Not right here, not right now.
Guerra has one bracelet, and he won the 100K Super High Roller PLO event at WSOP Paradise last year. That score good for more than $2.1 million. Married to another poker player in Samantha Abernathy. They have one baby boy, Luca.
Luca. Does it trigger you every time you hear the name Luca?
It's different spelling, L-U-C-A.
Oh, okay. So not as bad.
Oh, good. Mizrachi now with a premium.
The Hamachi is very splashy pre, isn't he? He's been calling quite wide. King 7 suited.
Does not like to click the fold button. Gibbons in there with the Queen 9 suited.
It's not like Hamachi. He's got less than 35 big blinds.
Not as deep as that man, the Grinder. 8-6-4. One heart.
Terrible texture for Mizrachi. A hand so pretty, ace-king of spades. And you look at that, and I imagine if we're flatting King 7 of clubs on the button, we see this board and we're checked to. It's mandatory. We have to bet. 7, such a key card. He'll do it.
Agree. We'll bet 800K.
Well done. Hamachi. I'm never going to question this guy's calls pre in position again.
He turned 29 5 days ago.
I'm telling you, you're going to catch a break. Just hang in. It's going to come for you. I know it.
Swing it over to one of our secondary featured tables and look at the headlines. As Kenny Hallaert remains the chip leader. Kasuf, of course, talking a bit more than winning. He is one of the shortest stacks. We had 10 eliminations in the first 2 hours of play. Afriat at 30 million.
550.
550,000. 550,000. We raised 1.3 million.
Power. 3-betting with the ace-3 suited. Afriat makes the call. See a flop of 6-5 deuce, straight draw for Power. Pretty good looking flop for the eights.
And these guys are both super sticky and tough. Afriat not going anywhere.
Does check call the 800K. Turn is a 7. A glance back at the 2 black 8s.
$1.8.
And the lead
1.8.
for 1.8 million.
1 million point 8.
You see that little glance from Power over at Afriat? Here's why. He's calling an ace-3 of clubs here.
All part of a plan, perhaps. Maybe the plan was to river an ace.
Now, hold
This
on.
could- yeah.
Yeah, if this goes to showdown, it's these types of hands that can set Afriat off. He's got so much Sammy Farhad type charisma, the vibe 2.0.
Minus the dealer abuse.
You know, yeah. Alleged. Small bet into 8.4 million. Goes 1.6.
1.6.
Shitty river. Very shitty river.
Might be perfect sizing to get called. He's reaching.
You deserve it.
It's like, how could I ever be bluffing here? It's like impossible.
What do you got? I'll show you. You don't want to see them.
I know your hand already, man.
What is it?
I don't want you to know mine.
What is it?
No, you'll have to see on TV. But
what's
you're
mine?
already the best. You got like pocket nines, man. Something
Good
like
guess.
This, right?
But you needed the river.
Maybe not. Maybe the river was bad for me.
Maybe. I saw that when I put the 1.8, I got my answer.
You want to be the best player. You want the most information. You got the most chips. We've had enough of you, buddy. All right. Sometimes you got to pick. You can either have the most information or have the most talent.
Listen,
you can't have it all.
You're right. 250. You deserve it, my friend.
I'll take one.
I'm a guy that shares.
I appreciate it.
I'm not the taker. You know, I like to share.
I appreciate it.
I had a pair of eights.
Eights?
Dream flop for me.
It's a good-looking turn for you. Good looking turn. You turn it up and under.
I got a straight draw.
I had to slow down because I know, you know,
overpaired.
You knocked out an acquaintance of mine with a big jam with a straight draw, buddy. You sent it home.
I never expected to play a big pot there. I just was happy to call just $1 million, went 10 jack, and then
Sometimes you got to hit it straight on people, you know?
Listen, most of the time it happens to me. So.
I don't always hit straight draws, but when I do, phase 6 is the main event for the chip league. That's your most
Referring to Afriat getting the chips in with the straight draw and flush draw against Bruno Firth and getting there.
Bruno Firth?
Wild hand.
More than 30 million in the middle. A lot of girth in the pot.
Yes, indeed.
I feel, you can tell, I feel better. I can breathe clear. And I have more for later.
That was a nice hand.
It's 25, right?
Boyevich just calling ace queen. And the flop comes, queen 7-7. Could be some trouble for Tchaikovsky.
Unless I have the king-queen. What if I have king-queen and I'm speeding, but it's so hard on the... Probably not for 1.6 million on the river.
No, not 1.8 on the turn. You're
No,
not
that's a
playing
tough
with an
sell.
overpair.
That's a tough sell.
It's dreamy for Boyevich when you just flat ace queen. This type of board.
It would have been much more expensive if I would have check raised the flop.
You're going to hear from me if you check raise the flop. You're going to hear from me if you check raise the flop.
I bet out because I didn't have a heart.
Yeah, if you raise onto the gun with pocket sevens, God bless you.
If he
God
puts
bless you,
in the
take it.
raise, which he does not, just call. But had he done so, there was a chance that it just gets in.
Oh, wow. Queen's full of sevens now for both as Tchaikovsky gets bailed out.
For now, both players have a free roll, 7% chance. You can see where they hit their kicker.
Boyevich from Serbia, lives in Austria.
Everybody moves to Austria.
Everybody.
Is that it's got to be a Texas
Believe
thing.
it is.
All the Germans live in Austria. I might move to Austria.
No chance.
Can you grab me coffee? Paul's like variety pack, the green one. Yeah. I hate the yellow.
$550K.
Tchaikovsky just calls, thinks he's trapping. See if this is a bloody river. No.
River 4. What do you think Kasuf is up to?
I'm sure he's well behaved, you know, quiet. Just enjoying the moment. Very grateful, appreciative of the opportunity to play in the main event.
Not blaming the World Series for anything.
It's a privilege to play the main event. Certainly he knows that. Why, do you have any Any intel?
No, I'm just always genuinely thinking about it.
The crew here. Is this Team Boyevich? No, I believe it's Zukovsky. Look at the hat and the hoodie. Yeah.
For sure.
Team Elite Poker, I believe, is what I'm reading on the hat. Okay, another one that we're going to need more intel on. There's the all-in. Here comes the. We know what the result is.
Shows a queen. Shows a queen. Chop it up.
All right, get us out of here, Jeff. Can we go check in on your boy?
My boy?
Yeah, you guys are close, you two.
Wouldn't phrase it that way. But let us indeed check in, see what's going on with Will Kassouf.
Appreciate it. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it. I just want to state my case. I'm not trying to argue.
Go try to win the tournament.
Yeah, that's my point. I'm stating a fact. What's happening? It's not my opinion. I'm stating a fact. That's it. Black and white. Clear as day. Exactly what Dennis said. You can check the mic.
It's not that clear, but
yes.
okay.
Check the mic. Speak to Dennis. He said, reset. You're a new player. You have 30 seconds just like everybody else. His words. You speak to Dennis.
Listen.
Let me know.
You're so annoying. That
Thank you.
You're gonna go back. Yeah. I'm gonna treat you like a new player.
Thank you.
As soon as it gets out of line again, you're gonna go directly to a 10-second clock for the rest of the tournament.
Okay.
Listen to me. For the rest of your tournament here in the main event, if you don't go over and you're not respectful and you continue with your antics, you're going to go to 10 seconds. I'm going to go back just as this is your first hand of the tournament. But if you let me down, you're going to go straight to 10 seconds.
So I'm now on 30 seconds?
I'll let you have
Yes, 30 seconds. Thank you. So I'm going to be fair and reasonable around.
All right.
I'm not asking for anything more than I should deserve.
But just remember, I reserve the right to take that away.
I'm glad we got to the final decision. That you can so where?
Long
handshake breaks.
Where's he going? No, hold on. Is he in one of the features?
Well, with 45 left, a table broke, his table broke, and he drew a seat at one of our secondary featured tables.
Looks like a couple of his table mates have joined him up here. One of his rivals.
Everybody thrilled to see Kassouf come up.
Here we go.
Look at our recent eliminations. Aishan out, Sturm out, Heinem out, Barash out. Leaves us with 45. One away from a page out. Next elimination worth $40,000 to the final 44.
I'm doing this fun now. No, excuse me. You have to be out of this area.
Yeah. He's like a jab fighter. Throws a lot of jabs. He doesn't go for the knockout.
Who was just getting kicked out of the area? Did Kassouf come over here now?
Well, if you're directly on the rail, you also cannot be on electronic devices.
We're going to do it.
Oh, baby, the 8-ball.
We're going to do it.
For Beckenstein.
Just drills it.
Beckenstein started the day around 4 million in chips. A good start that will get even better.
I just want a pot. I have like 800K. Like 800K. So like 30 and change. 35 big.
Check.
Files.
Goes check, check. River 6, Beckenstein, the goods.
1.55.
Goes 1.5 into 2.2. Bluff catcher for Hamachi. Diamonds have bricked. Suppose we could include some king queen. I don't know if Bekenstein would turn 8-9 into a bluff. Or any 8 for that matter. Muttering something.
And finding the fold with the 10. Bekenstein wins that one. Originally from New Jersey, lives in the Austin area. This is one of the coolest promotions that we have ever run. You can win a 5K package to compete in a signature end-of-the-year event at the PokerGO studio. All you got to do is go to trueclassictees.com/TCPokerGo. Scan that QR code on your screen to enter. You tell us your story, you take your shot, and we might give you a 5K package. You'll play in a big event, you'll get put up at the area, you'll get some cash to travel. 15 winners, by the way, for this 5K package. 15.
Okay.
Kasuf scouting.
Yeah, maybe he'll enter to try and win the package, but here we are. The people have been asking. They wanted him up here all day. He's doing laps. He's just circling. Is
like
he
an
just circling
intimidation
his
tactic?
prey? What is this? He's coming right here
He's
by
very
his buddy
close
who's got a
to
hand.
each player, too.
I've never seen the laps around the table before, and he's obviously furious. Guess he's not really allowed to do the talking thing like he once was, so he's found another path.
Avenue. Making his presence felt. Well, Tomas is in an awkward spot. Led the river for 400K.
7 minutes. 10 seconds. 7 minutes. Floor, fucking joke. Absolute fucking joke. They could tank 7 minutes, staring each other down, saying nothing. This is what's bad for the game. This is what's bad for the game. I'll tell you later. This is what's bad for the game. You see
Fantastic call with the 2
Open my mouth for 10
8s.
seconds. Floor, bunch of sheep. Meh. Literally all of them. All of them. Herd of sheep, bunch of pussycats. Meh. Meow. Meow. Meh. Meh.
Let's pull up a completely random social media post from Ben Lamb, the Hall of Shame. Every year, the community of WSOP players votes off one person who's unbearable or bends the rules constantly, or just otherwise makes the other rate-paying players have a terrible time. The winner gets a 5-year ban from the World Series of Poker. Who do you think he's talking about?
No idea, really.
Las Vegas, born and bred.
Maybe Kenny Hallaert.
Where were you from originally?
I don't think it's targeted towards Kenny Hallaert.
You prefer living in Vegas? Better than New Mexico?
Did you notice the Granny Bananas made her way to the rail? There she is.
Of course,
Yeah.
she's been on the Kasuf rail for days.
I believe I saw her, and somebody tweeted this as well. When Kasuf is involved, she's in the background praying.
Oh.
Where's our clock?
I mean, again, you do it to yourself when you waste time with the King 3 offsuits of the world.
I mean, in his defense, though, Jeff, he was 3xing 9-4 off under the gun last night, so maybe this is a premium in his world. I don't know.
For him. Just push and push and push. Come on.
Outstanding laydown.
Excellent, excellent fold.
Take another lap. This is, here we go.
Oh, back to.
And he's following, look at this. He's
following the action. Not gonna get a little ahead of it. And again, so close to the other players.
What is this?
Another lap?
How long before Jack Ethel makes his way out here?
Well, remember what Jack said. Basically, next time I have to get involved, it's 10-second clock for you for the rest of the tournament. King 8 suited for Juan Carlos. Oh, 2 queens for Tomas.
How much would it take to forfeit your stack? I just said $6 million. $6 million? So yeah, the second place answer. Thank you, sir. Still the answer. So about 40K. Benjamin 10 million. Tax free as well. Hey, you guys should come to London. Come to UK, tax free. Win $10 million, I take home $10 million. Thank you, thank you. I got 100% of myself, but if anyone's asking.
Hallaert, excuse me, has quietly chipped up, by the way. Note the stack size at about 43.5 million. Entered the day with 37.
The year he finished in 6th place in the main event, Kassouf got 17. So he has experience playing with Kassouf deep in the main.
He said, "Don't think about it." I didn't accept that. I said, "State my case, state the fact." His colleague Dennis last night said, "When you come to play sevens, reset. You're in the same position everyone else. You've got 2 minutes left in your hand. Clock is all. You have 30 seconds. When I came here, the first time they called the clock to me after 10 seconds. Floor come over. Right, Will, you're on the clock. 10, 9. I was like, 10, 9. Should be 30, 29. You're on 10 seconds. Clock. I said, what? I had to act in my hand. I folded. I said, no one told me it was 10 seconds today. Not Sean, not Marshall, not Jack. No one. He told me the last thing I heard from last night from the officials. I was like everybody else. I'm like treated like a new player. I've got the same 2 minutes like everyone else, and I've got 30-second count. They give me 10-second count from the first
winner.
And they're saying why?
Is he just talking to random people on the rail?
It's very possible. It's very possible.
He has a huge crowd, a lot like what we saw from Martin Cabral this summer.
I was saying, yeah, so that's not right. So I was stating my case. So I wasn't even giving my opinion.
So we hear plenty from Kassouf. Let's hear a little bit more about Kassouf and everything going on with Natalie Bodie.
A complete reset is taking place for Will Kassouf as he expressed concern that he was not being treated like every other player. So as of right now, as usual, if clock is called on him, he will have 30 seconds to act on his hand. However, according to Jack Ethel, Vice President of the World Series of Poker, if his prior antics continue that resulted in him getting a penalty, he will be put on a 10-second shot clock, not just for the remainder of today, but for the remainder of his tournament life, including if he were to make a final table. Each decision would have to be made within 10 seconds.
Perfect summary for us. Thank you, Natalie. Oh, dear. Wow.
He's turned over a new leaf. You know what? Take a walk.
Trying to take Stefan's water.
I want to see him cruise the table again.
Swing it all the way over.
Like a turkey vulture up in the sky.
A lot of chips in the middle here. Afriat led river for 2.5 million with 8s full of 6s.
Go another minute.
Facing a Veloso raise, Veloso river to flush.
But 69. It's my date of birth. It's exactly my number.
Oh my.
Afriat open pre, Veloso called behind. Afriat bet 300K on the flop.
I had the 8 and I kept on blasting.
Veloso called.
With the 8. Never see me on an 8.
Afriat bet 1 million on the turn. Veloso called and here comes the raise.
Maybe Afriat just considering call.
Sounds like it, right?
Yeah.
Veloso hearing the talk about the 8.
You're not taking the risk.
Wait. No. No way.
What?
Does he know that he has 8s full? I don't think he realizes he has 8s full.
It sounded like he just thought he had trip 8s.
I heard that referenced where.
I lost his hand.
Oh my God.
You really have full house? That's full.
Oh. The 8. I blasted the 8 the whole time.
It's 5. 9s.
You had you got the 9 on the turn.
Oh. Veloso just lies and say he had 9s.
This is great laydown, man.
Oh, this is the main event. I love this tournament so much. Wow. Oh my goodness.
That's what I thought. And for aces, you're only calling with aces. Nice entry.
That was unbelievable. I've never seen you look so disturbed, and are you going to be okay?
I don't know.
I genuinely thought there's no way. He misread his hand.
We thought it was a misread.
Thought he had 7/8, right? Just trips and everything got there on the river, and he was sick about it. He knew he had the
that
boat.
Acknowledgement with Veloso. I think he just told Fred us at a flush.
He's just giggling about it. I think Veloso believes that Afriat was just full of crap. So he lied about his own hand.
We saw Afriat fold top 2 earlier. That was considered a tight fold. I don't know what terminology you would have to use to describe this one. Probably something from Ali Najad's repertoire.
I don't know what's more asinine, that laydown or Kasuf's antics. No, just teasing. Afriat, a legend, obviously. Look at that guy's resume. Look where he is in the main. Plenty of chips. What is this? This is this kid's rail?
Yeah,
All right.
Team Elite.
Team Elite.
Zikovsky getting the people going.
I like your rail. Yeah, they're cool.
As we take a look at the tournament summary, brought to you by Oats Overnight. Winning is easier with 20 grams of protein. Please shake responsibly. 45 players left. We're on that 40K pay jump bubble. Hallaert leads the way. Leo Margette's jams. That will get through.
$15 big ones.
Yeah, I'm comfortable. Used to be, for a while I played.
For the second time in her career, she is the last woman standing at the main event, looking to improve upon that 27th place finish in 2009. More than $2 million in career live tournament earnings.
She's doing it again.
Yes, she is.
Deeper and deeper we go.
No.
Into the main. Plenty of chips.
Thank you, sir.
And a really, really tough
won the first
player.
tournament. $20 for first free roll.
Put it there.
You still play?
Yeah,
online.
1 second. I am in the hand.
Yeah, I think it's not terrible life. Terrible
I still
life.
do well, but like I don't play as much.
But you don't want to
I was
have that
playing
life.
WSOP. I couldn't verify my location. I lost half my chips.
Kristen Browski.
Couldn't take it. So I only paid 1 or 2.
Threes into the muck.
Considering how
I
much
was
money
just
they
like-
make.
I was just like, I don't-
Yo, what up?
Jack 8-6. Lautaro, the worst pair of eights. Turn king.
I have a good spot, like once grinder folds like soft behind me, except for the Spanish kid.
Not to get too far ahead of ourselves.
Yeah.
If Mizrachi were to, win the main, will anybody go harder in Vegas for the next 48 to 72 hours than Mizrachi?
The parties would be quite epic. So he gets paid off here. Into value on the river. That pot going the grinder's way.
Do you think we'll get invited?
No.
I'll post 1 sec.
Well, that's a shame.
Don't hurt yourself. It's just a game.
Well, let's see. We've got 300-400 hands left, so each hand is worth, I don't know, $2,500.
I just don't want to fill out the paper.
Look at that.
Raise. Raise 500,000.
Guerra 2 10s.
Oh, he flew or he was here already?
No, he's playing in the next game.
Do they have like the secondary streams with each
was
table?
already playing.
Yeah. In this?
No, I mean, he was here. He didn't flew for your deep run.
Yeah. Where is he?
And Mizrachi flips in the call. Small blind with the 3-2 suited.
Got gambling chips.
Playing poker on his 21st birthday.
You hit him with a clean diaper, you don't see it coming.
Like that. He's 39, maybe.
Well, Queen 4-4 with 2 clubs.
Everybody clubless and queenless. Opportunity for Mizrachi to pounce. He can also have all the 5-4 suited type holdings. This could get quite fun in a hurry. Keep an eye if the check raise is incoming.
Yeah, almost 20 years now. That's a long time. Jesus.
Oh, yeah, coffee down. Back to business.
We start with check call.
Now he pairs the Mallard on the turn, going to lead, and he might take this line if he had trip fours. He is potentially buying what might be a cheaper street if he were up against Queen X. And he's applying a great deal of pressure to Guerra as well. These 2 10s are not feeling great. You're a bit queasy. If you call, it's almost like, okay, well, it's probably a flush draw, I guess. We're going to take one off and get to the river.
And that river is a 3. The 10's still best.
We do beat better clubs.
2 pair. Queen's good. Queen is good.
Check, check.
That's 4
Guerra
times you've
throws
gotten
the
away
check.
with not even showing when you show.
Yeah, the tens.
I'm gonna make you show next time.
Have club. Do 3 of clubs.
Guerra out of Spain. Lives in London.
Although you did announce Queen Jack the other time, that's as good as showing. I believe you weren't lying about your.
Yeah, same thing.
Great. Definitely.
There is such a totally different vibe with Mizrachi compared to anybody else that's remaining. He is just seemingly so carefree and comfortable out here, just having fun. Everyone else real tense, you know, the atmosphere deep in the main, understandably so, but Mizrachi's built different.
But he runs into it here as Yashan looks down at the ace-king.
Nearly 70 bigs. Out of position. Looking at him as Rocky 3-bet.
Danny, it's on you.
Looks like he's going pretty big.
The cold 4.
Yeah.
4 million.
To 4 million.
Okay, you know, Hamachi, we probably
can put it in the muck.
Just throw it right in the muck. Probably not going to stick it in.
There we go. Now, you never know with Mizrachi.
You don't. Yeah, this is a different story. I don't think Mike just torches it with ace-10 off, but yeah.
Does muck.
You want to see?
Yeah. You want. Everyone.
Show bluff. That's good.
Shows it.
That was
Just
good.
nipped me. Nice. Shove you fold, obviously.
Danny Yashan
Eight jumps next.
from Baltimore. We take a look at his battle board presented by PokerGO.
Fuck.
Competed in chess at a young age, the Brown grad. Degree in applied mathematics
See how
and
much you liked it
computer
now.
science. Smart. to say
Almost
the
an
least.
identical resume as Hollywood
Probably
Haxton or Little Caesar.
Yeah.
Pretty certain. I could be wrong. If you go to Brown University, probably a big brain.
Probably so. Yeah.
Applied mathematics.
Probably so, yeah.
Doesn't need a calculator to figure out how many big blinds he has in his
That's
stack.
right. That is right.
Only good cards. Only good cards.
Play bad hands. Bleh is right. Bleh is right.
So it's in modern metal, there's a vocal technique where you growl and you say blah.
Yeah.
So that's what this is.
Is that what that comes from? Yeah. You kind of a headbanger, dude?
Oh, it's a metal reference as far as music.
That's what I was telling you.
Austin is a big music fan,
Yeah.
Jeff. I know you are only into Celine Dion, but rock and roll.
No, big headbanger guy over here.
Yeah, yeah.
Place. Raise, $500,000. I'm stealing that. I'll give you credit.
Thank you.
Well, that's right. When you and I took that trip, you were listening to, was it Cannibal Corpse? That was the album you had on?
What?
Great track, yeah. You were into it.
Nothing's good.
How many Slipknot concerts have you been to?
Who?
What?
Who? Now through July 19th, it's your chance to save big on the best poker merch in the game. Hit up the PokerGO shop. Use the code WSOP25 at checkout for a deal on gear, on apparel, on show merch. We like the No Gamble, No Future ones ourselves. Online only, shop.pokergo.com. Don't wait, this sale ends soon.
Just go buy something, you know, please. Whatever royalties we get from...
Kasuf is up.
No Gamble, No Future. Yeah, and he's out of his chair. Wasn't he...
Well, if you stay in the vicinity of your cards...
Within arm's reach, I think, was the rule. It is a weird angle to see the chips, but I do think he's still trying to press buttons and rattle, well, everyone.
Hallaert open pre. Kasuf called on the button. Here we are on the flop. Hallaert betting 500,000. Broadway draw. Through to the Royal. Kasuf with the queens. What are we looking at?
Probably looking for that banana lady.
The quiet Will Kasuf contemplates. We are on a pay jump. Perhaps that is encouraging the tanking, but you never know with Kasuf.
Remember, these two played a ton back in 2016.
There's that look at the payouts presented by GTO Wizard. We're in that 200K spot right now. Next elimination results in a 40K pay jump for everybody else.
Kenny Hallaert got 6th place, Kasuf 17th. Hallaert has the type of hand that may want to apply a ton of pressure to all the Queen X that Kasuf may possess. Elects the check.
Bet the flop, you bet the turn, right? Eight's a scare card for you? 8 of spades? Really? Or you have nothing?
Did they take his chair as part of his punishment? I mean, what is this?
You're going back to normal, except we won't give you a chair.
Or you're going to need to stand the remainder of the main event.
Whenever you're ready.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did you think he was going to act quickly?
I mean, maybe faster than earlier in the tournament.
Have another look.
Considering he was granted redemption.
He does have the current, you know, coconuts. The best hand. I don't know if Kenny will let him realize that. Let's see. Is Kassouf really going to bet?
We'll find out after the break. Okay, checks.
Oh.
The river is a king.
Well, that one might not make him particularly happy. Look at the number of people surrounding this table watching this guy.
Fascinating.
The motorcycle helmet here on the rail. This guy came right from Pahrump. Drove the bike down. Beautiful day for a ride.
Very nice. Hallaert checks. To your point, crowds we haven't seen at the series except for Martin Cabral.
Well, Negreanu
draws it.
Cabral, and then this guy.
Goes check, check. Kassouf will see the bad news.
Bet you on the turn, then when you start raising, what a luck box.
I mean, Kassouf should feel fortunate he didn't hit the jack on the river.
Nice, nice. Bad you beat the whole way. Nice one. There you go. I'm in the seat position. I'm in no seat. What, I have to physically sit down? I can't. So I can't stand. I'm by my seat. I thought the rule was your arm's length away. I'm arm's length away.
No, that's to have a live hand.
Yeah, I've got a live hand.
When you're playing, that's what your hand is being kissed.
I'm not going to get here, yeah. So I'm standing right next to it. I'm allowed to stand here. Okay, my seat's right here, and I'm standing right next to it. Oh, it has to be sitting. I wasn't told that. I thought it was. Yesterday it was arm's length. As long as you're arm's length away from it.
Two different situations. When you're playing a hand, you have to be seated.
Right. I was told yesterday.
So your hand doesn't get killed.
Yeah.
I'm not saying I'm going to kill your hand.
Yeah, that's all. Yeah.
I'm not ever going to kill your hand for stating that, but you do have to sit down when you play with partners.
Was that guy unusually tall, or is Kassouf about 5'2"?
No, Jason's very tall.
Jason's a big guy.
Yeah.
Okay. Because I swear, when you were with Kassouf, I thought you guys were like the same height, and I don't remember thinking, you know, wow.
And when did you see me with Kassouf?
Did you guys do an interview or no? Was this a couple years ago?
No.
Maybe just hanging out, because I know you guys are close.
No.
So I think you were hanging out.
No.
Similar statures. I'm like Jason, the guy that
that's
came
true.
up to speed.
That's true. Five players left in the 2025 World Series of Poker main event. Jeff Platt here with Brent Hanks, Natalie Bodie on the floor. Ali Najad and Nick Schulman coming to you next level.
Oh, don't tease me. We got the night shift this close.
Take him back from hot control, give him a chance to bluff the river. I can't bet with my stack, and then he puts me all in. I've got to think about it. Sorry? About 3 million. I'll check back. Oh, no. In hindsight, I regret not betting, because if I bet there, he folds. Yeah. No, but if I bet there, it sounds like this one must have huge. If I pocket draw and get the river throw down, I give him a chance to bluff it. Even if the river breaks.
Blind versus blind, Padilla raise, Padilla win. Well, you mentioned Hallaert, Kassouf, both running deep in the same World Series of Poker main event years ago. We flash you back to one of the most memorable moments in World Series of Poker history involving Will Kassouf.
Oh, this could be the one then. This could be the one. I'm going to go all in or fold. Talk to me. You want to gamble? I'm not here to loud. I'm here to win it.
You're just an abusive person, man. It's not funny. It's rude, it's mean.
It's called speech play.
It's not about,
I'm
no,
giving
it's
heads
not
up.
called speech play. It's called being a bad person. You should
How's a
really
bad
check
person?
yourself.
You want to gamble? Okay, I'm all in.
I call.
Let's go.
Woo! Let's go. Whatever happens, he's cooler. Put a king out there, I'm fine. My life is good.
Now,
You do this guy.
we're having fun. We got fireworks now. Let's go. What's that? King on the river. Show me 3.
Come on! Come on!
Out in 17th place.
The aces versus the kings. Check your privilege.
Will history repeat itself? That was also, by the way, day 7 of 7. As we are here on day 7 in 2025.
Gonna take another lap. Let's go chat with the rail.
Yep. Do the people love him? Is that what's going on up there?
You know, I've seen him take 5 or 6 selfies with people over the course of the last couple days.
Yeah. I thought you weren't anywhere near him. Didn't you just say that?
I don't stand next to him.
Were you the one taking the pictures?
No. That would be good, though. Can I get a picture? I'm like, yeah, sure. Just hands me the phone to take a picture of that person in Kassouf. Look at the payouts brought to you by GTO Wizard. That 40K pay jump. It's been acquired. So we have 44 left now in the main. I'll guarantee $240,000. Freitas versus Hess.
Hess has been really solid over the course of the last few days. Just watching all of the hands he's been navigating. He's got Lucky Sam there on his cards. Cassell's still in the league, Jeff?
As a coach.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Coach for the Clippers, assistant. Well, you'll never guess what happened at our other secondary feature table.
There's an open undergun.
Clock's been called.
What do you mean? He's called a clock on 30 seconds to be reasonable. Thank you. I've got 30-second reset, yeah.
First 2 he gets treated as if he doesn't have a pass, and then after that he gets the treatment. It's just every decision is 30 seconds.
It's not every decision, no. This one's fine. He called the clock after 30 seconds. Same with you. You called the clock on me after 10 seconds, and you thought you were funny. And you're telling everyone on the table, if you want the floor to come over, just call the clock on him anytime. I'm telling you the situation. I'm telling you the situation. You want to call clock on me after 10, 20 seconds. Everyone else can tank and stare at each other for 4 minutes. Yeah. I'm not rubbing it. I'm just stating a fact. They stare each other down for 4 minutes, no one calls the clock. I'm tanking for like 20 seconds, and they call the clock on me, yeah? I'm just saying, stating how it is. I'm just saying how it is, Jason. Just saying how it is. One rule for them, different rule for me, right? They can stare each other down. They can stare each other down for 4 minutes. 4 minutes, yeah, history. Since 2016. Nothing's changed. 9 years later, high like a boss. Since 2016. Yeah, history. History. I'll show you these guys' history. I'll show you history.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Yeah, have a look at my hand. Have a look at my hand. See if I got it. Now you want to have a look at my hand as well. Do you want to see? You can come around and show. You can come around here. I'll show you my hand. Come around next time.
You have a decision to make.
Have a look on the stream. Have a look at the stream. Yes, yes. Because for my tournament life, I'm short stack. Yes. I'll take as long as I want. If it's been reasonable, if it's been 1-2 minutes, then you can.
If you trust my judgment, I will look at his hands.
Yeah, yeah. If you want, I don't mind. Look on the stream. Jason, look on the stream about my hand. I had a very similar hand that I had against Kenny Hallaert the last time. Similar hand. I'm not going to say what.
What?
Have a look.
That's
have a look on the stream.
a little revealing.
I'm telling him because he's telling me. Please, please. No cards, no comments. That's it. I'm speaking to the floor. No cards, no comments. That's the rule. You're not in hand. No cards, no comments. Respect the other players, please. Thank you.
Well, the tournament staff can indeed review the footage like they did yesterday.
One rule for them, different rule for me. They tank, stare each other down, say nothing. They think that's good for poker, good for the game. Stare each other down 4 or 5 minutes. And no one calls the clock, it's fine. I open my mouth, I have 10 seconds, clock, floor. Ridiculous.
Slight exaggeration on what's actually happened.
It's the World Series Poker main event on a 2-hour clock. It's like a circus and a zoo at the same time. The WSOP circus and zoo in one.
Well, which is why I love it.
Vecino rips it in with the sixes. Winner.
See, now the Queen 10 would have gotten through had Kassouf ripped it. Maybe it was a big decision.
He's not spoken for 100% of the time today. Or restrained at times.
And maybe he's tired. I've never seen anyone speak at such high frequency for so many hours, consecutive days. See, he will probably try and make a case for this one too.
Have a decision.
He has an ace. Look at Nemitz. He just hand on his cheek, somewhat amused, very much annoyed. Yeah, this is it's out. Okay.
Cancel.
By the way, I believe he counted exactly 30 seconds there.
Sure felt longer than that. But you're probably right.
There is, he does so much of this intentionally, right?
Second, yeah. I have like 10 seconds, they call me on the clock. They can tank 4 or 5 minutes staring each other down, no one calls the clock. I'm not like that.
Oh, it's just the same thing. Again and again.
I'm laughing about it. They're the one getting pissed off. They're agitated. They're getting pissed off. They're calling the clock. Bring it on. I'm laughing. I'll go get it. Keep on it. It spurs me on. Let the clock go. Every hand. Clock. It's steaming. Clock.
Look at him.
Because I'm tanking for 10, 20 seconds. But in the meantime, pre-flop, even post-flop, they're staying each other for 4 minutes. 4 minutes staying each other, not saying one word. That's good for poker. It's good for the game. These guys are professionals. That's good. Yeah, this is what the viewers want to watch at home. 4 or 5 minutes tanking, staring each other, saying nothing. Will Kassouf's taking 20 seconds to act. Clock, floor, clock. Like a fucking echo. Bunch of parrots.
But, you know, kind of, all right, all in for Garner.
Is this really the 10K main event? We played for $10 million, and this is the lineup. This is the lineup. Are you kidding? Seriously. Like herd of sheep, bunch of pussycats, each one. Go around C2, C3, like,
Seems rude.
Floor, block, I can carry on. We can do this all day. We can do this all day for 12 hours. Bring it on. It's not slowing the game down. No, typical American answer. Slow the game down. Other people
Getting some
you're slowing the game
Yeah, we have a
chirping from the rail.
and also a decision here for Schwarzberg.
They'll put a cap in your ass. They'll put a cap. You come down to Texas, you play like that, they'll put a cap in your ass.
He might get really pissed, considering the commotion behind him in this spot.
They're losing their ass. You don't have to be scared, so I'm just playing my game. I'm playing my game, but it's psychology. Yeah, I get skydiving in Las Vegas. 15,000 feet. Have you been? Have you been skydiving in Vegas? It's the best experience. I recommend it. Would you?
Garner gets it through.
Wow. Best hand folds. The 9's in the muck.
God bless America. All right. Sorry? Yeah? Okay, I'm in hand.
She's trying to give him a hoodie or autograph. I mean,
Vegas, baby.
has he become a man of the people back here?
It's showtime. Let's go.
I thought she wanted an autograph. Another decision.
Well, you know, Jack 9. It's much better than his holdings yesterday under the gun. I'll keep referencing the 9-4 off directly into Leon Sturm.
Clock is called.
It's been 21 seconds.
So I told you.
No, it's been 31.
I don't. Is that real?
Yeah, I looked right away.
It's got to be reasonable, right? Can you tell it's got to be reasonable? Not because it's me, because they know you're going to be on their side, because it's me. Yeah. They can't. Nobody else is calling the clock on anyone else after 20 seconds. Everyone can tank for 2 minutes pre-flop. No one calls the clock. It doesn't matter about the history. It has to be fair and reasonable.
Does
it has
matter.
To be fair, Jason, it has to be fair and reasonable. They can't call the clock on me after 20 seconds. 20 seconds. Clock. It's ridiculous.
I can agree with everything you're saying.
Right.
And I have one another perspective.
And Jack has told me I'm full 30 seconds. I'm back to normal. I'm saying that.
After the second time normal restart, everybody gets reduced on.
Right. I'm on the third second. What have I done wrong since Jack said I'm on the same level as everyone? What have I done wrong? On clock. They calling the clock every single.
I don't know why people say that their
like 20 seconds.
experiences are ruined at the WSOP with Kasuf. Look how happy they are at this table.
Why have I lost one life, effectively? What do you mean?
You're being treated like everybody else.
I'm not. I'm definitely not. So why are you saying I've used...
Because if you were being treated differently, I would have given you 10 seconds when I'm called clock last time. I did to you exactly what I would have done to every player. So
but you said I've used one of my what?
Yeah,
what
so would everybody
I don't
else.
understand what you mean.
There's the policy for everyone.
Right.
You get 2 30-second clock calls, like normal with full time, and then your
Did I
third
get
one
one?
gets reduced.
Yeah,
you did get one.
When you count down from 30 down?
Yeah, that's one.
Right.
Everybody gets their third clock reduced no matter who they are.
Okay, right. So
you've used one, you got the second one, and then your third one get reduced. But that's not.
What, so have I got 2? I've got 3 times that you can call the clock down to 0, from 30 to 0.
30 to 0 is twice.
So only twice?
Yeah, that's for everybody, not just you. That's
For any street, any decision, even on the river? Yeah. That's ridiculous.
Okay, well that's something else.
That's not for everyone else. You're saying it's just for me.
No, I'm not. I'm saying it's for everyone.
They're not going to get reduced their clock. If you.
I'm not. Listen, I've told you these 6 times I treated you exactly like you would everybody in the
I definitely feel I have. I've been untreated since yesterday. Since yesterday.
That's the right feel. I'm talking about you and I at one time.
Okay, but Jack told me now that it's fully reset. I'm just like every other player. I've got the same rules, same conditions.
Everybody's treated the same.
Right. So why have I effectively lost a life? Why?
Because you're treated like everybody else.
Yes, but you're not making any sense, James. What do you mean?
How did Kasuf get bigger? Did he go in the master on us? He put on a pair of heels?
So you've done it once.
He looked taller.
He's
up on the stage.
Oh. To 0, and then after that, I go. You mean like if they call the clock on me, I've got 10-second count, I run 30 seconds. Not 10-second shot clock. That's different. Right. Okay, I'm clarifying. Yesterday I was on 10-second shot clock, which is completely out of line. I'm trying to clarify. I'm just clarifying, Jason, because yesterday 10 seconds, there's two different things, totally different. Shouldn't go to 50 or 20 and then 10, that's more reasonable. Because 10 seconds down, we're playing for $10 million. Okay, can you speak to Jack then? If I do one more 30 seconds and then you call, then reduce it to 20. Then I've got 2 at 20. And if we reduce to 20, then 10. But to go from 30 to 10 seconds, when I've got big decisions, like say from a tournament life on the river, in a 20 million chip pot. Yeah. Oh, well, no, not saying asking special treatment. I feel as if you're singling me out.
I told you the facts. I haven't done with you ever.
Yeah.
So why would I treat you? I'm treating you exactly like Jack said. And when everybody gets is 2 30s and then a 10.
But what, is that in the rules? Do all the players know that? So are you keeping track on every player? How many times they've had the clock called?
I don't have to because not everybody's like you.
Yeah, I know.
Everybody else respects the game.
Yes, I do respect the game.
No, you don't. You
Yes, I
make
do.
games that play 50 less hands than other tables because
Not at all. I've got decisions. Have you seen?
No, they're not.
You don't need to get frustrated. I'm talking calm. Yes, that's fine. If you look on the stream from yesterday, I had legit decisions. I'm not taking 7-3 off.
Listen, I'm not going to talk about yesterday anymore.
Okay, even
I wasn't
today.
even in the building yesterday.
Okay, even today. You can look on the stream, Jason.
I don't care. I told you the facts.
No, I care.
You get 2 30s and a 10.
Fine. It should be 2 30s and then 2 20s, then 2 10s.
Well, I'm not going to
Just like
treat
a
you
month.
different than everybody
No,
else.
everyone should have that. It's day 7 of the main event. Okay, can you speak to Jack, please, on behalf of all the players here? I'm sure they would agree.
You want me to ask Jack to change the rules for you?
No, not for me, for everybody. For the how many players? For the 44 players. For the 44 players left in the tournament, none of these players will say no.
Are you including everybody, yes or no?
I'm including everybody, not just me. Everybody. I don't want special treatment. I want everybody. And you can ask every single player. I'm sure they will agree with me. They would like 2 clocks at 30, 2 clocks at 20, then 2 clocks at 10. They would agree.
The rules were written prior to you.
Okay, can you speak to Jack then, please, on behalf of all the players? I'm sure the players will agree with me. No, but I don't want to be special. No, are you trying to... Are you being sarcastic? So just for me? Okay, I'm doing... Yes, for everyone. I want for everyone, not just me. For everyone, so it's equal. It's day 7, we're playing for $10 million. Did you guys know that? You got 2 clock calls, you got 30-second countdown twice, and then you reduce to 10 seconds. I'm trying to advocate for you got 2 from 30 seconds to 0, then 2 at 20, then 2 at 10. I'm trying to have everyone out. We're playing for $10 million on day 7.
Well, it's very nice of him. He's helping
Man
out
of the people.
Yeah.
2 clocks at 30, and then 2 clocks at 10, which is the current situation.
They're all going to rally
Or 2 at
behind
30,
him.
2 at 20, then 2 at 10.
Let's look at him.
Sorry? No, I'm saying that you could have a big decision for your tournament life. Like 30-minute chip pot.
Okay, on you.
Seriously, I'm trying to do it for the players. I'm trying to help everyone here. Okay. I'm seriously. I advocated that. I said it should be 2 clocks at 30 seconds, 2 clocks at 20 for everybody, not just me. Everybody. Okay.
So he
I want you
didn't
to
make
agree
it
with me,
as a
so then
lawyer?
He's going to speak to Jack Effel and change it.
That was quick. What was it? That was
I'm making a valid point on
right.
the floor. I didn't. Okay. But you guys with me? He said. Did you guys know that rule? You got 2 clocks at 30 to 0. If you use it twice, you're then on a 10-second for the whole tournament. Wouldn't it be more fair and reasonable all around to have 2 clocks at 30, then 2 clocks at 20, then 2 clocks at 10?
Oh no, we have to move away to another table.
Look, okay, but did you notice how many people were there? And then this is our main feature.
I get it. I get it.
It's okay.
The grinders here.
Yeah.
Leo Margets. And then over there with Kasuf and the Banana Gang. It's
a
just
huge
packed. Yeah. We have record-breaking viewership on PokerGo as well. It's amazing.
Three ways to this flop. On the main stage. Chris Dombrowski has joined us here. Flop 7, as does Hamachi. Machi check calls 450K.
Yeah, Dombrowski's been around the game. Mentioned that a little bit earlier.
Yeah.
Now lives in Florida, hometown Connecticut.
Adds a flush draw to what already is the best hand.
Won his bracelet back in 2013, 1K event for about 350 dimes.
Bets here 750,000.
It's an interesting turn barrel. Undeterred by the king. Hoping to be targeting a worse 7. That's a great
nice laydown.
Looked like a significant amount of strength firing that second shell. Had the backup spades to boot.
Dombrowski up to 10 million. Grinder, ace-8.
Raise it.
Raise. 550.
No grinder stack. 23 million has fallen off a little bit. Right? Was it 32, 33 after the big hand with the queens?
No, I think he slid a little, but you're right. I mean, he obviously had it up over 30 at one point. It's been
You're saying more
around.
Gradual decline.
Yeah, it's been very gradual. I don't think there was a big pot
Yeah,
that we
I gotcha,
missed.
I
We
gotcha.
won't miss any big hands.
Right.
He was mixing it up. The deuce, 3 of clubs hand, a little here, a little there. This is just how he operates. The ace 10 3-bet had to fold to the 4-bet, right? He's very involved and active.
Okay.
So there's a dedicated table C, which is where Kasuf is.
Right.
Stream happening on our YouTube channel.
Okay.
On PokerGo.
Okay. So you
All right.
want that? Pull it up.
There was, 20, 25,000 people watching. The moment Kasuf got there, it's up over 40. Wow. So everyone out there on Twitter, I get it. But some things you just can't deny. That's numbers.
Raise 500.
And he has a major storyline in this event, and it is our job to cover the major storylines of the event.
Of course.
Maybe it'll be a good thing for future main events. We've wanted a shot clock for years. Maybe this will get us one.
Oh, so you're saying that the players will be thanking Kasuf for his services?
Yep.
That would lead directly to a shot clock.
Going to receive a lot of handwritten thank you notes.
Is he eligible for the Hall? You got to be 40, right? As Shulman was just inducted yesterday?
Probably coming up.
Okay.
On eligibility.
All right, well, maybe more on that later.
1.125.
Big Hand developing our other secondary feature table. Looks like Eric Afriat putting Nick Papillo to the test on this river. Papillo's hand is best. Afriat missed on the flush draw.
And he's
jammed river.
Is it an all-in on the river?
Yes.
That I'm looking at? Okay.
Papillo open pre, Afriat defended. Check, check on the flop. Afriat check called an 800K bet on the turn and then lead jammed for about 4.4 million.
This is a sick spot. Afriat can show you a 6. He can show you clubs. Very polarizing, and Papillo just a stone bluff catcher for his tournament life.
Jeez.
With a 9. Agonizing.
Papillo, the circuit grinder out of Arizona. More than $6 million in live tournament earnings.
Can I get a clock?
Afriat clocks
He's called a clock on him now.
Clock on feature 2, please. Clock.
Papillo's just been flying under the radar in this main. He is a great poker player. No limit, mixed games. He can really do it all.
Former mid-major player of the year.
And he knows Afriat is just so capable of rolling over a bluff.
I can't see a clock, but in my opinion, no.
Oh. Dior said he has not yet had a reasonable time to act.
Really?
Staring down Afriat, can he find a call? His tournament life on the line.
Well, you're going to get a Jekyll and Hyde moment from Afriat if Papillo does call here. I'm telling you, this guy gets real steamy.
And the clock is about to start, I believe. Marshall just said that. 30 seconds to act for Papillo.
I call.
Makes
Call
the
announced.
call.
Wow.
Makes the call.
Wow. What a call.
And moves up to 11.8 million in chips.
Are you serious? Very nice call.
Thank you.
That's the sickest call ever.
Thank you.
Can get Atlanta.
$4.375.
What a sick call.
Hell of a call, brother.
That was a call.
Thank you.
I don't want that.
One's good here.
The best one I've seen all tournament.
Can't beat the ace. Can't beat the clubs. Can't beat the 6. So sick.
Yeah, what a call. What a call.
Buddy, you got amazing, really.
How about that?
Full respect.
There's crazy shit happening. But
Yeah, my full respect.
Likewise.
I can't even call a full house. I can't even call a full house for 4,000, for 4 million.
Pretty classy reaction, I must say.
Really was. Good on you, Afriat.
Yeah.
Considering the money implications. Don't bluff C9. Not off second pair.
I didn't expect that.
Hey,
That
man,
was
if I bet you, I only have
classy
aces,
stuff.
People can change.
That's the best call I've ever seen in my life.
Wow.
It was a great call.
Tournament live, WSOP, to make that call, I called him with 800 on the turn.
It was a great
I
call.
must have something. What do I have if I call him 800 on the turn?
Still won the red card.
I have a flush draw or a...
I saw a small card. I think it's just 3 of them.
One day you'll have to tell me. One day when we have a chance, you'll tell me what your thought process was. Because if I called you the 800, I have to call you with a club or a 6 or something.
Afriat down to 14 million.
Sometimes you gotta fold them, even if you think you're right. You gotta fold them sometimes. That's why it's hard winning a tournament. You always do it. That's why you're always so close to the money.
Serious set of stones.
Yeah, but I saw you do it 3-4 times.
That's a sick call. Just didn't add up in Papilla's mind.
In this event, on this stage, this juncture, nothing like it.
No.
Right? There's no other event where you're feeling the pressure. Papilla's played at so many final tables. He's made huge calls throughout the course of his career. That right there, that's number one. And guess what? There's still 44 players remaining. You're probably going to have to do it again.
Could have very easily said, hey, I'm leaning call, but if I fold here, still almost 20 bigs in the main. But went with his read. It was spot on.
You called me 1.8.
I have a lot of bluffs I can make.
That's sick, man. You guys are special players.
Afriat's found out about Power's earlier hand.
Okay, maybe a little.
Accuse me of being good.
Good response from Power.
I'm not amazing. They did an interview with me. I said I'm probably the worst player here. That was a great call. I didn't hit a straight.
I think Afriat's now doing the Kasuf laps around the table.
I was hoping I could find a bluff on the river. That was crazy. That was crazy. Our hand is a bit more. I thought I had some good bluff cards on the river. Yeah, we have 8 10 irons. I felt like I knew where you were. I only need to make 1 million.
Nice by Zichowski to look for some more value on the river.
Yeah.
Doesn't get paid off. Does win the bot.
I'll take 3rd place money right now and I'll just leave. I'll take 3rd place money and never play poker again.
Look at some of our recent eliminations. Sturm, Aishin, Barash, Ramon Pessoa.
Sturm, 48th, that was that like hours ago?
Yeah.
So this has really come to a slow stage of the
slow
main.
pace, yeah.
Sorry. Saying I saw slow the game. The TV table makes compare with the normal table.
Money's starting to get very real.
Wish I said 8 times.
It was way fast.
Just about $250,000.
I mean, for the shortest time, it's better this one.
I would
That would be
rather
sick.
not play with Kasuf. That would move a lot more.
I made the biggest bluff in this tournament. And I go, you win. He goes, he shows me a pair of 3s. I go, shit, I got a pair of 5s. I made the biggest bluff and I won. And he called me.
How'd you like that call with sevens?
That was a 7. Yeah. I ain't used to go. I got him. Well,
How'd you do that?
I can't tell you.
Why didn't you tell me?
I knew he was bluffing.
He's going to do the same thing to you.
Yeah.
He's going to do the same thing to you.
Coming soon. Well.
Oh, are we setting the stage for Mizrachi Kasuf? Is that what's happening here?
Only with H there, so.
Just might be.
I'm not the best guy to bluff.
I think they're talking about him out there. Have we seen Grinder and Kasuf yet? At the same, I don't think we have.
So.
Well, a boy can dream.
For somebody like Mizrachi who prides himself on these kind of live reads, adjusting to player styles, it'd be fascinating to watch.
Right.
2 million.
Yashan coming after it. The A7 off. Getting starting the hand. A little over 30 bigs.
It's unpleasant. 2 9s for McGinney. Sizing relatively large out of the big blind. Doesn't just rip home. Comes with call. Started the hand just over 30 bigs.
King, Queen, 7.
Here's the problem we now face whenever we don't just decide to either go or fold pre off of roughly 30 bigs. These textures. Yashan sizing it up from the big blind as a 3-bet. Yes, he's connected with a 7. But he certainly has plans. And again, it doesn't mean he has to bet now, right?
Goes check, check. Turn is 10. Another check.
Yeah, but perhaps being a little cautious, worried that it might be a set of 10s. I'd be really surprised if he's 3-betting out of the big with ace-7, having this sort of board roll out and then just knuckling down. If he had ace-king, ace-queen, he may elect to take a similar line and then try and get one street of value. Obviously, we can see he's bluffing, right? But he still puts a ton of pressure on this type of range, the 9s, the pocket 8s that opted not to just get it in.
Wow, check. McGinney's going to be thrilled.
I am really, really surprised with that one. There's the frustration face. Thinking, oh man,
whoops,
I blew it. Did everything right, and just didn't continue.
Door was open. Instead, it's McGinney up to more than 10 million.
Yeah, bro, 9s is the nuts.
Jared McGinney was on the U.S. snowboarding team.
Nice call, buddy.
What do you mean the U.S. snow, like the Olympics?
Like the National Olympic team, yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't realize that.
I didn't know it either. We've known him for a while.
With this guy. I had no clue he was a Olympic snowboarder. I just thought he was, you know, like a homeless Tahoe guy and hanging out with my buddy Dan. And good at poker.
I mean, I'd find a way to work that into conversation probably every day with every person I talk to if I was on the U.S. national team for anything.
Can I just ask, where are you pulling this from, Jeff? Are you handing me like secondhand bio sheets that
are
not
old?
Include valuable information? On mine, it says he's a businessman.
Well, yeah, I don't
and he
think
likes
he's on the
to
national team
snowmobile,
anymore.
and he just loves the
See?
outdoors.
Likes to snowboard.
Plays poker a little bit here and there, some nice scores, but...
You should read what I just handed you.
That is on your personal phone,
Right.
some sort of magical bio sheet that only you have. That's great. Well, thank you. Now,
Are you on these emails?
No, not emails. Now I understand how Natalie Bodie feels out there. When you just sabotage and make sure to savor the best interviews. I get it. And yeah, I have the email. I forgot the password. I don't have it. Yeah.
Just not checking the emails.
I'm locked out.
Got it.
We're going to go to the top
nice.
shelf. Yeah, two great players. Guerra, typically PLO, but I think he's been ready. He's been ready to go to war with Mizrachi. Not the kind of guy that's going to back down. He's prepared for a fight.
3 to the Royal here.
Let's just see if Mizrachi's ready as well. 3-betting the button with ace-9 of diamonds. C-betting this board, now getting check raise.
And calling.
Yeah, here we go. Here we go. We're playing the game.
Turn 10. There were a lot of appealing turn cards for Guerra. There's one. And the lead for about half pot.
So hard now for Mike. You've been check raised. It's a 3-bet pot that began pre-flop. Guerra is now firing a second shell, right? What? You got to find the bluffs or the semi-bluffs. Mizrachi does have intuition unlike any others, but this is too much. Outstanding play
This is no good, huh?
and pickup by Guerra.
Who is now up to 20 million in chips.
I had a feeling it got one.
Honest with him. Told the grinder about it. Said the King Jack. You hear so much about that Mizrachi family, the support system that the grinder has had en route to 7 World Series bracelets.
So good.
You know, I'm very family oriented, so like we're always around my family, and with my mom a lot. So I'm more of like a mama's boys. She calls herself Mama Grinder, so I'm around her a lot too. We like to gamble with each other. We like to go casino, go gamble. That's kind of like what I do a lot too. And my mom loves action. She loves poker. She's probably calling me right now.
Mama Grinder. Got to be locked in.
Huh? We'll see you in an hour.
Oh, yeah.
Turn was at 10?
Yep.
Yeah.
Raise 550.
What's not gonna King Queen?
Could, yeah.
Ace Queen.
And ace queen.
Yeah. Queen 10.
You have 2 Broadways. That's for sure.
Yeah, that's solid.
Okay, 5.
Yeah. Huh?
It's good. 2 minds, no?
No, I don't think
Good.
so. Nobody's going to believe that one. 16.
It's a good hand.
Sean wants to put more in once more.
1.85.
We haven't seen Mike slide in any 4-bets yet.
That's right.
And he's being 3-bet a lot.
We feel like it'll come at some point.
Oh, it's coming. Yeah, you know what? They're probably saving it for the night shift, which
There we
is
go, yeah.
right around the bend. For us, you know, we have the real passive hours. The fireworks are always at night.
Folds. Danny picks up the pot. All right, our Natalie Bodie is out in the field. She's checking in with Tony Gregg.
Ooh.
With Tony Gregg, who last made a deep run in 2016, already finishing better than that placement. What's felt different this time around?
Definitely have a lot cleaner energy this time around. Like, I just don't play as much poker anymore, so I haven't been in Vegas just like being burnt out this year. Like, I flew in the night before day 1D. I'm a dad now, so I have the baby run good going for me. And yeah, I think it's just kind of easier to appreciate every hand since I don't get to play that many anymore, or I guess I've just chosen not to play that many anymore. So
how has having that perspective and evolving through life changed the way you approach the game in general?
I think becoming a dad has just really inspired me to want to be like the most idealized version of myself as a good role model, and so that energy and intention just starts to come out in everything that I do. And so just trying to play each hand as best I can.
With each day that passes, the pressure ramps up. What feels different about day 7?
Day 7's probably the best that I've felt like since day 1, I would say. So I'm really just trying to like use the pressure to give me energy rather than take energy away. So yeah, I mean, definitely last time I went deep, I only made day 6. So this is uncharted territory for me. But yeah, I'm just really like grateful, you know.
Good luck to you. Making your deepest run yet. We'll keep an eye on you and send you back for your next hand.
All right, thank you so much.
Okay, appreciate that, Natalie. Thank you, Tony, for the time. Tony Gregg is back, baby. As we look at the notables, chip counts presented by PokerStars. He's up to more than 20 million in chips. Same can be said for Joey Padrone, Hendricks, Dunaway, Lee. Hallaert still the chip leader at about 40 million. Will Kassouf still one of the shortest stacks on the road, 2.75.
Tony, by the way, he and Greg Merson, very, very close friends. I believe I played with him last year at the World Series. We were side by side. I hadn't seen him in years.
Yeah.
And I think he's in Hawaii with his family, living there.
In Hawaii.
But have you played much with him, Jeff?
Never have.
Across his path? He is tremendous at No Limit Hold'em.
Says he's been reinvigorated by the game over this last year or two.
Well, then we're all in trouble.
Tomas putting in the 3-bet with the ace-5 suited. Deuces into the muck.
He probably misread his hand.
This is one. Big blind special. It's my double up now. 10 bigs in a dream. It's on double up. Big blind special. 10 bigs
Oh,
in a
we're at
dream.
Kassouf's table.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Don't know if you
It's
noticed.
actually 9 bigs high like a boss. That's why I'm going to be 9 bigs.
Last time he made a run, 2016. National debt is increased slightly.
Okay.
Dozen eggs. Same can be said. Bitcoin from $568 to 6 figures. And Will Kassouf from talking to talking.
Some things never change.
That's right.
This is the one. There you go, gentlemen. Don't ask me for a count.
Is that real, the debt, the eggs? Bitcoin, what is wrong with us? Why aren't we billionaires?
Didn't you have a bunch of Bitcoin back in 2016?
No comment.
Oh, boy.
I guess this is what they call part committed. No gamble, no future. Anyone doubles me up, I'll get them free lunch, free drink. Anything you want. Free sandwich, free drink on me. Tastes better when it's free. Free food, free
When's the last time you
bonus.
actually bought a dozen eggs?
Whatever you want. Any sandwich, any drink.
No, well, I think
Very
they.
kind of you, thank you.
We can afford a 3-pack.
In December.
Smaller bundles now.
Thank you for the present. Yeah. Oh, come on. What about the free food and drink, buddy? Tastes better when it's free, right? No? You don't think? The best things in life are free. Nothing usually comes free. There's only 3 guarantees in life. You're born, you pay taxes, you die. But when it comes to the main event, from the UK, you don't pay taxes. Life is good. Play to win $10 million, take home $10 million. Huh? Who would have thought?
This whole taxes thing, by the way, is going to hurt a lot more next year.
You win $10 million.
You know, the old big, beautiful bill comes sweeping through.
When the Brits rub it in.
It's going to, I mean, Kassouf's added needle there is really going to add up.
I don't know if I'd want to play poker after that. Is it what, 30% federal tax, 5% state tax, and anything, something else on top? That's paid like up to 40%. You're American, right? You from here? Is that right? Is it 30% federal tax and 5% state tax? Give or take? Approximately. So you have to pay 35%, minimum 35% on your winnings, or whatever you do.
Hallaert calls on the button. And here
you
we
want
go.
the free sandwich and drink. You're hungry, huh? You want the free sandwich, free drink? Or maybe Kenny. Kenny, you hungry? One of you is clearly hungry and thirsty.
Yeah,
Like I
Kenny's
said, one of you
hungry for
doubles me
your
up,
chips, buddy.
They get the free sandwich. And if you triple me up, you both get a sandwich and drink. I'm not complaining. It cost me 20 bucks, 40 bucks. Oh, plus tax, plus tip. It cost me maybe 50 bucks for sandwiches. But I don't mind. We locked up $240,000 right now.
Yes, you have.
I can buy you both a steak for $240,000. Tax free, brother. About 550.
So we've heard.
I know we're short and getting an all right price, but I'd be surprised if Kasuf wants to get in here. Kenny's probably calling quite heavy. We can see he is, right? 210s. Heads up, understandable. Three ways. Might bow out.
Out of the way with the 6-5. Ace in the window, ace 8-5, 2 spades. How sweet it is for Murilo Milame. Checks over to heart.
Jason, are we staying here after the break? We're going, what's it, all of us?
Oh my God.
Wow, the 10 ball on the turn.
Oh my God.
Should I take my hoodie then?
How does that just slide in on the turn?
But with B, what's the reason if we're going to stay the same players? Yeah, they're
Mic'd up, but they don't mic up the stable, and they mic down the stable.
Oh, this is, I thought we are mic'd up.
That way they all get mic'd up.
Oh, you want them? They don't say a word anyway. What's the point of them getting mic'd up? I'm the only one. I thought everyone's mic'd up here. I'm the only one going to stay mic'd up. Now, I'm special. I don't want to be special, Jason. I'll never do mic'd up. But we're all playing here. You're going to have the
Didn't
hassle
look
of
like it would be much of a pot after we saw the flop.
Until.
And now it could get huge.
not being aggressive towards me. Before you were, I think, to be fair, Jason. And when people know me for who I am, you get a bit aggressive and it's unnecessary. I thought I'm speaking my mind, being respectful, and I'm here to have fun, enjoy myself. The last 6 days, everyone's loving the stream. No one said anything like against me.
Kasuf with some complimentary commentary.
You're aggressive, you're saying
Doesn't quite compliment this hand.
I'm being disruptive, you can get security.
Yeah.
You threatened to basically kick me out.
That was my job. That's what they told me to do.
You were being aggressive.
No,
and
that's
I thought,
not aggressive. There's an aggressiveness to doing your job.
Okay. So I disagree. No, I wasn't being. I'm
Check your aggression. Real decision, by the way, here for Hallaert. Deciding whether we just go call or put in a raise. You've got backdoor diamonds starting to show their face. Obviously, we see the flop texture with the spades.
Can I finish so I can explain something?
When you don't like my response, you make me hear you say the same thing 10 times.
No, but because I think I'm being misunderstood.
I think it's disrespectful that you don't understand that I'm listening to you and doing and understanding what you're saying.
I understand what you're saying.
Once more now, perhaps.
Yeah, he's going to cut it out. He's going to set it up to where an all-in can happen on the river.
I understand Jason. Can I explain
You're
the
the one
situation?
no, because I gotta go talk to the
Okay.
table. But you can talk to me after break.
I'll follow you now. All I'm trying to say is, I discussed with the table. Wouldn't you prefer to have 2 shot clocks at 30, then 2 at 20, 2 at 10?
My
I'm
boss,
sure all the
Sean,
players.
deemed that disruptive, not me. This is what's
Why is
tough
that
with you.
disruptive? I'm asking a
Listen,
question.
ask Sean that, not me. This is
Okay.
why I get aggressive. Because you won't listen to a word I say and you accuse me of doing
I'm
the same.
cool, calm, collected.
No, you're not.
Aggressive.
No,
I'm
you're
asking one
aggressive.
question.
You're aggressively trying to argue your argument with someone that did.
And immediately awkward. And I'm not talking about the conversation in the background.
No.
But
that term could apply there too.
Yeah, this scenario that all of a sudden we're facing. Maybe all 3 options on the table. I think fold is very unlikely given the nut draw with top pair. But you are starting to be quite concerned. Is it a set of 8s on the flop? 5s? Did he turn a set of 10s? Or is it, you know, a hand like Queen Jack of Diamonds that has all the outs in the deck? There's so much there.
Miloman, the pro out of Brazil. His wife Luana is here on the rail. How does he proceed against the chip leader?
It's really brutal. And Hallaert's sizing, by the way, is what's made this so difficult.
There's the call. 7.9 in the middle, a little less than 6 behind for Miloman. River Queen of Hearts. Murillo does not get there.
And it's coming, right? We know that Hallaert's going to put them all in for his tournament life, and there's some hands that would be forced into a bluff. Mention one of them, Queen Jack of Diamonds, right? I don't believe that has enough showdown value as played. And all of which will be considered by Miloman. And all that being said as well, Jeff, if we fold, we're okay, right? Levels will obviously go up, but we're going to have 20 bigs still in the main. That's the easy one, but is the opportunity here? Could Hallaert be bluffing? Can we find the bluffs? He's certainly capable. Has been steady all day. We haven't seen anything that's been out of line from Kenny Hallaert. Just been chipping away, chipping up.
If the Brazilian calls, his run in the main ends. There's the fold.
Very nice.
Hangs on to his tournament life. Still a decent-sized pot for Kenny Hallaert to extend his chip lead. Okay, day 7 at the main, going strong, except for some. For Grupp. For the milkman, Greg Merson, it ensures we will have a new World Series of Poker main event champion this year. When we come back, oh yeah, you know what's coming. It's time. Ali Najad and the Poker Hall of Famer Nick Schulman as our World Series of Poker main event continues.
I'm not afraid to do what I have to do.
You know what my problem is? I just don't believe you.
Let's see what this footballer is made out of.
I'm an aggressive player. Stop showing off, mate.
Are you kidding me?
Anything can happen in a big game on tour.
Half in the aftermath here.
That was tough to watch.
Getting shown quads, I mean, such a setup spot there, and then getting the full dress down.
The absolute coconuts, the other language.
That one, tongue out, like
the muscle milk, running back the muscle milk.
I'm not messing around now.
And that's just stone 340 under the gun 9 with 9-4 offsuit.
6.3 in front of Kassouf coming into this one as he bounces off a low water mark. Remember, he had an 8-figure stack at one point in time and was really throwing his weight around.
I had to speech him into it. That's why it's good to talk.
Chirping chips, as they say, but
as a lawyer, it's good
he
to talk.
chirps with all stacked
Then I come
ups.
to the poker table, do the same thing. Last 15 years, same shit, different year. Same shit. I've been pre-rolling last 15 years on everyone else's money. They just give me their chips, just speech them into it, tell them I've got quads, they pay me, I show quads. Absolute coconut, send it. 15 years, I've been pre-rolling life. Life's a free roll. It's the title of my next book, comes out next month. Life's a free roll. You got it, you got it. So sick, so sick. And now he's not going to believe me. I'm raising his big blind. He thinks I'm bullying him. Now I wake up with an even bigger hand. And let's see if Leon is good enough to fold, or he's going to be stubborn because he's big blind and try and fight for another pot. You work me up now. Give me 10 seconds, I'll show you. You give me 10 seconds, I'm coming for you.
Once more into the fray.
Every single one of you. I like you. Maybe I'll go easy on you, but the rest of you, I'm coming for all of you.
Round 2 taking
Every
shape
single one
here.
of you.
This time Sturm defending his big with the dominant
Fearless,
ace-10,
ruthless, and relentless.
which stays in
I will
front
not
on an
stop
8-trade deuce board.
until I get what I want. And I will not rest until I've won. And God help anyone who dares to stand in my way. Yeah, you have been warned. I'm not messing around. Get my chips in good every time. Every time. Especially against Leon. He's the only super high roller Triton boss. Get it in good every time.
You don't like red chips?
I'm getting rid of I've got OCD. I'm going to get my chips in good, but with the change.
Well, they're not in there so good
when I've got
here.
the absolute stone cold nuts like I had
It's
against
interesting in
Leon
hindsight, how can Leon know? But when you see the 9-4
when I bet it,
offsuit
I have it. I'm
is in
protecting
there as some of the opens,
The flop didn't make a difference.
we do consider taking a stand pre a bit wider than we would under
And as a
normal
gentleman, because I beat you in the pot
circumstances.
last time, you show one, I show
So
one.
as to
You show
avoid
both,
the
I will show both.
awkwardness of
Man of my word.
the wide range
I have the best
post.
hand. That's all I'm saying.
Avoid the awkwardness and just the declaration pre becomes more equitable.
Yeah.
However, for Leon with the ace-10 high, the 10 of spades, and he still knows Kassouf is splashy, he is making an excellent continue on the flop in the face of 460. This pot is really swollen given the 3x open pre from Kassouf and the meaty flop bet.
Gut shot acquisition, courtesy of a 6 of clubs. This
Now
is
it's getting a bit
supposed to be Sturm's board here, Nick, as the big blind defender. And Kassouf knows this.
And he's getting counted down.
Just in case.
Check back now. Hunting a 4, 5, or 9. Instead of board pairing
there
deuce,
it
which
is.
is
That was lucky.
quite cozy for the ace high.
I'm winning now then.
You know, Kassouf's whoop,
Didn't
there
need
it
that.
is, had a little
Anyway.
less luster with the 9 high than,
See if
you know,
can
when he has
blast
the
off Black
trips,
River
it's...
Since you missed your flush draw.
Anyway.
Obviously.
I think for Sturm, certainly just goes for the check
Roll reverse.
and decide.
Everyone wants to have pocket jacks to be like Leon, eh? Ah, you slow down, you see. I was checking pot control to see if you'll blast off. I'll get rid of my change here. If you got it, right?
Oh, my.
Whoop, there it is. If you got it, you got it.
Well, goes to the whoop, there it is, and the it is a bet of 1 million into 1.8 roughly. You know, contextually, there is some strange,
Do not put me on this
you know,
hand. I'll give you that
impact.
one. You won't give me credit for a hand.
Yeah, I mean,
hopefully you pay me off. Let's see if you're stubborn enough
from the prior
from the
exchange.
last hand, or whether you're going to pay
For
me off
sure.
again. That slow play, that monster. That's what I'm saying.
So tough when you pay a guy like
bet
this
the turn
off,
and then you
lose,
check shove,
and then
I have to
run
think
into
about it.
this the very next hand. You don't want to do it again.
Now I'm
you
lying,
know?
but if you got to do it,
But
good luck.
Leon's too good for all that. He's just trying to make the best decisions he
What have
can.
you got,
But
ace
it,
six?
Nick,
it's
he's
all
only
real.
got
I got
1.6 remaining here.
What's up, buddy? Huh?
The spot's very hard. You win sometimes.
Out of mutual respect, you show
Blockers
one, I
mean
show one.
less
You
against a
both show both?
Kasuf.
I will show both cards. I'm not ashamed to show my hand. Legit hand, big hand. I wish you 3-bet me pre-flop. We could have got it all in. But I'd have the best of it. You would need to hit. You need to hit.
All in.
Oh.
Damn.
Well,
I did not see that coming, but go on, Leon.
Good
Fly,
Nacht.
young man.
Young Sturm.
My word.
This was a very unexpected,
I guess he
silencer.
I guess he was kind of going for the, you know, this is a bluff, but it's one of those sort of, wow. I don't think any of us expected that.
How much? 1 point. How much?
You know,
630?
are we not better
Really got full house?
served? The incremental 630K, Nick, does it have enough weight on it to risk busting ourselves out of the main as opposed to just clicking call and bluff catching?
Pocket threes.
I know it's just a paltry
I'm gonna see
5
on
bigs
stream.
remaining, but
I don't double you up. You never bluff in this spot for your tournament life. Show one card. We can see on stream anyway, Leon. Wow. I improved on the river as well.
You know, Ali, I hear you, but I think he...
Improved on the river.
I don't know, man. That's one of
We'll do it
those
the
that
hard
we
way
would
again.
have to
We'll do it
ask
the hard way.
Leon. And you know what? We might find out one day, because Leon does sort of wear his heart on his sleeve and talk poker sometimes. That was fascinating.
what have we on tap? Looks like one in progress involving kings for Hesse, who opened to 250. Chiffon then 3-bet king queen suited up to 1225, and now the 4-bet from Hesse to 2.92 that got called, and he's in a way, but finds the club draw.
Oh boy.
Normally it's the ace we hate to see in this spot, yet on this occasion it's those 2 puppy feet that on their own don't threaten, but a third one would vanquish the Cowboys. 7 is clean. And Chiffon, hands clasped, looking to will that 5th club onto the board. Instead, the deuce of hearts claims another victim.
Great run, fan. Another victim indeed.
The fist pump to handshake almost got awkward there, you know, but nice pivot. He's going to be missed, Nick. I like this guy.
I liked him too.
It doesn't matter how disengaged,
No, I hear you.
you know, a guy
I
is.
do.
He's just gonna keep at it.
Yeah. Everybody's standing here. Looks like a big one, and it is something of the classic, something you see all the time deep in these events.
You know, normally what you unearth when you visit this sort of permafrost is a woolly mammoth.
Man.
And how about a mammoth king on the flop?
Oh, boy.
Millamem wiping the smile immediately off of Tenorio's face. And it's not going to be replaced. Courtesy of a 10, only an ace will restore entertainment to Tenorio. The covered stack Not like this.
Well, listen, to go out with aces, what can you do, sir? What a run. That was a very warm embrace. Then that was genuine. This guy seems cool, man. Great game, sir.
Alan Tenorio.
And by the way, we're up to a smooth 100 dimes for the participants, so go enjoy that.
Originally from Alagoas, Brazil. Vila dos Palmares, where he lives now, 36 years of age. Add 100 dimes to that 607.
Mizrachi, four-time Poker Players Championship winner. How does playing in a format like that prepare you for the main event?
Well, it's just, at first it's a little different. This is no limit. We have 8 games in the Poker Players Championship. But, you know, when you play at the highest levels, you know, I guess I'm used to it and I do really good at it and I just want to play my best.
Speaking of playing at the highest levels, usually it's players that are pretty well known, but this field, it's different. It's lesser known, more novice players. How do you shift your game?
Well, first, I wouldn't say they're novice players. As you get deeper in a tournament like this, you see the better players come out. So actually, it's been a really, really tough field and I had to make a lot of adjustments according to my table. And this table should be a fun table. Obviously, I know Greg Merson, but I'm not sure about the other guys, but we'll figure them out. It won't take long.
On day 6, you made an incredible call when you had pocket 7s. What type of courage and experience does it take in that spot to make that decision?
Well, it was a play maybe he's never seen. I induced him to make the bluff. I talked him into bluffing it, and I put him in the tank. I said, if you're going to take this long, you better have it, because wait 5 minutes and take then Hollywood me. You shouldn't do that. Then he decided to go for the bluff. He thought it was going to work, but I was already planning on calling.
Good luck today. Day 7, still in the mix, Michael Mizrachi.
Oh, man.
Mizrachi facing a huge raise yesterday. 7 of hearts in hand for a small flush. Ended up making the call, and he did set that up really well. Bekenstein, blind versus blind, rips it in there with the ace-10, and a decision for Lautaro.
Might have a customer.
Manure, or Manure. Was it Manure? Manure. He was making a joke when he said that. Yeah. That guy was a riot.
King Queen is very close.
Playing the all-in music.
For more than 20 bigs.
This is really uncomfortable.
I hope they got a good video of that, because
4.425. Legendary.
Guerra, predominantly a PLO player and one of the best in the world at that game. Does make the call, and here we go. Play a 9 million chip pot. Pretty much right off the bat. Day 7.
Ace 10, King Queen. Blind versus blind.
You can see the nerves and anxiety right there in Bekenstein's face.
Comes ace jack 4. Good start for Bekenstein. Guerra looking to make a straight with the 10.
The baton has been passed here on day 7 of the 2025 World Series of Poker main event. Not simply from the 9,700 plus to the dozens that remain, but from Jeff Platt and Brent Hanks. Over to yours truly, Ali Najad and Nick Schulman back inside Horseshoe Las Vegas. Natalie Bodie working the sidelines, and we're working our way through the room with a glimpse at the remaining hopefuls. Recent eliminations there. Aishan, Baraj Pessoa, Prokopchuk, 200K and 240K, respectively, as the payouts are getting realer and realer by the bust. There's the main event by the numbers right now. Of course, the 10 million up top begins to permeate one's consciousness with good reason. Just 43 remaining. Here's the outer table. And there's the villain in seat 1, the man who has basically captivated all of the chatter surrounding day 5, 6, and 7. Holding court, Will Kassouf himself. We play 150, 300, 300, Nick. And I'm sure you've had many exchanges throughout the preceding evenings with respect to him and his shtick, and several different opinions out there.
Sure, I think we all have.
Whoever doubles me up, get a free sandwich and a free drink.
Here
Tastes
he
better
is.
when it's free. Costs you $35 otherwise. Plus tax, plus tip.
But I think we're all glad to be here
God
watching
bless
it
him,
unfold, and you know, There's no place I'd rather be, certainly.
The one thing that we are assured is that indifference and ambivalence will not be the takeaways for anyone tuning in when Kasuf is still in the crock pot.
Well, let's see if he finds something in the small.
He
7.5 bigs.
Found his way to the boss store. Perhaps 9 high.
You know, I would back the truck up and shove all in.
Should be
And
embroidered
you'd snap
somewhere.
Fold, whatever, even if you have like king queen, you fold, because everyone would hate you if you double me up. They would hate you more than they hate me if you double me up. They'll be like, why the hell did you just double up Kasuf? Because then it's game over. Then it's game over, right? So I've got that advantage that if I shove, you've got everyone looking at you. They're looking at you and say, don't call. Don't call unless you have aces. Don't call unless you have aces. Do not double him up. Whatever you do not double him up. That's what they were thinking right now. So that's what I'm thinking of shoving with this hand, because you're folding any two.
Will you just text me when I'm needed again, Nick? I'm just going to step
right?
out.
Yeah, I'll let you know, Ollie.
Right. Because I like you. At least you're engaging in conversation with me. I like you, so I will just fold. Normally I shove. If I shove, you're fold. You can shove. We're going to see on the stream anyway. If I shove, you're going to fold, right? Shove. 10-3 off, you're winning anyway. You're winning anyway. Miles. You're miles ahead. But yeah, entire hindsight would fold. What do you do? What do you do if you have king queen? 7 big blinds. Seriously, king queen. You call? No, you call? No, seriously. It's king queen. 6 big blinds more. Would you fold?
All the speech for folding.
Sorry?
All the speech for folding.
You would fold? No, if you're in this.
No, you are all the speech for folding.
No, I was going to show. I don't dust it off with any two, and he wakes up with a monster and knocks me out. I'm thinking he'll fold any two because he doesn't want me to double up, and neither do any of you guys. Believe me. But when I shove all in for my tournament life, at this stage, playing for $10 million, I'm going to have the best hand, for sure. And if you double me up, you're definitely going to regret it. You get the free sandwich and free drink, but you get the free rub down for 5 minutes, and then the whole table hates you more than they hate me. Think about how much that would feel. I think that feels a lot worse.
I don't think that's possible.
Sorry? You don't think that's possible? Well, you can double me up. You're the favorite to double me up. Because you were the one who initially started it all, the antagonist who said, yeah, guys, if you want the floor to come over, just call clock at any time. Just call clock any time. Yeah, you started it.
I said they want you to make a decision.
No, and then you started calling clock on me after 10 seconds because you thought you were funny. And then the floor came over and literally put me on the clock after 10 seconds. So thank you for that. Yeah.
Oh, you're welcome.
It just shows the type of person that you are. So. I won't repeat, what I think of you, but I think you know.
This is rich for me. By the way, as Schwartzberg appears to be being dressed down.
Yeah, hold on. Your side, because it's me. So you call the clock on me after 10 seconds, and then the floor will automatically put me on the clock.
I wonder why he called the clock, Will.
Because you called the clock after
Do you
10
know?
seconds.
I mean,
I thought you were a funny guy.
I don't think humor was on Schwartzberg's mind.
Hang on a second, Ollie.
You call the clock on me after 10 seconds. And do you think you're funny? No, I'm asking you a question. Do you speak English? I said, do you think you're funny? Yes or no? Sometimes you think you're funny. Yeah, you look funny. You look funny to me.
I mean...
You're a funny guy. Funny guy. What's the bet, please?
I think my fuse is going to be a little bit short here today after a third helping of this, well-established.
Keep smiling. At least you're smiling now, yeah? But it's a right smile because I can see you're pissed off. You're really agitated. You really want to punch me in the face. But keep smiling. It's good for the cameras. Try not to show you're frustrated or pissed off. Don't let the viewers think you're steaming, right? You don't let the viewers think you're steaming or pissed off. Keep smiling. Yeah, it's funny. Funny guy. Funny guy. You do stand-up comedy, by the way? I've got a hand, guys. I've got a hand. Do you do stand-up comedy? Let me know when your next gig is, please. Give me front row seats to your next gig. What a funny guy, this geezer. Calling clock on me after 10 seconds. By the way, when everyone's got 30 seconds each? I spoke to Jack F on the break, and because I said to him it's unreasonable, you called the clock on me after 20 seconds when it's for my tournament live, and then they counted down from 30 to 0, I lost 1 life. Apparently, everyone has 2 clocks from 30 to 0, and then it goes from 10 to 0, right? So I lost 1 life, effectively. I didn't know that rule. I explained to him it's unreasonable. You called the clock on me after 20 seconds, and I used my 30 seconds, so I lost 1 life. I got it reset. Eventually, I had to argue with Jack Ethel, and I said, I want it reset so I'm on the same level as everyone else. Why am I being singled out? So now, I'm on the same clock as all of you guys. I still have my 2 lives, so don't try and put the pressure on me because I've only got 1 life left, because I don't. I've got 2 lives just like you guys. I thought I'd let you know. In case you try and, call the clock, so I lose both my lives in a damn 10 seconds. So now, I've got the same as you. So you should be steaming that even I meant to lose a life. I spoke to Jack Ethel, and he reasoned with me. Eventually, I had to argue with him for 10 minutes. He accused me of being a lawyer and everything, but even though I am a lawyer, I was just stating my case. I was stating the facts. And he agreed that I was right, and it was unreasonable because you called the clock. And I've now got 2 lives just like you guys. So I've got 2 clocks from 30 seconds to 0. Just so you guys know, in case you want to try and be funny and call the clock on me. Yeah? So now you know. Now you should be steaming. So I've got 2 lives just like the rest of you.
Is there a courtroom on Earth, by the way, Nick, where a judge would tolerate even a
10 seconds to act on every
My
client couldn't have been there. He had 9 high like a boss the other night.
Don't go nuts straight, board pair to the river. And
He had the absolute coconuts.
Because I got 10 seconds.
The defense rests.
Absolute joke.
Couple of ladies for
main event, playing for $10
Pupo.
million. And I'm on 10-second shot clock, even on the river, in the 8 million chip pot, and I have to fold the best hand. But I'm a thinking player.
Giovanni Gio Pupo.
I don't just say, yeah, just dust it off call, and he shows me a full house, and I knock myself out.
Hometown Bellevue, Washington. Lovely pocket of the Pacific Northwest. Now lives here in Las Vegas.
I have to deal with it.
Marketing grad from UNLV in cloud computing sales. So not a professional poker player by trade, 44 years of age. And you could have guessed that once I read off $7,200 in career tournament earnings. So how about this for Gio?
You know, we always see these stories emerge in the main.
7 bigs. 7 bigs means 7 bigs.
By the way, Gio,
2.1 million.
he's got a little cannon on him. Left-handed pitcher who played baseball at UNLV from 2000 to 03. Career record 7-13 with a 6.65 ERA. You know, respectfully, I don't think the scouts were reaching out with these sorts of figures, but nevertheless, I'm sure he would have struck me out.
You might have gotten hit by a pitch, my friend.
Millerman, King Queen off, took us to 700 and 2 million as the Queens escalate the matter. And let's see. The King-Queen offsuit in particular fascinates me, Nick, because there are so many sentiments that people have about that specific combination and its utility. But as evidenced by the fact that Queens lurked there, the blocker effects don't always come to fruition.
Yeah, that's very true regarding the blockers. Sometimes they just have it anyway.
Right.
But you're right, Ali. It is a bit of a mysterious hand.
And as we touched on toward the latter portion of last night when we saw some deviations from anticipated responses or reactions, when you get down here 42 in the main, you know, we reserve the right to maybe alter course relative to what we may otherwise have been doing under different circumstances.
Definitely.
And now Ace-Jack, as the kind quotient of the deck continues to visit Pupo.
Still 2.1.
That is a mighty quaff, by the way,
Give or take nothing.
on that gentleman. I mean, if he's...
7 big blinds.
That hair is not going anywhere.
And the dream.
This hair,
Leave the dream to
anyway.
me. For you, 7 big blinds, bowl of rice, double me up. Free sandwich and a drink. Tax-free, tax-free.
This is a touch close for Kasuf. I believe we're just out low jack, high jack. But once we have 7 bigs, all of these become the very least worth thinking
Best
about.
hand I've seen so far.
Just 2.1 in front of him. At present, good for only
We're a
7
cutoff button, perhaps. Even high jack cutoff, maybe.
35 seconds.
But I think just low jack, high jack.
For 2 minutes. Okay, done.
Been clocked
Everyone
once
thinks for
more.
2-3
He's
minutes,
gone.
flop and no one calls the clock. And you
Your time.
admitted it yourself.
Take your time. I'm call the clock.
Yeah, and
No
you
problem.
admitted yourself. It was 35 seconds.
problem.
You think that's reasonable to call the clock in 35 seconds for my tournament life? Why? Everyone else
Yeah,
gets
I
2-3
call.
minutes.
Call.
But you know that you don't call the clock on anyone else when they take 35 seconds. You count exactly 35 seconds.
Wonder why.
All hands.
I had a hand.
All
I had a hand. You
All
see on the
time
stream?
you had a hand.
Yeah. You don't believe me, see? You're clueless. You have no idea.
Yeah.
Absolutely clueless. You have no
Kasuf steady
idea
making friends.
what I do, how I do it, why I do it. You think I'm just doing it for show, for fun? You have no idea. Call the clock after 35 seconds. You admit yourself. You think 35 second reasonable time? Okay. How would you feel?
You don't like?
No, it's not what I don't like. How would you
It's your
like
problem.
it? No, it's not my problem. It's something you seem to have a problem. How would you like it? Someone called clock on you for 35 seconds after when you have 7? No, I'm not like that. I'm not.
But I like, and I call clock.
Yeah, but you lot are all like a bunch of crybaby, introverted crybaby snowflakes, literally.
Okay.
Crying about little things. Sir, he's talking too much. I can't take it anymore. Please tell him to stop talking. Floor, clock, floor. Cry. He's talking too much. Oh, I can't think. Crying. Like a bunch of herd of sheep and pussycats, like I said earlier. Meh.
We've gone full CNC.
And you know, it does appear Kasuf is becoming a bit something.
Villainous?
Well, he's been villainous the whole time, but there's, you know, he's in a kind of...
Unbelievable.
He's in a sub-10 big blind situation.
He's in a state
Have you ever
right
called the
now.
clock on anyone else after 35 seconds? Yes or no?
No.
Did you call the clock?
Just for you.
Just for me, thank you. So you're singling me out, so you're trying to bully me. You couldn't call the clock against me. Everyone else, you give them 2-3 minutes.
I'm called the clock of all people tanking 1 minute, 30 seconds, all hands.
They were tanking like 3-4 minutes on the flop, then another 5 minutes on the
Can
turn.
start to clock you.
No one called clock.
Minute, all hands. I'm called the.
I didn't call the clock on anyone. I'm short stack. I could have called the clock on anyone 5 times.
45.
Schwartzberg's ace-10
You
suited.
think you're funny? You're going to count down while I'm thinking. You're going to count down. So this is how you're going to be. You think you're funny?
Opens, gets flatted by
You think
Hallaert
you're funny,
sixes.
yeah? And you call clock and you think it's reasonable after 35 seconds. Yeah, okay. You clearly...
30 seconds.
You know, because a lot of the Kasuf stuff is shtick, but he seems genuinely tilted now.
He's been unreasonable.
He's doing it to himself.
Is that steam coming out of your ears?
You know,
look
whatever
like
it may be.
steam. Do you want some water? I think you need to cool off. Don't worry. There you go, I'll fold it.
You know, I love the way Padilla is handling this, by the way.
I wonder why it's so hot here. Ooh, get it hot. Yep. Cocktails. Get some water here. I think everyone's steaming. They need to cool off. Don't know why.
I think you do.
This guy is irritating the whole table.
I folded. He's calling the clock on me.
just need to keep quiet.
He's calling the clock after 35 seconds. I said, you called the clock on me? He said, yeah, it's been 35 seconds. I said, you think 35 seconds is reasonable? He said, yes. I said, have you called the clock on anyone else after 35 seconds? He said, no, just you. He said, singling me out, calling the clock on me for a tournament life. I've got 7 big blinds, and he's calling the clock, and he said, it's been 35 seconds. And he thinks that's reasonable. Right?
All
so
people,
I want
all people
to say,
play fetch and sometimes take a time.
And I spoke to Jack. I've got 3 sets. I got 2 lives. Right? And they're calling it 30 seconds. They're calling the clock on me. I got 7 big blinds for my tournament life, Jason. Play for $10 million. 35 seconds.
Can we first play this hand?
No one would call a clock on any other player after 35 seconds. For a fact.
We just need to for him to stay quiet while
and
we
he thinks
play.
it's reasonable to call a clock on me after 35 seconds. They think they're funny. It has to be fair and reasonable. I've not called a clock on anyone in the whole tournament. And they're tanking for 5 minutes, staring each other down. They think that's good for poker. Staring each other down, saying nothing. I don't call a clock. I'm with them. I could call a clock every single hand. I haven't called a clock once.
Well, the
I take
ace-high
30
flop is
seconds,
good for
they're calling a clock, I've got
Schwartzberg.
7 big blinds. He wouldn't. No one would call a clock on anyone else.
Key
after 35
cards for
seconds.
Kenny.
That's the point. Please, be quiet. Hear me out. Stop talking. Please stop talking. I'm speaking to Jason. Please be quiet. Please be quiet. Please,
You be quiet. We're playing.
Please shut your mouth when I'm talking. Thank you.
My goodness.
So, the point is, they're calling a clock on me after 35 seconds, and he's admitting it's been 35 seconds. He thinks that's reasonable. For me, I said, I asked him the question, what about do you think, would you call the clock after 35 seconds and anyone else? He said, no, just you. So it's literally bullying. They're bullying, they're saying just against me, they call the clock every single time after 30 seconds. Everyone else can have 2, 3 minutes tanking, and no one calls the clock. No one. They're tanking forever, even pre-flop, post-flop. Jason, listen. 3
You know,
minutes
Nick, I'm
tanking,
not religious myself. As long as I've known you, I've not known you to be religious either. Which means that I've not delved into the Bible. But certainly, the good Lord has to have offered some sort of parable at some point that addresses specifically the sort of phenomenon that we're encountering here
Call the clock 35 seconds.
to help guide us, perhaps, in these moments.
No, you think you're funny. Calling clock on me 35 seconds, but you don't call clock on anyone else. Just because it's me, you want to call clock on me 35 seconds. I've got 7 big blinds from one line.
Think a lot all time, all hands.
If it's been reasonable, if it's 2 minutes, call the clock. That's fair. But not 35 seconds. Exactly, acting like a little girl. Exactly, you're a child.
Cry.
That's like you're crying. You're losing it. I can see it in your eyes.
Yeah, you're losing.
I can see it in your eyes. Yeah. Your balls are shrinking by the
All people losing.
You're absolutely steaming. I can see it. Do you want some water? I'll get you some water, bro. I'll get some water. Cocktails. Can we get some water? Can we get 8 bottles of water? Everyone is steaming here, absolutely steaming. They're livid. They're calling the clock on me after 30 seconds. Cocktails.
I want to ask a genuine question of you, Nick, because you had a moment this summer where you had to deal with a character yourself.
Are you steaming?
By the way, curious if Kenny feels compelled to do something here.
You wake up then. Let's have a round of cocktails on me.
Target things like 9, 9, 10, 10. I'm listening, Ali, but
it did go check, check, flop, and turn for the record.
Milk and cream, half and half.
If Schwartzberg blocks
It's on me. Do you guys want?
or checks or goes bigger for that matter, does Kenny feel compelled to turn these sixes into a bluff?
The cocktail guys here. I know you're all steaming.
Maybe.
Do you guys want a bottle of water? Any of you? Would you
Wow,
like one?
Schwartzberg.
Anyone else want a bottle of water? It's on me. It tastes better when it's free. Would you like one?
I thought I saw the motion for a check there. Was I mistaken?
He did check it over to Kenny, and for Kenny, obviously a bet targets 7, 7, 9, 9, 10, 10, Jack, Jack. Even something like Queen 10 of hearts, perhaps. There are a variety of hands that are uncomfortable in the face of bet, and it feels like we probably don't win if we check. Good choice from Hallaert.
So this one ends less eventfully than I would imagine the controversy that continues to enshroud Kassouf will. And I return to the topic, Nick, and ask you, as one of the coolest customers in the game, looking at the Day 7 headlines, how you would deal with a situation such as this.
You know, it's tough. I try not to let them know that they're annoying me. And I try to keep it, you know, and see the sort of best in people or what have you. But if I get pushed to that point, just things can happen. I mean, I don't really know, you know, I don't have a playbook for it, but if I get really, if somebody's really annoying me, things can kind of go down, you know?
Has it happened over the course of your poker playing career where someone has really turned on you to the point where you've lost a sense of decorum and found yourself just completely thrown?
Well, it happened this summer a touch, and yeah, yes, it has happened, and at the poker table and in the pool room and what have you, but not to an extreme degree. Well, I mean, I don't know, Ali. It might happen in the booth tonight. You know, we just never know what's going to happen. That's the beautiful thing about life.
Well, back to this featured table, we find a bit more calm as we see Hamachi, Kohei Arai.
And we don't know what Kohei has, but this is a tricky spot for Lautaro.
Yeah, Lautaro Guerra with the 2-10s here. 8-8-4 board, and the big blind is check raising our under the gun open. Road traveled was an open to 600. Grinder flatted the ace-6 suited. And he also floated the flop in the face of the $500,000. Then Arai rose up, extra 1.3, delivered by Guerra. Now Mizrachi's sentiments are shifting, of course.
Yeah.
But I'm like, I just talk to him when it's done.
Right.
We've only just begun.
It's interesting for Grinder. If he has a read, the big blind is weak. Guerra rarely has an 8. You could consider a sort of back move, but he's just gone, which of course is the normal choice. Again, we don't know what Arai has. 6.3 in the middle. Clean for Guerra insofar as the gut shots, which are some of the bluffs Arai might have, don't arrive.
But how it plays, I don't think he has.
What do you guys think he has watching? It's always good if you're a poker player to kind of lock in right now and just sort of try to read the gentleman in this situation who has the mystery hand.
He got colored last night when we were at the feature. Queen's the aces. But the whole 12 minutes.
Under Arai's profession, he lists company agent, but as much as I would love to entertain some sort of exotic cover story, both pinky tips appeared intact, which suggests that it's just a straightforward sort of career for him.
Yeah, you never know, though.
You think the back is just a complete wall of art? Just does check this turn now, Nick.
Hey,
Looks like Lautaro Guerra has checked
we'll
back.
Be back.
hopefully in time to catch the conclusion of that one, as Kasuf is all in. Queen Jack of Hearts here.
And the whole table will hate you. They'll hate you more than they hate me.
I don't know about that.
But at least you get the free sandwich and free drink. Save you the tax and the tip as well. But I get my chips in good for a tournament live playing for $10 million. I definitely want a double up. You especially. Don't look. Call me blind like a boss. Call me blind. Sponsor GG Poker, or are you just, oh, come on. Come on. No, cool. Let Kenny see a flop. Let him catch up. I played it bad. Kenny, teach me how to play. I played it bad. I should have just called. Okay. I tried, guys. They tried to bust me. I thought he was going to bust me.
Woo! Nice one, Will. Come on.
Kenny, you could be everyone's hero there. Sorry.
You know, on our way into the booth.
I'm under the gun.
Yeah.
All right, can I play this hand?
Yes, Sully?
I shouldn't miss a hand.
Hang on. Here we go.
You're gonna miss your big blind if you don't get up.
Okay, I'll just see this hand. I'm not dealt out. I'm in the hand. Why am I missing this hand? Why are you doing it when I'm playing a hand? Let me see the hand first, not the fold.
Are they just not allowing him to look at that hand?
They couldn't clock me after 35 seconds.
I understand. I'm not talking about the
from the
clock.
start.
The belligerent, the way you're talking about
I don't know, Ali. No.
If it doesn't,
They're bullying against me.
I will issue penalties.
Okay, I understand. But they're bullying me. They couldn't clock after 35 seconds. I've got 70 blinds for my tournament live playing for $10 million. All right? You understand?
But you caused all this.
I didn't cause anything. I didn't cause anything. I haven't said one word to these guys. They're trying to bully me, gang up against me. Can you hear me out?
Rule 1, I want you to hear me out.
Okay, you go.
Rule 1 says we're going to play with what's best interest and etiquette of the game. You're not being etiquette. You're not being professional.
I am being professional.
Please play your game properly.
I am.
Stop all the antics.
Okay.
Stop belligerent players.
I'm not belligerent.
Or I will start issuing penalties. They will be ugly.
They're the ones who've been disrespectful towards me. They're calling the clock after 35 seconds. And I said, you call the clock? He said, yes, it's been 35 seconds. I listened, and I said, do you think that's reasonable? He said, yes. I said, would you call the clock at 35 seconds against any other player? He said, no, just you. So they're singling me out.
They haven't had 50 clock calls.
Truly, he belongs in British
the
Parliament.
Lady in the banana outfit, by the way. Yes, I mean, we can see the legal background. I don't know, Ali, to pluck him from the table and just miss a hand there. I'm not sure.
Oh, what I am sure of is that Nick Pupillo, who's down here, final 50 and change, is in a world of hurt. Ace 5 deuce, queens versus kings. This was a Pupillo open to 600. Boyevich 3-bet to 1.8. Pupillo shoved, got snapped, and can't find a queen.
Very good game to you, sir. Man. He'll be back.
That's a tough one. I like Nick quite a bit, by the way. Played a considerable amount of cash with him, and he's always conducted himself graciously. Valiant effort here.
Likewise, it hurts. I mean, the feeling is somewhat unimaginable unless you've been there, which I have not. Top 50 in the main. It's so, 240 is sweet, but, you know, we all know what lurks for the final few players.
Tack that on to his $6 million plus in career tournament earnings as he'll head back to Gilbert, Arizona at the back of the summer.
I'm trying to explain something. Yeah, I know. You try to
Professional
dismiss it
poker
and change
player.
the subject. I state my case. All you do is just walk away.
Three-time
You
circuit
walk away,
ring winner.
That's it. I'm stating my case. That's it. It seems like you can't take it. You give opinions. Thank you. Yeah, you give opinions. I speak facts. When you hear the facts, black and white, you don't like it. You walk away. That's it. And you say the word is final. The word is final. Okay. And hashtag just saying. They can't take it. I speak facts. They can't handle the truth. The players, the floor staff, they can't handle the truth. And the truth will always prevail.
Was that a line from A Few Good Men with Jack Nicholson?
Haters gonna hate.
You know that was a you can't hit, but yes, it was a sevens for Garner.
Let's go. You can double me up. Here we go. Same applies. Free sandwich, free drink. How was the water, by the way? Do you like the water? I'll get you free water. Good? Water was good? Was the water good? Tastes better when it's free, right? There you go. You're a good man. I like it.
Michael Garner now.
And carry on steaming.
Who's really had to handle a disproportionate amount of this show that he never bought tickets to. Other than the event itself, of course. It's sort of the sideshow I'm talking about.
Garner likely weighing raise or just all in. Just south of 12 bigs. Under the gun 7. 41 left of 97.35. Looks like he does declare the all in.
Michael, by the way, As we see his final 3.5 million hanging in the balance. Got into poker like so many after Chris Moneymaker's epic run in 03, which really was kerosene on an otherwise modest fire that was poker at that time.
How much?
The Inferno blazed bright. After that, Ace-10 offsuit. Is it bright enough?
You know, if it is, it's the bottom. It's really close. But versus under the gun 7 at this juncture of the main, might we just want to wait for Ace-Jack? Not sure. But perhaps the range we're up against is a little bit scary. As we can see, it's a flip, which is often the case. But if they lack the suited broadways and they lack inferior ace-X, it starts to get murky fast. Close spot for Pupo.
And as you kind of observe his body language, you can tell that's how he feels about it.
Well, I don't think I can fold this hand.
Okay,
I'd rather
good
solve it
luck,
than go with it,
gentlemen.
but with my stack, I think this is the one.
Can Kasuf do it once more? Or does Garner send him packing for good? Here it
In the
is.
words of Wilkes, if you got it, you got it. I'm all in. Let's go. Right, 1 time or 2 times? Gary, all in. Ace, king, 7s. Any ace or kings, about? Everyone's rooting for a 7, yeah? Ace on the flop, it's unlucky. It's unlucky. Ace of clubs. Ace of clubs on the flop.
Ace 7 loose.
Ace of clubs on the flop. It's unlucky. What, 1 time or 2 times? We can agree. 1 time? It's up to you. I'm a nice guy. I'll give the option. Once or twice, up to you. Once I get there.
7!
Sure.
The whole of poker waits with bated breath, Nick.
Haters gonna hate. They see me roll.
As do
They
we.
hate. Ace on the flop. Ace. That white Russian. Ace. Thank
He
you.
does
Thank
find
you.
the ace.
Thank you.
7 of clubs working for Garner.
Oh, if there's any justice in the game, I hold. 6.
6 has been called for. Okay.
Queen of hearts. Queen of hearts on the turn. I'm not maybe.
Down to the lone 2 7s.
Yeah.
Empty vessels make the most noise.
He's got it. 9 ball, corner pocket. 9 ball.
7! Ace! Ace! Ace!
Thank you. Top two coconuts. Send it. Send it. Then the count out, please. Put a stamp on that and send it. I'll show them now.
The show goes on.
You know, that was the exact thing I was going to say. I just...
I'm fearless, ruthless, and relentless. I will not stop until I get what I want. And I will not rest until I've won. And God help anyone who dares to stand in my way. Watch. Watch.
There's now a skosh of megalomania that appears to have leached into the diatribe.
That's what I'm here to do. Let's go. We're gonna fight fire with fire. Let's go. LFG.
Does he think he is the prodigal son of poker here?
Is your ass as you're walking out that door. Do you understand what I'm saying? Goes for all of you.
To resurrect? Okay.
Let's go. Let's go. USA. USA. LFG. LFG. Yeah. I'm not saying yeah. I'm just getting excited. I won the pot. I'm allowed to celebrate. I've been hearing a lot of dealing. Yeah, yeah. When they won the pot, yeah, going crazy. I don't go crazy, but just to make a statement there. Thank you, Chris. It's been thank you, Ginger, Chris. Been emotional. Now we got a game. Incoming. Oh, my next double up. Mikey Mike to double me up again.
How do you think you feel if you're looking at the dealer rotation in the break room?
Now we got a game.
And you see you're pushing B. Yeah. Do you think that's sweet?
It's going to be game over.
He's in the 1 seat as well, so it's really kind of a wet blanket.
Just finish it tomorrow.
I'd love to mic up that break room, by the way, just to be a fly on the wall of what they're really feeling about this.
You want fries with that? Anything else?
Yeah.
No, you good? You good? You had your lunch already? I haven't eaten anything all day.
Wow, didn't
I'm just
take
hungry
long.
for fish and chips. The fish and the chips. That's all I want. That's all I want. Oh, look. #1 steamer. Straight in under the gun. Steaming. Absolutely steaming.
No, it will be going in for Garner. Good luck, sir.
Like a Brazilian, but look, lift off.
Can he
Here we go. It's
spin
all going
back?
in. It's going to be all in call every hand now. The whole table is on tilt. They're absolutely steaming. You can't make this up. It's incredible. Is this really the 10K main event, Mike? Playing for $10 million? And this is the lineup? You got to be kidding me, man. You know? Wow. Wow. This is the 10K main event. Guys, seriously. Gary.
He's all in, right? He doesn't.
Padilla, King Jack of Diamonds, has made it 600,000. Garner once more, clicking up from 7s to 8s, getting it all in. Unfortunately, Hallaert has found queens.
The floor staff can't handle the truth. The tournament director can't handle the truth.
Let's see what size he goes for.
That's it.
With Padilla having 60 bigs.
Love will conquer hate. All the haters ain't gonna get it now. Bring it, let's go. LFG.
Hallaert is going to look for privacy. Not willing to let Padilla join the fun for an extra 400,000. Over and out for the 10-4. With merciful pace, mind you.
Cocktails, cocktails, feature table. Table B. Nah. If I have half a can of Red Bull or 1 coffee, this table is finished. Within half an hour, they'll be finished.
You mean you haven't already?
If I have a shot, in half an hour, they'll be playing the cash game in the 1-3 in the horseshoe. If I have any kind of caffeine, please, give them a chance. Give them a chance. If I have Red Bull coffee, this table's finished.
Are we meant to believe, Nick,
Seriously,
that this is a
game over.
caffeine-free display? That's wow.
I've got to stay off the shiny surface in case I'm intimidating around the players.
I just want the fish and the chips.
Yeah.
Those are the fish, and there are the chips.
Yeah.
Like a boss. Like a boss.
They're disrespecting him. Well, the deck is disrespected. Garner's 8s with the queens. Hallaert, an empathetic rap of the felt, as he knows all too well what it's like to get down this deep. A former 6th place finisher in the main event, final tableist, looking to ascend even further up the leaderboard.
I loved his short interview last night. You can tell this is a guy who's really at peace with the result.
Yeah.
Really paid his dues. Great player, free out there, whatever happens. And you know that behooves you as we see Garner picking up some outs.
Yeah, from 2 to 4. 10 of hearts is absent. So an actual 5-outer with 3.3 in the middle as Michael Garner needs help. Can't get it.
Very good game to you, sir. What a run for Garner.
Well, surely back in the Redlands, California, his friends and relatives are quite proud of Garner and this run, especially considering coming in, he had 98,000 in career tournament earnings. Love to see the smile there, even though he's obviously awash with disappointment.
A bit more subdued, but for day 7 and day 8, that's it. They're ruined.
GG's,
They're ruined.
Mr. Garner.
On the medication, the doctor's surgery's closed. I tried
Handled
to go.
himself
I tried
with
to go out
class.
there, do the right thing. I went. They closed early in Vegas. Unbelievable. So I haven't got my medication.
Hallaert, by the way, I mean, this is a remarkable stack that he's assembled at this point.
It certainly is.
Just shy of 6 million in career tournament earnings for the 43-year-old who lives in London, plays under the Belgian flag, a PokerStars live event advisor.
And I believe he's still the chip lead right now, right? But outer
Right, too.
table things can always happen quickly.
You know, he's been pretty mum with respect to what he's endured here, but I wonder, given his role as an event organizer, whether or not Kenny's experience here is going to lead him to maybe seek to implement some measure of, you know.
I think from what I've seen, he's going with the disengaged route.
Sure. But, you know, when it's all said and done.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, if Kasuf finds one more double or spins in another fashion, you know, it starts to get. He was on fumes mere minutes ago.
Yeah, now 5.4. And by the way, the chirping doesn't appear tethered to the depth of the stack. It's just a binary 0 or 1. If I'm in the event, you're going to hear about it.
Yeah, it looks like he's taking a little break.
Is this a voluntary break? Or?
Well, he's back.
Dealing with kids, literally. Literally a bunch of kids. Literally. Sir, he's talking too much. I can take it. Clock, floor. They give me 20 seconds to act. Clock. and I got 30-second countdown. You used up one of my lives because I got clocked twice.
We don't have a shot of it, but is this the fabled Gary that he keeps?
Yeah, I think he's talking to his boy Gary there.
You remember Home Improvement, where Tim the Toolman would go to the fence and then Wilson was on the other side?
I don't remember that particular detail.
Because we've not seen him, but he's there. And so are the final 40 some odd. 240,000. The payout band will be broken and 60,000 will be added. Officially 40.
And right away we see Arai putting Mizrachi in a spot.
Yeah, look at this.
Do you have the line for us up to this date?
And Arai opened to 600, which was a click. Mizrachi defended his big with the queen 9. Flop top pair. Check called $500,000 on the flop. Then check called 2.2 with the double gutter to go with that top pair on the turn. Pot grew. And then on the river, the third barrel from Arai. 5.2 million, and in terms of sizing in relation to that 7 million that was out there, does this third barrel read value or desperation?
I would say it just reads a difficult size to navigate against. It could be value, it could be a bluff. It does get through the ace, such a great card to bluff. Bravo, sir. This Araya has shown a lot of
play some big pots.
Chutzpah?
Yes, wow, look at you. Look at you, Ali. Say a word at the same time as me again, my friend. See what happens.
Good shot, straight draw, and the backdoor clubs, of course, that which motivated the 7 high to fire. All right. Part of that Japanese delegation that has rolled very deep and grows each successive summer. Went to Waseda University.
You're right, I've been very impressed by the Japanese players.
Tough one, huh?
His hobbies are anime, and I confess a game that I really enjoy, and I know it's actually prevalent in Jewish culture as well as Asian culture. Mahjong.
Okay, I've never played Mahjong, but I hear you.
Yeah, it's a great little game. It's kind of like gin rummy with tiles.
No, I'm familiar with the game.
Maybe save you.
You match, right? It's a matching game.
You can make runs and then matches and you know, different point values to certain hands.
I've never played, but if you want to maybe play, you know, cheap one night where we both kind of learn
well, you need
together.
4 players, really. Okay. But we can do it.
Nice work.
Should we invite Kasuf?
My hand?
Yeah.
Oh, secret.
Secret. Secret for 55 minutes.
No.
55 minutes. Delay.
Kohei's Twitter, by the way, all right? At Hamachi_wrong. You know, there's a few sushi spots that have been shut down, dirty dining segments that they do on the local news here where, you know, the hamachi has definitely gone wrong.
I think pocket fives.
I wonder where that comes from.
Oh, no pocket fives. No pocket fives. No pocket fives.
That would be
no pocket
so
fives?
sick.
Yeah.
If it was, no, not a chance.
You'd
have a running mate.
I had one of those. You probably won't get to see me triple barreling very much with this stack, but.
Oh, secret.
Yeah, let's get a glimpse at some of the notable stacks.
I had one of those on day 1.
Remaining here, day 7 of the main event. Dae-Hyung Lee, 33-5, keeping company with Hallaert up there. And let's send it down now for the first time to Natalie Bodie, who is standing by with the first timer to the main event. What do you got, Natalie?
Here with Octavian Vogel, who told me that you're playing the main for the first time. You free rolled into this thing. How?
So a couple of months ago, my wife and I were talking about if we should come all as a family, and then we had a few things come up at work, and we're like, nah, we won't do it. And then I played like some mystery bounty tourney on GG, and one of the bounties was a ticket into one of the satellites, and then I won the satellite. So then I said, it's not transferable, now we have to go. So picked up the kid and wife, and yeah, over we came. First time in the main, yeah, going pretty well.
So what's the response right now from your kids, your wife, your friends that are watching? Because it's day 7 and you're very much alive.
Yeah, so my wife, I flew out 3 days earlier to play a little bit, and then my wife came with our 3.5-year-old on like a 24-hour flight, and now she had to fly back with the 3.5-year-old, so I feel very bad about that. She's a trooper. And now she's worried that if I go make the final table, she's going to have to come again with the 3.5-year-old. So right now, I'm kind of really feeling bad for my wife.
Hey, that would be a good problem to have, though. I'm just curious in general, this experience, what is it like? How would you describe it to someone who's dreamed of playing the main event? Because you're doing this for the first time.
It's everything I hope for and more, obviously. Like, wouldn't have thought that I'd go that deep straight away in the first main event. But yeah, it's an amazing experience. Obviously, like, this is the best event of the year. WSOP is everything everybody dreams of. So yeah, it's been awesome.
Good luck to you. I'm going to send you back to your seat. Hopefully your wife has to book that flight, by the way.
I hope so too, yeah.
Thanks for the time.
No, I hope they let him know if he was missing hands. That was a while there. Oh my.
Well, hang on. What do we have here?
Going on with 3 players in the hand.
There's no, I didn't say anything about the hand. What are you talking about?
There's 3 players in the hand and there's speech going on.
There's no speech. I didn't say anything about my hand. I'm saying the 2 people that was all in. I didn't say anything about my hand. Why are you trying to be a nuisance, Kenny? You're sponsored PokerStars Pro. You're embarrassing yourself.
Was the razor Kasuf flatted?
I'm stating a fact. I've called, so obviously I have a hand. That's all I said. I'm not wasting time tanking with nothing like 7 deuce because I've called pre-flop. That's my point, right? That's all I'm trying to say. I didn't say anything about my hand or their hand. Just to clarify.
And we see at the blinds
trying to get me a penalty.
getting it in.
You should know better than that. As a sponsored PokerStars Pro, it's embarrassing. I just stated a fact, that's all. I wasn't even talking to them. And you're not in the hand, so please don't make any comments. Thank you.
I'm in this tournament, I have the right to.
Yeah, but don't try to call the floor on me. I'm talking about the hand. Don't give them wrong information. Don't lie to the floor.
You said it before, Ali, that Hallaert might...
I got a hand because I called pre-flop. It's not rocket science.
He's speaking, he's just wasting time thinking.
I'm not wasting time. Have a look at my... You want to come have a look at my hand?
No.
Okay, don't worry, don't worry.
Clock appears to be the single-syllable antidote to all that ails.
Yeah, I wonder how many times that word has been uttered.
Countless. By the way, I did say it was a raise and a call. Then we saw the 4-bet and the jam as ace-king and 2 10s collide. The hopes of Milomem hang on 20 miles. And ace-king has already managed to upset a pocket pair on the day here at this very table, but on this occasion, it isn't looking quite as likely. Queen 4 deuce, spade coverage for Vecino with the 2 overcards. 10.7 million chip
My point
pot.
was, I wasn't wasting time, Kenny. I'm not in hand.
Murillo,
Okay, I was trying to Kenny.
Milomem
I was trying to explain to Kenny. Okay.
finds a cozy turn. And the whole of Palermo, Brazil, is anti-sweating an ace or king. And they've done so successfully. His wife, Luana, embraces.
Nice hand. You see,
There you
doubled
go.
up?
No, let it out, brother.
You
Yes,
wanted
sir.
a free water. Now you doubled up. Nice hand, mate. Nice hand. Nice hand. See, the free water helped. The love of the free water. Now you're going to win a pot as well. The love, the free water, you guys are going to do good. Everyone else is going to get bashed up and ironed out. All of you are getting ironed out. Any irons about?
32 years of
Done and
age,
dusted,
originally
all
from
ironed out.
Provenance de
Jason, can we get a
Tocatinia.
cocktail serve us?
Brazil?
Please, thank you.
How's your Portuguese, Nick? You got anything in the...
Pretty non-existent. Yours?
It's a couple things. Concierge in the building once upon a time being from Brazil. I do like myself some fogo de chao. Been down there, right? Red light, green light, kind of, you know, the meat keeps coming.
Yeah,
You shut it
I
off.
think so. Is that a Brazilian steakhouse?
Yeah,
I think I've been there. If not that one, I've, had the experience.
But you've not been to Brazil, right?
I have never been to Brazil. I would love to go.
Me too. And I'm sure I'm going to have to go without you. But,
Just don't push me tonight, brother, okay? Every once in a while, it's just one of those days. Delighted to be here. But you're in a particularly kind of annoying sort of mood. I know what you're doing. I know Kasuf is taking the spotlight from you, and it's, but just calm down.
I'll consider it.
That's all I can ask,
Clock.
Yeah. And again, I think Brent touched on it earlier when I was watching, but we can say he has no decision, But then we harken back to times he has opened 9-4 offsuit under the gun and such. So, you know, his threshold of playability, Kassouf that is, he may sometimes, here he may be considering 1.2 or, again, I'm not saying he's not a habitual staller. I'm not at all. However, you know, he does sometimes put his money where his mouth is and open a hand that convention would say is 80 to 150 pips too wide.
Right,
so
right.
Clock.
Well, here we are.
Clock on feature 2. Cancel.
Hallaert with the ace-9 suited.
No, I haven't had my 30 seconds. No, you have to count down for 30 seconds. Hang on a minute, Jason. No, that's wrong. That's wrong.
For those, by the way, that are picking up the coverage a bit late, Nick.
Come here, wait, you're saying something to me.
yeah.
Kassouf has already received a one-round penalty today.
And multiple big arguments with the floor.
Including with Jack Effel, who I think you suspected was going to have a showdown with him after he called him out very openly, referring to him as Captain Jack on stream late last night.
Not a lot of drama here, but the cards are on their back.
Ace-Jack versus Ace-Jack, Gibbons and Yeshan. Paul Gibbons, to be exact, 64 years of age, originally from Canada, plays under the Union Jack and lives in Denver, Colorado. So 3 different
2 suits, first one.
Sorts of allegiances there. Advanced degrees, get this, in economics, philosophy, and this is the one of most potential use given our current plight. Organizational psychology. If we can send them down to the B table to organize some of the psychopathy, that would be useful.
Organizational psychology.
Yeah.
I've never heard of that.
I'm tempted to think it's like for companies, you know what I mean, maybe?
I do. That would make sense.
Right? He's an author.
Chop it up, gentlemen.
He's a speaker. He's a professor of AI. He's got a BS in molecular biology. And he's trying to give a little sermon on Hold'em out here.
That good.
The jingle?
Well, I mean, that's, you know, that's strong.
700,000 in career tournament earnings. Been playing poker since 2009. Father of 2.
Thanks, boss.
And I think organizational psychology, we did come down to it properly, as he's an advisor to Deloitte, IBM, PricewaterhouseCoopers, KPMG. I think, you know, this is a mind that can be mined for
all right. Well,
quite a bit.
Got it.
Well played.
That was genius. That was freaking genius, that was.
Perfect.
Producer Jackie, by the way, pointing out that the T-shirt appears to say definitely not on drugs.
I saw that as well. Is the inference that he is on drugs?
Right. Is it one of those, like, sarcastic sort of declarations, and he's just rolling an MDMA, or is his parole officer what? He doesn't strike me as a guy that, you know, has been jammed up.
Come at me, bro. Oh, I'm not in the hand.
Brief moment of levity there for Beckenstein, who's deliberating on the button with the 9-4 of clubs.
And he is coming after Orion Guerra, who both cover, but he has the puck. He's suited.
Lautaro Guerra.
This is very impressive, Holly. This guy's arguably the best PLO tournament player in the world. I've played with him. He's fantastic, clearly. To see him down here day 7 of the main, this guy obviously just sort of has it.
The card sense, that is. What he doesn't have is anything more than 5 high here, although it isn't as though Beckenstein has a whole lot, but he does have the betting lead and position coming together for the follow-through, and I believe this one will be over
for Fiddy
quite quickly. As the professional poker player from Spain concedes to Josh. Makes his home in Austin, Texas. University of Arizona grad, who again enjoys making craft cocktails.
Riding high from that chop, huh?
Oh, fuck. I got a
Do
chub.
you have a
right
favorite
thinking about
cocktail, Nick?
Yes.
Are you willing to share it?
Vodka martini would be my drink if I drink, which is a little bit few and far between these days. But if I am in the mood to have a cocktail, I always get the same exact drink.
I feel as though I should have known that based on the fact that we went down to the Four Seasons in Seoul, South Korea once upon a time. Famous speakeasy bar there.
Right.
And I believe that's what you ordered. And then I believe I blasphemously, as a non-drinker myself,
it was
chose
very
the
embarrassing.
What was it,
yes.
an espresso martini with
Yes.
Kahlua?
It was one of those, you know, it was a disgrace, your order. The guy made it for you. He was a sport, but here's a guy in a tuxedo making these, just pulling bottle, you know, blowing the dust off bottles, just coming up with these just beautiful drinks. And here's Ali, you know, ordering an espresso martini like a...
Well, I didn't ask him for a slippery nipple or like a sex on the beach. You know.
It was right there, you know.
Do you have any boons back there? Like, you know.
It was bad.
I'm sorry.
It's okay though. Who am I to shame, you know, what drink you want?
Well, no shame in the
It was
King 9 open on the button, by the way.
The part that was overwhelming was when you had him take a picture of us. That was rock bottom for me.
We're close to the
go.
top here for Gibbons.
It was a touch close for Arai, only 7 bigs, but I like the fold, and we can see it was indeed a good one.
You know, I found the intercept, by the way. I know I was going on quite a bit about Gibbons, but just to put a bow on it in a way that I think you can get behind. He competes internationally at chess.
6 total.
Listen, this bio has a lot of power to it. I will take you and Mr. Gibbons at their respective words, but what doesn't this guy do?
Yeah.
You know? That's very impressive, though, you know? And here he is trying to win the main. He might add main event winner to all of these.
Well, earlier this summer, Mizrachi added 4-time Poker Players Championship winner. If you want to talk about impressive resumes, when it comes to poker, he has made his case, and the ace-queen making its own here. 6 1/4, the open. Mangini, king-jack offsuit. First observations of Jared on the day, just shy of $1 million in career tournament earnings for the 37-year-old businessman, originally from Snowshoe, West Virginia. That's a state that's given us one of poker's finest, Jason Kuhn, famously from the Coal Belt.
Very much, and choosing to 3-bet a hand that does 3-bet a lot. Will it work against the grinder? We'll find out. Does Mr. Gibbons want to take a stand with these 9s?
Raise and 3-bet in front of us, obviously some tarnish on an otherwise attractive holding.
You would think he's out, especially given the positions of Mizrachi and Mangini.
Margette's now, Leo. Last woman standing in the event. King 10 suited. Not enough. Now back around to Mizrachi. He doesn't waste any time. 4-betting to 8.5 million. Boy, that came in quick.
You know he had his mind made up. I've always loved that about the grinder.
He's just telling this gentleman it's going to be for your life if you want to dance. And the ace-queen in particular, Nick, we find varied sentiments about that specific holding. Ace-jack less so, but that one is the cuspiest in terms of do we just step aside or do we activate? And we can see the grinder with the aggressive reputation,
I gave him a
choosing the
little time as I
latter.
was noodling over whether. Nice hand, Michael.
That's a nice hand. It's a nice race.
You have enough to call if I jam? If I jam
I feel really short.
9 big blinds in your ass, you have enough?
Wish you did.
Ace tray. No bueno. Has Bekenstein gone to the cold neck towel?
Everything good? You know, I don't know if that's a cold neck towel, but perhaps. Everything's great.
You know, I've driven by some construction sites out here in the Vegas Valley over the summer, and that's
I don't know. It's good for me.
that's
It's
an
might not be for you.
oft-utilized technique.
And
And the lights are hot out there, Nick. You know this. You play on that feature, you know, it gets toasty. Guerra applying a toast with Jack-10 offsuit. Margette's in the small.
You know, sometimes an idea for Margette's here is to favor shoving slightly lower pairs for kind of anti-blocker properties and calling sometimes the 6s through 8s, perhaps. It's all close and murky, but... And for the grinder in the face of the cutoff open small blind flat, it looks like he's cutting out the squeeze.
Yep.
And if he does, Margette's may go with these 7s in the form of a back jam.
Guerra most certainly will not be a part of this, as Mizrachi brings the altimeter to 2.5 million.
I don't believe nobody anymore.
You got to stop playing Little League ball sometime, bro, you know?
And there it is, as you suspected, Margette's wagging a finger in the face
Ladies,
of Mizrachi's.
gentlemen, good luck.
Sietes contra 10. Sietes.
Updates being delivered promptly by Leo to her rail as she's got the best of it. Delighted to know that.
Yeah, but she should have folded. I believe that. She's called this moment. She called it all off. A7.
The Barcelona native, professional poker player, podcast host, poker coach.
Vamos.
2 million plus in career tournament earnings with a 4% advantage. Looking to avoid getting grinded.
What do you have, 5 million?
Yeah, 6. Cost 5 points.
You on 5? I'd never seen you call in the small blind before.
Siete, pero un 2. No para, un 2, un rey, un 2, un 2.
I don't speak, you know, but I believe she said set, although he has the Broadway draw working.
She wants a queen, she said.
I'm pretty sure that wasn't it. No reina. No gracias. 10 doesn't change a thing. Plenty of sets of fingers are crossed back on that rail. Let's keep it queen free, dealer. Por favor.
Oh, yes.
And that'll work. Was that the grinder, by the way? Just
I don't think it was. I think it was Gibbons, who's definitely not huge double for Margette's. Embraces the rail.
Oh, yeah, they're loving it.
Like flatted, I raised to 2.5.
Focus, pero me apetecía un abracito.
What a moment for her, by the way. She has a bracelet, Nick, from the closer back in 2021. Her best main event finish, believe it or not, 16 years ago. She cracked the top 27.
No, I was aware of that. It's very impressive to have double deep runs. I can only think of a few. Newhouse, Ben Lamb, Matt Affleck, Kata, obviously.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
I'm sleeping on a few more, but...
Here's Kasuf, by the way, second.
Kasuf, 9 high like a boss as well.
Well done, honey.
It was after that first main event when Leo's attitudes towards poker changed. started to focus 100% on her game. And there's a look. TBD, just how far she goes. Looking to outdo Kristen Foxen's terrific performance last year. Estelle Koyue in 23 was the last woman standing. Could get no further than 68th. I remember Effie Litsu, 18th in 22. And Maria Ho on 3 separate occasions, enjoying the honor of last woman standing, dating all the way back to 2007. She missed it this year. Apparently, did Maria.
I'm sure she'll be back.
Without question. Guerra. Ace-5, showing some frisk. Not compulsory.
Well said, Ali.
On the heels of the Jack-10 off, which started the last party. Is this a maritime-themed hoodie of some sort? Like, can you tie your boat off with
the
that?
rope goes above the head.
You know, that's a very durable drawstring. Queen Jack 7, Rainbow, the ace high, fanning. Yeshan, second pair, checking over with the flow of play.
So what's that? You had like 3 million when you came to the table. You had 12 big blinds at 250. Yeah. All right. And you went to work.
It's like haven't got a hand
trabajo
dealt on the stream in 8 hours. King Jack, fine, 3-bet fold. Hoping she flatted small.
And of course for Ishan not going anywhere, but we don't really love this spot. The 9 occasionally gets us into a disastrous situation, and but again, nowhere really to go but call.
I just like feel like I earned some credit here. I'm like,
10 of spades on the turn, and now all of a sudden that 9 kicker becomes of great use. Of course, the king, we realize, will be no good, and I think Ishan wouldn't be thrilled to see it. Guerra.
Anytime 10 Jack Queen appears, the aggressive range often feels compelled to keep betting, as they have Ace King and their opponent does not. This is quite thematic from Guerra, albeit just the Ace of Clubs, 5 of Diamonds. Perhaps amongst our Ace 5, we go for having the 1 spade, although maybe this is still quite nice, really targeting things like Jack 3 suited, even a Queen 3 suited, of course a 7. Jack of Hearts, 9 of spades, albeit the king isn't clean, perhaps is just too much holding to bow out right now, but even this one isn't happy, and that's wonderful execution from Guerra.
You know, you got to ask yourself, park there and get a seat as he flashes the smile, and then when he got away with one. Would you find the first, let alone the second barrel, with 39 remaining and 10 million up top? Things that may otherwise seem straightforward to us intuitively and instinctually suddenly become much more challenging to execute.
Got to pull from somewhere.
7.7 million in career tournament earnings, by the way, for Guerra. Married Samantha Abernathy. They welcomed Luca Guerra Abernathy. Not long ago.
All right. Thank you. Yeah, got you. Thank you.
Margette's now with a qualifier, ace-10 offsuit. Her double, bringing her to 12 million. Ace-jack of clubs, however. Direct left for the man that she doubled through. The grinder who closed out last night mightily, and now exercising will on the button. Third scoop applied. Ishan in the bin with the king 10 suited. Same story forthcoming, presumably, for Mingini.
And it's interesting, you know, of our kind of aggressive come over the top hands, and Margette's just, she's gone immediately, and a great choice it was. I'll put a pin in that.
Really wanted to play that one.
Me too.
I don't want to play it for that much, but.
Well,
I was ready to gamble.
Not quite.
Yeah, I wasn't ready
You
to
win
gamble,
one, I win one, but
I wanted to play the hand that I cleaned.
grinder clawing back a modest rebate. And immodestly, we tell you to make your way down to Vegas in November. For what? The North American Poker Tour. It's back at Resorts World for the third year in a row, 3rd through the 12th. 50K Super High Roller and a 5K main on offer, plus the 1K PokerStars Open. Just head over to the PokerStars app for more deets and potentially to qualify online. So we come back over to Kasuf & Co. Hallaert, King 6 suited, shot it up. Pupo flatting the button with that ace-jack of spades. And that allows Kasuf to join, who covers Hallaert's clubs.
Yes, he appears to be snacking as well on perhaps a candy bar or
his table mate's patience, also something he's been snacking on quite a bit.
Yeah.
King 5-5. Hallaert finding the best hand against the two ace jacks here. 2.5 million in the middle and the betting lead. Never mind that 50 million. Uh-oh. He's washing this all down with...
By the way, a little bit surprised Kasuf didn't just jam pre in the face of the cutoff open button flat. Sub 17 bigs.
Nick, indulge me for a moment, if you will, in the horror that is...
We have the Red Bull down to the table check.
And then a Snickers is being worked through?
I don't believe it's a Snickers. It looked more to be a wafer of some sort, but, you know, it's not a great situation.
I think things are going to get even spicier once the insulin spike comes through here. That pancreas is working overtime.
Best hand, going 20% pop. Both Pupo and Kasuf with the back door. Pupo's gone. For Kasuf, as played, I don't really think we just hit the muck.
He melted his way through that candy bar, but where is it? Is it just gone? My goodness.
If he finds a fold, it'll indeed be a good one. But against a cutoff range, who did bet into two opponents, but we have the ace-jack high and the backdoor nut flush draw close.
I don't know if it's going to make a material difference to, you know, what ensues. But the dark blue can, as I understand it, is the original Red Bull, whereas the light blue is the sugar-free, which means dual impact.
Right. Yeah. Okay, well, we'll keep an eye on that, Ali.
Maybe an ear is the appropriate organ.
Big fold there. I was all in or fold, so.
Amazing how the second someone calls the club, he just has a decision.
No, because I have 30 seconds and I have to fold anyway.
It's not what he's doing. It's just
You see the hand on the stream? Haters gonna hate. They see me rolling, they hating. It's amazing. If you think you're amazed, I'm amazed. I'm baffled. I'm bamboozled from what I'm seeing today. Yesterday and today. I can't believe what I'm seeing.
We've listened to Will for a while. Let's listen in on Kenny
Can't believe my
from earlier.
From players.
Actually, I used to be an electrician a long time before. I've worked first for like 7-8 years, I think, as an electrician, before I got to know the game of poker. But it quickly got my attention, and fairly quickly I got passionate about it. Started playing more and more. After a few years, actually, I found a job in the poker world, doing marketing for a few casinos in Belgium, in Namur and in Spa. And yeah, started to play more and more poker as well around that time. Had good results and yeah, and never stopped playing since.
Well, as a former electrician, Kenny has had quite a long fuse with respect to Kasuf's antics, but we did see a brief break earlier on. A natural transition, of course, electrician to professional poker player. I'm not quite sure how that pivot happened. You ever been electrocuted, Nick?
No, no. But I didn't know that about Kenny, and I love the old school kind of main event little interviews in a separate room, a little delve. You know, it's a big part of the richness of the event.
Well, as we get down here, the storylines begin to emerge. Of course, we've touched quite often on the fact that Hallaert finished 6th once upon a time in this one. PokerStars Team Pro.
You got a green chip at the back there, behind.
I didn't get electrocuted, but I almost burned my parents' apartment down once upon a time when I decided that dropping a penny between the two metal portions of an item that was plugged in would be exciting, and for a short time it was.
Well, you know, maybe we'll grab a meal one time and take a trip down memory lane, and you can tell me all about that. I'm sure it was...
We can grab a meal? Just
Big slick for Schwartzberg. Did you do it in an experimental fashion?
I was quite young.
It was just an accident. You just had a penny and...
No, I wanted to know what would happen.
Oh, you did want to know what would happen. I see. Yeah, well, you know.
I also licked the end of a 9-volt battery once upon a time, as advised by an audio engineer.
Again, if you give him enough chances, we do get a little window into, you know, whatever you want to call it.
I said 9-volt, not 900-volt.
Yeah, I understand, but arson at a young age, so on. These generally are signs.
It wasn't arson. I didn't know.
I get it, but again, you know.
I've got 10 big blinds, man.
Well, it would have been arson.
The layers of the onion just continue to get peeled, summer after summer.
Schwartzberg strikes a match with the ace-king.
Ducks for Padilla. Normally we would just call out of the small, but at this stage of the main, still he's keen on calling. Understandable. And a very defendable one for Milhomem, even a squeezable one if inclined.
Closing the action at a reasonable price. The king-queen climbs aboard for Murillo. Does not find help, however. Jack 9-6, no deuce on board either. The ace-king is still best. Gut shot straight draw, of course, for Milhomem, not to be overlooked.
No, and the right kind of gut shot, too. Perhaps Schwartzberg inclined to check as well. This is a little bit in that small blind territory sometimes.
Five of clubs arrival here after the round of checks.
And it's interesting for the deuce-deuce. Maybe we want slightly more equity-driven bluffs multi-way, or maybe this is okay to just kind of fire and put pressure on a lot of stuff. He does go for check. And for Milhomem with this draw to the nuts, albeit only a gut shot, and that key king of clubs, might he want to do some representing? 7.5 bigs in the middle. Some friendly poker on our hands right now for this
Appears that
particular
way.
hand.
Second street of checking. Board pairing 5 is actually something both Padilla and Schwartzberg, ironically enough, are welcoming. Put a small pin in this pot, which is taking shape in rather uneventful fashion, to go to an all-in and a call over at table C. What are the particulars? There it is, Boyevich and Hesse, kings against ace-king. Boyevich, the covering stack, that is the good news. The bad, of course, we can see on our screen. 18 and change in the middle. Will the dreaded ace magnets draw the needle? They will not. Queen, Jack, 8. Oh, no. On the turn, it isn't the 10, but rather the ace that dashes the hopes for the time being of Hesse. A single king is the only path to victory. A 10 to carve it up. And instead, is a 5, and that hurts.
What a run from Hesse. 240 waiting at the window.
Yeah, Stephen's going to be headed back to Nassau Bay, Texas, for I would imagine a warm reception as he adds to his 572,000.
Mr. Gibbons in great shape, cards on their back.
Earnings. 983.
Yeah, let's hear it. Ace. Maybe a chop.
Ace high, dominating.
10 Jack.
Ace.
Note Guerra, the man involved once more with this King 7. He has been the active presence. Opened to 600 and then called off the extra 1.8. Clean turn.
I think it was this hand.
And no toxicity on the end. The ace high holds and Gibbons clears his throat and works his way up and over 5 million. $38 remain as we keep it here at the primary feature table. Mingini, ace jack, Tahoe Wakebusters Rentals hoodie, by the way, being worked for a second consecutive after. I wonder if that's his business. You know, those dudes, you know, the guys that surf, skate.
You know, we've seen some legendary plugs over the years deep in the main. The one that comes to mind at the moment was Can 2 with, was it Jerry's? Right. Shout out Jerry's, yeah.
With the
Jerry's Tavern,
rotisserie chicken Bloody Marys.
Rotisserie chicken Bloody Mary, that's right. But, you know, in addition, we've seen many kind of businesses get plugged, and why not? This is the most watched tournament in the world.
Gibbons pocket 8s on the button, fresh off the double, covered by Mingini. I don't get the sense that Jared's table image is that of a man opening light.
Kilo soda? No. Kilo soda?
Dinner time.
Just soda.
Legitimate deliberations with 18 bigs. Flicks in the call. And you know, some of this physicality that is associated with the flicking of the single chip and the flat, you know, for the seasoned kind of pro begins to skew one's perceptions of the holding in one direction or the other. Jack 10-6, top pair, top kicker, and it's going to be somewhat irrelevant with a hand as strong as this from Mingini what exactly Gibbons flatted with.
Indeed. Of course, this mustache is strong.
Really not since Ned Flanders of Simpsons fame You know, and I'm glad you took us here. I kind of dabbled in Mr. Potato Head as a child. I'm sure these toys are not really sort of on offer for newer generations, but the mustache attachment on Mr. Potato Head also, I believe, was configured in that sort of crescent moon-like, you know, arrangement. Are you Googling it? Because I can. Do you remember Mr. Potato Head?
Yes, Ollie, I am familiar with Mr. Potato Head.
There was also Mrs. Potato Head, but I don't think she came with the mustache.
Right. Well.
Well, when you get up there, though, sometimes Granny can sprout a little peach fuzz, but.
You know, I apologize for bringing it up. A moment of weakness. I should have known it wouldn't go particularly well for both myself and all of you at home.
Look at this. Mingini's option to knuckle with the strength has emboldened emboldened Gibbons to tickle the stash for 550.
Should do it.
I like this.
I was pretty sure you had a plan when you checked. But
Tim Gibbons knows the jig is up as he concedes. And Mingini picks up a nice one. Let's listen in for a little more on this man who has an impressive background.
I was on the U.S. snowboard team for, years, competed in border cross, so racing like 4 and 6 at a time down a course. It's kind of like motocross on snowboards. That was pretty much my whole focus in life up until I was like 25. Planned on going to the Olympics, and that was pretty much everything I worked towards nonstop. Unfortunately, I had injuries and didn't get through the injuries, but that's a common story for everyone in our sport. So, but yeah, I wouldn't trade it for the world. I got to see the entire world and very blessed with that life, and now still have an amazing life.
That's cool, man. I was going to say before he said it, I bet he had some gnarly injuries, because everybody I've ever met who snowboards on any level, you know, they always get some injuries.
As soon as he said snowboard cross, by the way, and shout out for being as good at snowboarding as is required to compete on that level, I thought back to the 2006 Winter Olympics in Turin, where famously one Lindsay Jacobellis tried to showboat when she had a massive lead on the field and just ate shit shy of the finish line and ended up not even making the podium, if I'm not mistaken. No, silver. She was silver.
I'm unfamiliar with that one, but
you got to bring it. It was really a famous sort of course in why we don't do such things.
Went out like a G, though, you know. See it sometimes in football, the early celebration.
Oh yeah, the one where they fumble because they
spike the ball on the 1 yard line. Right. There's been some crazy ones. As we see Ishan and the grinder involved.
Gut shot straight draw. Deciding to bet in position in the blind versus blind entanglement. Mizrachi sevens call, and don't mind this board pairing 9 on the turn. This was a pre-flop, limp, and check back. Second barrel isn't quite as easily greased as the first in a spot such as this and against an opponent such as the grinder.
You're right about that, but it looks like it might be coming.
Great shot there.
I like the choice to check back with this one.
Oh, and we love the river if we're the grinder. I gotta say, there's something additionally intimidating about a man just knifing his way dentally through a full cup of ice cubes.
Yeah, everything about the grinder is intimidating.
Check back on the turn, now facing the lead of 2.1. Doubtful queen high has further interest. And sure enough, the Brown University Applied Mathematics and Computer Science major, who is now a data engineer, striking me as the kind of field of study that lends nicely to his aspirations as a poker player. From Durham, North Carolina, does lay it down, 31 years of age, 87,000 in career tournament earnings coming into this one. And yet another one of these minds that was primed, perhaps, in the chess streets, Nick. You'll love this. 4th place in the Super Nationals when he was just 11, Danny Isham.
I like that. That is cool.
Perhaps the King's Gambit.
Perhaps.
That's not a real thing, of course, but...
Well, that is a real opening in chess, yes.
King's Gambit, okay.
Yeah.
Nice. I stumbled onto that one.
Yeah, you sure did.
Pocket sevens here is Padilla. Not stumbling, but just clicking.
You missed the whole hoo-ha. There's a big ruck. You watch on PokerGO. No, not physical fight, but arguing all the floor. I'm stating my case, and they're saying this is the rule, and I'm just explaining myself. They've been just this is the rule. You carry on arguing, I'm gonna get security and throw you out, basically.
What is this? An angry boulder? Is this like a Minecraft? So someone out there, I'm sure, knows
But they don't limit. I'm like, they think
what
they're right.
Vecino has parked in front of his stack as sort of a guardsman of some sort, a talisman.
Follow me.
Yeah, it's
That's his rule. That was the rule. All I was trying to do is on the road.
Kind of 8-bit in nature.
We can hear Kasuf, you know. I don't know if that's his mate, Gary.
This is how they deal with it in America. Not just him, all the floor stuff, the same. I'm trying to explain myself. They can't handle the truth. I speak facts. They give me their opinion. This is what right. I'm stating facts. What was said, what was done. I'm giving the facts. They can't handle the truth.
Can you imagine boarding a flight
this is the ruling. You can't argue. I'll give you a penalty.
and working your way to your seat and just seeing Will already in your row? You know, not like a short haul. I'm not talking Vegas, LA. You're like, oh, we're going to London from Vegas, and hi there.
Ali, are you 21C, mate? What are the odds, mate?
Did you watch the main? King 6 here, fans. Padilla with options, but the small blind flat from Swartzberg, you know, again, we sort of narrow the range versus big blind defense. Ace is one that the sevens could convince themselves to represent.
I think the sevens are kind of content to get to showdown, usually on this sort of 10-8, even with the inclusion of the ace. The nines, the sevens, the sixes just kind of go for checking a lot.
I want these fuckers to drink white Russians, so I send them giddy.
But if he did bet, it would be very annoying for an 8 or a 10, so perhaps there is some merit, and he also blocks a7 suited twice. But he does just go for the check.
I'm not trying to give it large. Oh yeah, I'm better than that.
Jack on the end. King high stays that way. Sevens don't evolve either.
That's the ruling. Don't argue me. If you carry on, I'm going to give you a penalty.
And for Swartzberg, this is interesting. We do block sixes, which we don't love. But of course we interfere with king, queen, king, jack. Even perhaps occasionally king, king. Might we feel compelled to bluff with this one? Not sure, but I would certainly think about it.
Just getting into heads. You know how players get affected. But for the floor staff to lose their minds, and they're almost like shouting in my face, and I'm like, cool, calm, collected. They're getting pissed off because I'm not shouting at them. They want me to shout at them so they can say, right, you're on penalty. And I'm so cool and calm, they're losing their minds. And I'm just saying the facts. They can't handle
It looks like he's gearing up to do it.
I'm a lawyer, then I'm going to stand my ground. I'm never going to say, sorry, Jack, okay, I'll be quiet now, Jack, because I want
And this is
everyone else
nice,
to
Sully.
say, I'll be quiet so they can play their A game.
You know, Schwartzberg is one of those who's going to chisel. He strikes me as not content to just resign himself in spots that seem inconsequential, but rather he who fights for all available tokens.
I have no problem with the way they play. They want to sit there, hoodies, headphones, sunglasses.
In particular, I think the check back on the turn maybe leaves him feeling as though the ace doesn't loom, and of course the check back on the flop in conjunction. Here we are.
Yeah, I think an 8, 7s, 9s, even 6s, despite the block 5s, are very possible
For 2 hours. For 2 hours.
for the hijack, and he's attacking a range that's a little bit capped, and it's really nice execution. It's very hard to continue here with 7-7.
Check, bet, he calls again. River pairs the board, another 5.
Not surprising, considering he is number 9 on Mexico's all-time money list, a professional poker player who lives in CDMX.
I'm sitting seat 1, he goes 9.
11 career final tables for Schwartzberg. 662 in career tournament earnings.
By the way, look at this.
He's never doing that for
Oh, hang tight.
I'm not an impulsive player. I'm not
It's
just
Padilla about to take us to Carnival.
on a 2-hour clock. I don't want to call
We're on our way to Carnival, my friend. Even though it's the best hand, this is pretty sweet from
He's never doing that.
Padilla, and there it is.
Jam winning 5 million chips. He did it. Yeah, they're bullying me, trying to use the advantage. I'm gonna
Beautiful, take it, sir.
You know what I mean? And I think it's better.
Unanticipated and impressive.
Love to see both players bluff a river. Those are always fun.
I had King Jack. There's no way in hell he makes that move.
The man from Sao Paulo, professional poker player, who won the High Roller event at this year's EPT Monte Carlo in May for his largest career cash, showing us why he has 3.1 million in career tournament earnings. Well done. Well, Play PokerGO brings you fun and free online poker and a share of 1 million in gold every single hour. Real players, zero risk. The gold free roll runs every hour and a half hour. No buy-in, no catch, just your shot at gold. Play now at playpokergo.com. Available on web, iOS, and Android. One in progress here, where Bekenstein turned a backdoor flush draw. This was limp blind versus blind, pre-flop. Second pair for Mangini. It went check-check on the flop, and then Jared activated with 475. Bekenstein, of course, gutter and the backdoor hearts. Flatted. Here we are with an ace rolling off. And, of course, given the big blind check back on the flop, Mangini less concerned, perhaps, given the line and the road traveled, about an ace, but maybe a king from time to time that didn't say hello on the flop.
It's a little bit weird if you're in Bekenstein's seat. You have cards you really want your opponent to have, but you also have 8 high. Sometimes we're meant to just give up the 8 highs and stuff like that, at least sometimes, but it's not the easiest thing to do. And I don't think anybody would be surprised to see him bluff, but one could see a give up as well. And for Jared, we beat the 6-7, 6-8 type hands. He's giving him a real once-over and trying to figure it out, Ali.
Well, as compelling as the outcome there may be, all-ins and calls are where we tend to train our eyes, and especially when they contain the polarizing Will Kassouf. Jack 10 suited, all in here.
You got me last time. Yeah. You learned your lesson. Good.
Vibes
Never
in the
shot
bin.
me light under the gun. And you get to see it on stream. You guys are lucky. I wish this wasn't on stream. You might call me light.
Schwartzberg not letting sentiments get the better of the ace-deuce suited.
Again. No? You'll see it on stream. Do it the hard way. Do it the hard way. Like a boss.
He's got his fans on the rail, Nick.
Yeah, he's got a little crew. I think a mix of strangers and mates. There it is. Thank you, Gary.
When I'm bluffing, if I do bluff with 9 high, 100%. I showed it every single time. I've had it 14 times in this tournament. Ash, I shit you not. I've had 9 high 14 times in this tournament. I played it every single time, and I won 10 out of 14 playing it. Either bluffing or actually getting there with trips or quads. It's my hand. I'm sick. As I told you, I'm sick.
The quad
When I get
nines
the 9 high, I
against
go get it.
young
Even under the
Leon
gun, I'm raising,
Sturm
calling 3
the
bets.
other night, by
I'm
the
even
way.
floating flops with 9 high, floating turned with 9 high, no pair, no draw, drawing dead, and jamming river. Check call, jam with 9 high. I'm sick. I told you I'm sick. There's something wrong with me. There's something wrong with me. Every time I had 9 high, I played it. But to win 10 times out of 14, it's not bad, right? So if I get 9 high again, I have to play it. Hashtag for the fans, right? For the fans. For the lovers. For the lovers, not for the haters here. Where's the, can I see the line? Where's the lovers and the hate? There's the hater. There's my number 1 hater. Right here. Put your hand up, honey. Put your hand up, honey. Are you a hater as well? 2 of you? Wow. Let me come. I'm in the hand. I'll come and talk to you in a minute.
Sure, that's what they want.
Was that his number 1 hater declared on the rail, or?
Not shy about it either, apparently.
USA, LFG, LFG, LFG. That's a yeah, Gio. Are you Gio? Go. Where you from, Gio? Where you from? Sorry, you live here, Vegas. Vegas, baby. How much is this? 6? Go, Gio. You got it, Gio. Go, Gio. Knock him out. Knock him out. Knock him out. Go, Gio. Please, I love it. Please. But don't knock yourself out. Don't drink too much, honey. You might knock yourself out. You might knock yourself out. What are you drinking? Tequila?
Oh, there she is.
Are you drunk already? Well, if you drink too much, security will chuck you out.
You could see in her eyes the contempt is real.
I think she bluffed her way through that being water in the chalice.
That was also my read, but it's not clear.
Have you got any sisters or cousins like you?
Wow.
I'd love to have haters that look as good as you. All my haters like ugly old men like online knitback keyboard warriors. You're stuck in between 2 haters? You love me, man, right? How have you got 2 haters to that side? Do you know these women?
I believe the woman in yellow just mouthed, "I hate you."
I do not envy your life. If you live with these women, God bless you, man. God bless you. God bless you. I wish you all the luck in the world. God bless you. Are you with these 2 women? You don't know them? So you got a hater either side? They're amazing, but they both hate me and you like me. This is what I mean, thin line between love and hate. It's the thin, I don't know, it's the thinnest of lines. Thin line, love, hate, thin line. It really is, it really is. You can tell just from the rail. Hater, lover, hater, lover, hater.
The thinnest of things right now is the ice upon which Kasuf is treading.
Hater, lover, hater, in between. You love it. You love punishment, right? Why are you standing in between 2 haters? Just curious, bro. Just curious. I love the
Hooks
look.
for Vecino.
You're looking like a boss. The whole camera crew's on you. You're standing in between
Shout
the 2
out to
hating
Eric
women.
Ridgway,
But
Bottled
beautiful.
Water OP, and Christina Thomas,
Even
who
though
all
they're
stepped in
haters, you're
promptly to
standing between the 2
advise
haters,
that
but
that
they're beautiful
little
women. If they're ugly men
character
hating me, you wouldn't stand
with
there,
the
right? You'd be
fists,
with
the
my
rock,
buddies over here.
is
I
from
got you, bro.
Pokemon. Nick,
Yeah, ask her number, ask her
Geodude
digits.
is what he's called.
Digits.
Okay.
Ask
Thank
her
you for
digits
that.
as well. Get both their numbers. And we'll go double dating. We'll go double dating.
Oh, I don't know if that's going to
I've never
happen.
dated a hater. Never dated a beautiful hater like one of these 2. Beautiful, beautiful. How much is this?
Kasuf, I
Do you
mean,
have any haters? Have you met any beautiful haters like this on the road? Unbelievable. Most beautiful haters in the world. God bless America.
By the way, honey, any region of the world, I know how to say 9 high like a boss.
Yeah.
Nemitz with
ace
ace king.
problematic spot for him. Similar stack depth to Vecino.
It's just going in. Good luck, gentlemen.
Haven't said his name much on the day. Stefan Nemitz, hometown of Vienna, Austria, now lives in Perkersdorf, Austria. Just shy of $1 million in career tournament earnings. Professional poker and soccer player. Bachelor's degree in sports management and good taste in quarter zips, if I do say so myself. So the 3-bet, which we all anticipated, does come in. We're off to the races. 9.6 million in the middle. Nemitz covering slightly.
Aus, Kokosnüsse, Kokosnüsse. Keine Nüsse, die Kokosnüsse, oder? Das ist das. Was ist das? Das ist nicht die Kokosnüsse, oder?
Let's see after that.
$9-8-7. Not what we had in mind with ace king.
That's more fun, right? You take 3 of clubs, right?
Overpair in the gutter.
3 of clubs. You guys happy? 3 of clubs? Deutschland, for Deutschland.
Juan Carlos.
Affe. Los. 3 of clubs.
Holding.
King of clubs. There you go.
No longer,
I've
though.
got the club coming, there you go.
Club
That's too
coverage
much.
for
Come on, you're taking
Nemitz.
the piss now. At
As
least have
from
the
the
3 of clubs
heavens,
behind.
he
King of
finds the
clubs,
bigger
are you kidding?
pair and the nut flush
Now he's
draw.
drawing.
A
Pretty
10
slim.
or a jack, non-club.
2 outer.
This is all that will rescue Vecino.
Good game.
Instead,
There it
running
is.
top
2
two.
pair, just like me. Top 2 pair. The Kokosnuss. You see?
Leaves
you had the free
Nemitz.
water and you didn't want to fight me. You see? You see how love?
Hauling in the spoils.
You and him both going to win. Nice hand. Nice hand. What did I tell you?
GG's as he awaits official accounting and adds 240,000 to his career tournament earnings of 1.4 million.
Kindness goes a long
Originally
way.
from Malaga, now lives in Cardiff, Wales.
This goes to show. Poetry in motion.
Here's he's
Covered. I like
made some positive connections with his table mates. Classy to come over and, you know, even give it to Kassouf there on the end, who I can't imagine he was
a graceful exit.
You know, yeah.
I agree.
Nothing on the top. King on the turn. Ace on the river. Was ist das? Unglaublich, oder? Unglaublich. Top 2 pair. Kokosnusser. Affe. Los. Ich bin die größte und krankeste Affe am Tisch, oder? Ja? Genau? Yeah, genau. I'm saying I'm the sickest monkey on the table. Is that correct? He said yes, correct. Richtig, genau. What's the difference between richtig and genau? Genau means correct, richtig is right. Correct. Same thing? What's the difference, richtig and genau?
You know, I feel compelled to advise that it would be fascinating
correct,
to have
right?
channeled and
Richtig is right.
redirected all of Kassouf's
means
energy
correct, right.
and sort of
Genau.
borderline personality type
You don't know
stuff
the answer,
into a
what's the
different
difference? I'll let you
venture,
think
you know.
What I'm playing.
Like, I'm not saying I want to board a flight where he's in the cockpit, but, you know, just certain other things where I feel like there's some utility.
There's a little turbulence, but I handled it like a boss. I missed the clouds. They're telling me I can't go through the air traffic said I can't go through the clouds when it's storming, but I went through it like a boss, and I've got the coconuts. We've got movie Wi-Fi's coming on. It's coming on. I know you said it wouldn't come on, but it's coming on. It's coming on shortly.
And for those of you on board, just download PokerGo. You can watch me.
You watch PokerGo, and you'll see all my highlights, all of them, from 2016, 2025. Siempre mucho el boss. Yeah, but yeah, you know, you're right. You know, who knows? I mean,
what could have been?
The limp here from Nemitz, the raise from Padilla.
Believe deceptively in Portuguese with the H we go Padilha.
Thank you.
Kind of a Y.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Say it one more time.
Padilha, I think.
It's tough. You say
Tricky.
it so nicely.
I don't know that I do, but you know, I'm always willing to try.
But you can kind of roll the R. You can do the sort of L.
Having Farsi under my belt, you know, as native tongue, I think helps a bit.
Makes sense.
In these spots. The 9-4, by the way. I mean, this is something Kassouf employed along the way here.
But put a little respect on Kassouf's name, because he opened it, if I recall, from the low jack or even U7, where this is the big blind facing the small blind limp, and it's much more of a normal idea.
Nemitz retained, of course, now finding Broadway on the ace-high board, which, of course, we've purchased the right to represent as Padilla, finger wag pre, and now follow through post. Pedro bringing forward 850K. The Brazilians, Nick, you know this all too well. From the likes of Zibilewski, Akari, Ramos, you know, so much talent.
Well, without a doubt.
And aggressive. Awfully aggressive.
Yeah, you know, we don't like to label people too much, but they're tough. You can just feel it. They're kind of game time, you know?
By the way, Nemitz is hanging tough, and now he's found another path to a straight. The 9 opens the door to an 8, but look what else it's done. Given Padilla a pair.
And I would imagine he'll be content to check this pair. Maybe we keep sort of applying the pressure sometimes with the 9 of clubs. Some good things can happen, but just check back seems pretty normal.
Fancy the fish and chips on this table. I'm only interested in the fish and chips on this table, nothing else. What, is it dinner break after this? How long? Well, I've got to have a discussion with Jack Effel for at least 10 minutes, so... I'm joking. No, I'll take it.
Does go check. 5 on the end.
Where?
Doesn't look like him.
Now Nemitz adrift with queen high very much, I'm sure, gets the sense that even if it was good, he wouldn't necessarily be permitted to show down.
Yeah, that's that key point. And also,
What's wrong with you? Eat something different. You have fish and chips and curry at home, the top 2 English food, right? Fish and chips and curry. Top 2
What's happening with
I'm not sure.
Is he steering Gary away from Curry?
Unclear. But I do think Nemitz probably feels compelled to bluff.
After dinner break, you're
really for the point that you made, that even when we're good, it doesn't really feel like we show down. By the way, check call maybe is possible. Beat things like 8-3, 7-3, even a Jack 3 or 4, perhaps.
All ironed out. Not because I'm talking to her, no, because I lack of sleep. I had like just over 2 hours sleep last night.
And we can see him reaching in the shades of...
Like 11, so I had less than 2 hours that time.
Great shot.
And last night I went to bed like 8:40.
Padilla.
So I think I got 2 hours.
So was that right? Padilla.
Yeah, that's good.
This is me on 2 hours sleep without Red Bull. I'll drink that for show. I'm fully functional and I can think clearly and speak my mind. I had 2 hours sleep last night. 2 hours sleep the night before. When I played day 4, I had...
By the way, as we hear Kasuf in the background often, if this is him on almost no sleep, what happens when he fills the tanks with 10 to 12 rems? I mean, that's even scarier.
Yeah, well, you know, I'm not sure what the correlation effect is, but one thing's for sure, when we're talking about the hands, sometimes hearing him in the background, and obviously we, for the most part, just let him talk, but he's on the rail, it can become a little bit harder to analyze and so on, for me at least. Imagine how they're feeling in the midst of playing 37 left. And again, I'm not saying it's right or wrong. Everybody's different. We can all have an opinion on that. But it does disjoint your thought process a little bit, just objectively.
And Nemitz looking to disjoint Padilla from these 9s as he leads for 900,000. This was limp pre. Let's play for $1 million from Padilla. Nemitz up to the task. Check calling 850. Check on the turn, and now here he is putting this queen high on the chopping block for 900. And Padilla trying to unpack this. The club in hand, of course, is unpleasant. I feel as though he can safely remove the 10x, Nick, which would be more inclined to just check and bluff catch. But maybe some ace-x is played in this manner, and that's the one that we have our eye on most.
Well said, Ali.
Regardless of outcome, though, respect to both of these gentlemen for what they've delivered us in this exchange.
There. They see me as a threat. The players see me as a threat. The floor sees me as a threat. The tournament director sees me as a threat. They want me out of the tournament. They want me gone. Then they can have peace and quiet. Then everyone can have relax, and it's all be professional. They can all play their A game. They can all stay in the comfort zone. But they don't understand the whole point of poker. Take your opponents out of their comfort zone. Don't let them play their A game against you. Psychology. Psychology poker. That's it.
By the way, I'm not sure if you're catching this as Nemitz clears the nines of Padilla, which were given a good think, but Kasuf very thoroughly copping to the idea that this is all with clear intent as a sporting pursuit of advantage.
He said that a few times.
Yeah. Well, let's see what Natalie Bodie's got to say as we send it down to her once more.
Alongside Ruben Correa, day 7. What's the biggest challenge at this point of the tournament?
Stay calm, play the same poker so far, and I don't know, put pressure on them.
Which you seem pretty comfortable doing, but we talked about it. It's the biggest spot of your career so far. How do you handle that mentally? How do you stay in that calm state?
Well, taking this as other event, but this is not some event, right? This is the world, the biggest stage in the world. But yeah, need to stay calm, play my poker, and let things flow.
You have any friends cheering you on, watching this back home?
I have, and some of them are coming from Portugal if I make final table, so will be a big cheers from Portugal for sure.
Very cool. Best of luck to you.
Thanks, Natalie. There's Ruben among the final few here. Looking to catch that 60K uptick. Payouts brought to you by GTO Wizard. Back over to the feature now.
3 million something. 3 million 3.
Guerra with a bit of esophageal distress, but Margette's would be distressed if she dove in here. Gibbons, Kings, unloads the clip. Oh. She has made the call here. Now, granted, she covers by a good margin, Nick.
And it's very understandable from her, of course. It's a sub-12 big blind jam from the hijack.
When she doesn't ISO.
Good luck, Colin.
No, not only aces.
No. Haz dama yo contra reyes.
Wow.
Oh, yeah. Earlier, I said reina, but it's dama.
Default?
I don't want to see it. I don't want to see it.
Oh my God.
Once again, a king is dead.
All hearts. Who got
Ace, kings, ace, queen.
Seven, 7-5 in the middle, and there's the ace.
Ace in the window. Oh, Mr. Gibbons,
hang on.
we have.
That's yours.
Sit down.
Soon to be yours.
Sort of trampoline that chip off the felt and said, that's yours.
It's a painful game we play, sir. Can he find the king?
Not on drugs, but definitely on the hunt for that cowboy. One is already in the bin.
This would be my one time.
Oh my God.
This would be my one time. This will be my one time. Oh no. This is the one time.
Pretty good time for it.
One time.
Last lady standing is
Please.
looking for capital infusion.
God.
Gibbons asking for the one time.
Stop it. King ball.
36 remain, Ollie.
Felt like the ace was coming.
Prompt handshake exchanged.
As kings went
As perhaps the highest IQ that remains in the
That's the skill
room
part.
is saying goodbye. Certainly the most decorated.
Can go pick up that 240, though. Paul Gibbons, that is.
I mean,
Can't do that. It's all two.
I'm sure Paul's sons will be quite proud of him when he makes his way back to Denver
You're good at flips.
with that 240 to add to
I was
his
so proud and it's weird because I was
career
so proud
tournament
that
earnings
yesterday I didn't
of
miss my tournament life,
700,000.
and all of a sudden today is like
Cash
I
number
don't give a shit,
94
but no.
for him.
Good.
But I hope it stays.
You gotta, at some point, you gotta be at risk.
Yeah. And
Couple of nines from Margette's.
She seems to be surging here.
yeah.
Okay.
a click. Now, Mizrachi has been pesky and obviously a force to be reckoned with. Direct left, unpleasant presence. This doesn't look like a flat. And you know, I don't think either of us are surprised, and perhaps none of you at home either. The grinder so often chooses to explore the higher variance approaches.
I have you covered.
By the way, confirmation coming down from JC Tran that Tahoe Wakebusters is indeed Jared's company. So,
okay,
nice to see that the plugging is, you know, with good reason. He's the proprietor.
Big shout out JC Tran, by the way, Stone legend.
Yeah. Jared, 586th in the main back in 2021, by the way, Nick. Knows a little something about it.
Definitely, and for Margette in the face of this 4.5 big blind 3-bet, which is relatively friendly. Looks like she is grabbing calling chips.
Too much.
All of these pots are so important, of course, but 3.45 in the middle. Margette's with the best hand, grinder with position.
One overcard to the nines in a diamond-free environment. Margette's could very well find herself getting tested across multiple streets should Mizrachi do what we've seen him do on so many occasions. Not for the faint of heart sorts of multi-barrel approaches, but TBD.
$725.
Act 1. 7 1/4.
And all things considered, if we're not going to just hit a 9, this is a pretty good flop for Margette's. See a turn.
Third club, and it does produce a wheel draw for the ace X's. Margette's does have the lone club.
Kind of forcefully grabbed the chocolates, the grinder.
This is live poker stuff, though, Nick, as you, having played the Nosebleed Cash games, have often observed. Just a gesture potentially designed to elicit reaction, no matter how subtle it may be, and then decide. And the decision is made quickly. 1.6. Mizrachi leaning heavily now.
He is, and you really called it, Ali. I wasn't sure when I saw this 10 of hearts, 4 deuce of clubs, but you predicted a multi-street situation from the grinder, and indeed that's what we're looking at for Margette's. Once again, I think we're in that check call zone. A lot of possibilities on the river. 8.1 in the middle.
3.2 more into the kitty and the river. A red king.
And a very difficult card for Margette's to navigate in the face of anything from the grinder. Cut off hijack.
Are we done or we come back?
This could just also be Jack's plus.
Oh, wow. He removes the option for Margette's to check jam. Not saying she would have, but he is not messing around with this size. He's simply all in, Ali.
I confess, Nick, I too wasn't certain that this would be the line, and yet, my goodness.
Hold on. And it does get through. Mike the Grinder, ladies and gentlemen, that's a great way to go to dinner. My.
Leo Margette's victimized there.
No.
That's a Spanish Poker Hall of Famer, by the way, in Margette's. So something the two of you now share in common, being in the halls, is all remaining players will have in common the opportunity.
Looks like Veloso nabs one pre-break.
Grab a nibble as we are headed to the dinner break here in Vegas. Day 7 of the World Series of Poker. Main event, things just getting warmed up. A look at some of the notable stacks. Pizarenko, Correa, Dae-Hyung Lee, all flirting with 30 million. Adam Hendricks not far behind. Tony Gregg quietly and lesser observed, still in this one, as is Eric Afriat. 36 remaining here in the main. 3 dozen eggs in the cold case. We'll be back at 9 p.m. Enjoy a little over an hour of downtime, but then come back. And don't miss the one and only night shift as Nick and I step aside. And we'll see you in a bit. Keep it close.